supported people. The thing is progressing. It's a beautiful stadium, state of the art. We've learned from every other mistake that has been made in the past in these kinds of stadiums, and the contractors, the employees, everyone over there seems to have really figured out how to groove this. And they're expecting, and everyone is expecting, an on-time and on-budget project. So we're very excited, and it was an experience you ought to have if you haven't been over there.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Weekly.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. First of all, I'd like to thank everyone who participated in our annual Black History celebration over at the Smith Center. The turnout was absolutely amazing. The talent was awesome and through the roof, and then the awardees, it was so awesome. We had an opportunity to recognize and honor a gentleman who he worked for the Pentagon for over 40 years. He resides here in Southern Nevada. He turned 100 years old this past Saturday, and you know what a blessing. We had another gentleman in the room who is 99. He turns 100 later on this year, but to have these gentlemen here who serve this country, who have just been awesome pillars and change agents for many throughout this country. We were so honored, and I want to thank my staff who worked extremely hard on making this happen, and thank the community for coming out to make it a success. Nevada Reading Week kicks off, and we'll be reading at H.P. Fitzgerald in a number of schools, and we're working on a book fair for young people throughout the Clark County School District. So I'm encouraging everyone, if you have some spare time, to go out and read at one of our schools. We'd love to have you and love to get you engaged to really get our kids to understand the importance of reading. Many of them now are these social media junkies, and they just don't, it seems to me like they're losing the concept of and the beauty of reading a book, picking up a book. And so we're very excited about participating again in that. And then this Saturday, March 7th, we're hosting our Show Me the Money Business Expo and Mixer. I want to thank Purchasing Department. Thank you, Ms. Adeline. I want to thank the Business Licensing Department and the community. We are at capacity as it relates to the vendors. We're still getting droves of calls of individuals wanting to showcase their small business, but we're at capacity. It's going to be at the Las Vegas Culinary Academy. We're so very honored to partner with this agency here. Pop-up shops, small business resources and support, business card raffles, complimentary appetizers, and Commissioner Brown, guess what? Gourmet dish tasting inside of the Westside Bistro. So you guys are, you know, Commissioner Gibson came and hung out with me over at the Gentlemen That Cook event, and yeah, we almost had to wheel him out of there because he had eaten so much. But any of you all available on Saturday and want to come through, it's going to be a whole lot of fun. And then the other thing we're working on is, and we have a presentation this morning from the census. Our census family is here with us today. Two of them came and spoke in my class about a week or so ago and was very instrumental in helping to educate my students on the importance of the census. But I'm getting involved. I'm meeting with a group of people. We're about to do this project called Count, Count, Count. And this is going to be so amazing. We're drumming up about 100 volunteers, and we're going to get out there, man, and we're going to knock on doors and get a lot of people involved in the census this year. And then lastly, I want to send a big shout out. We heard the president from UNLV and the chancellor speak about the conveyance of land. As Commissioner Brown and I, we move toward, and you'd appreciate this, Ms. Faciliadis, as Commissioner Brown and I prepare for our final landing, as we prepare to descend on Clark County, there you go. We were very blessed, along with former Commissioner, now Governor Sisolak, to be a part of that conveyance of land when we originally signed this land over. And we are so elated to see what's going to happen. We are very excited that the donors are stepping up to make this thing happen and bring it to fruition. And I want to thank Governor Sisolak so very much for just really making sure that this thing is seen through. But one of the things that the chairwoman and I want to reiterate is that with this commission, we want to make sure that UMC is 100% involved all the way. That was the deal. All right. And then number two, I appreciate the fact that there were some conditions that were put in place, that those conditions stay intact, that if in fact nothing comes to fruition, that land comes back to Clark County, and that moving forward, that this will be a medical facility and not converted over to anything else. I didn't want to do that in front of the guests that were here today, but I wanted to put that on the record as a part of my emergent issues. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Weekly. Anybody from this side have anything? Nope. Commissioner Naft.
Thank you. A couple flags. I want to thank Founders Coffee. They hosted our last Coffee and Conversation this past Saturday. They're at Durango in the 215. And also thank Humboldt Sweets. They're hosting our next Coffee and Conversation this Saturday at 9 a.m. They're on Green Valley Parkway, 670 South Green Valley Parkway. Also want to flag that the first meeting of the Traffic Safety Commission is going to be on April 13th at 9 a.m. here in these chambers. If anybody here or at home is interested in getting involved, I hope you'll reach out to me anytime. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If I could have Mason come down. I was asked in yesterday's briefing to give an update from the LBCVA as far as the COVID-19 goes. And I just want to read the statement that they put out last week, and I will copy my colleagues on this. From the perspective of the LBCVA, they're working closely with the Southern Nevada Health District, the U.S. Travel Association, and most importantly with our hotel partners in town on a daily basis to stay out in front of it. The travel and visitor guidance from the U.S. Travel Association likewise is monitoring on a day-to-day, working with the CDC, encouraging local health district protocols to be in place. There's a host of things you can get onto their website. Preparations that the LVCVA is supporting in Southern Nevada. The health district has a plan that was put in effect back in the H1N1 pandemic response in 2009. Those protocols are in place now, where LVCVA is supporting those protocols. And what can the public do? Pretty much we're hearing over the last few days a far more informative media as far as what individuals it seems to be pointing to. It all starts with that individual. So likewise, from the LVCVA standpoint, they've done things in-house with their employees, with the different shows. Right now, as of yesterday, the impact has been negligible on any kind of conventions and trade shows that are booked into Las Vegas. Again, the important thing to note is on a day-to-day basis, the LVCVA, as the lead agency, is in contact with the hotel partners. And I would now defer to Mason as far as what UMC and the local folks are doing.
Okay, Mason.
Good morning, Commissioners, and thank you, Commissioner Brown. We've been working very closely with all of our partners, not only in Southern Nevada, but the entire state. So just a little bit of update in regards to what UMC is doing and preparing with our partners. We've been working very closely with the airport and Southern Nevada Health District and the governor's office. And last week we had a really good meeting and just mobilizing all of our forces within the state. So just a little bit about UMC. We are a CDC assessment treatment facility. We've got 56 isolation rooms. We have updated and modernized our influx plans should we have any cases. Currently, we do not. We are not tracking, trending anyone, not only at UMC, but at any hospital currently. Again, it's all the things that you're hearing, and I think the headlines are shifting a little bit more to what can you do as an individual on the front lines, washing your hands, the coughing, crowds, those type of things. So very confident in our readiness plan. Again, I think the focus needs to be the flu. I looked at the current numbers this morning. 1,250 patients have been hospitalized in Southern Nevada alone. We've had multiple deaths related to the flu. So at UMC, we've had about 580 hospitalizations to the flu. Coronavirus, COVID-19, we've had none. So again, if everybody can just kind of continue to do the things on the front lines to help prevent the spread of any viruses, we would appreciate that. But we've been working very closely with our partners, and we are prepared and ready should anything happen. But again, we are not tracking anybody at this point, and all of our partners have been really great on collaboration and just working with the CDC and all the latest information coming out to how to attack this virus.
Thank you, Mason. And I just want to chime in, Commissioner Brown, as sitting on the Health District. Commissioner Weekly and I met with the airport, with Mason, with the Health District, with the county manager long before the Super Bowl. So we've been evaluating things, staying on top of it. We're very low risk. And as the weather gets warmer, that helps us all anytime. But we do, and I want people to feel super comfortable that we are well ready. We train for this on a regular basis, and I think we're in a good spot. And as we met, the governor called a press conference on Friday, which we attended, both Rosemary and myself. And as a statewide, we're really in a good spot, and the governor was pleased that everybody had already been working together, whether it was the hospital association, and so we stay on top of it. And I should not be remiss to say LVCVA was in our original meeting, so we've been keeping everybody close and constant communication every day.
Yeah. And just as a reminder, we've been through these type of things before. You know, I think that because this one has a particular name, we've been through SARS, Zika, H1N1, Ebola in our community. So I do have positive news that we are able to do the testing within the state now. We do not have to send any specimens to the CDC in Atlanta, and so we're able to turn those tests around once received within less than 3.5 hours. So we'll be able to quicker diagnose, screen, and isolate patients should they come back positive. So, and we're able to do that within the state. So that is good news for all the hospitals and the clinics in the community. And again, we keep up on what the CDC is recommending. Our EPIC, our electronic health record, has all the screening tools on the front end. So, and again, we're good on supplies and N95 masks. So we've always prepared for these type of events. So again, we are ready.
And I forgot the school district. The school district has been a partner at the table as well, and they're focusing on just educating the kids and the parents. So I think everybody's been super staying on top of it. So appreciate you coming, Mason.
Yeah. And I would offer, we've got an amazing infection control team, infection control physicians at UMC. So should anybody want, we can come out and talk to them as well. In fact, we're holding a town hall at UMC this afternoon for our own staff just to go through all of our readiness and preparation plans. So would offer that to any commissioner. We can come out and talk to any business. We'd be glad to do that.
Okay. Thank
Things you can do.
Commissioner Weekly.
So with we're seeing a lot of folks in stores now stocking up on bottled water and all of that. Do we want to say anything in reference to hand sanitizers? What's your thoughts on that? Because I'm receiving information from folks saying that we should keep hand sanitizer in our car, at our front door, when opening doors, if we can, with handshakes. Instead of a handshake, do a fist bump. Instead of turn the light switches on with our knuckles. Tell me a little bit more about that.
You are on the
folks
right
are
track.
running and panicking. Yeah.
Commissioner Weekly, you're absolutely on the right
Yeah.
track. Wiping down surfaces, washing your hands well, all the things that would help prevent any spread of any viruses, cold, flu, those type of things are all going to have an impact on what we're seeing out there as far as the bugs out there. So all those things, as far as run on water, I'm not doing that personally. We're going to get through this, and hopefully by the end of the summer we're not talking about this. But again, all those things that you mentioned, there's precautions because it really is our community and our individuals that are on the front line that can help stop the spread of any virus. So all those things are very effective, and we highly recommend all those things that you're hearing and seeing on the news and reading about. So you're on the right track, so thank you for the plug.
Commissioner Gibson.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I neglected to mention something really important. On the 22nd, this is on a different subject, so.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks.
But it's always good
I'm
to
going to
see
get back
you.
to work then, if you don't mind.
So on the 22nd of February, I participated in the dedication of the Grand Canyon Ticketing Office Bradley House dedication at the Clark County Museum. Noteworthy is that we celebrated Black History Month in February. And the first occupants of this building was Grand Canyon Airlines. In fact, Trans World Airlines used the building for a brief time as well, because there were flights scheduled into Boulder City, the Boulder City airport, because who on earth wanted to go to Las Vegas anyway in 1935? The building that we restored and placed at the ticketing office, or excuse me, at the museum, was built that year in 1935. After it was decommissioned, it was moved to Arizona Avenue in Boulder City, and the first occupant of the building, first occupants of the building were a black couple, Henry and Osie Bradley. They were the first African Americans to live in Boulder City. And Osie was such a valued employee that the man who owned the airline and who was responsible for planning all of the activities related to the airline insisted that Osie be given the home. And he was, allowed to live in the home. He didn't have ownership of it, but he lived there. Later, when the home was removed from that area, Osie moved to another location in Boulder City. But we can celebrate the breaking of a barrier in 1935 by this good man who was a remarkable employee who, with his wife, lived in this small little place. And credit to the museum folks. First of all, the Guild itself, the Clark County Museum Guild, raised $250,000 to pay for the renovation and the establishment of this facility there at the museum. They spent $200,000. We could all take a lesson from that. They imagined that the budget needed to be $250,000. They actually came in under budget. And it is a fun place to go visit. But there is also not just the Grand Canyon Airline exhibit piece of it, but there is a piece of it that is dedicated to the Bradleys. And it's worth seeing. People across the valley need to go out and take a look at this small little place that was really an extremely important place for where a milestone event occurred in the history of the valley and in the history of Boulder City. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Gibson. Commissioner Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd also like to provide the board with an update on our temporary structure issue that's been ongoing. Commissioner Gibson and I have met on occasion with Mr. Tarr, Mr. Stevie, and if you recall, last February, we adopted some new codes and temporary structures primarily geared towards tents, convention, trade shows, outdoor. It's the entire gamut. But it caught the industry by surprise because it created some adverse impacts, not only on those that put up the tents, but the industry as a whole. So we have been working. I know that Mr. Stevie has, again, done a round of meetings with the various stakeholders. I think, Mr. Tarr, we have a meeting set up for tomorrow to get an update. So the message is we are continuing to work with the industry to mitigate the adverse impacts, at the same time balancing and respecting the fact that there's some new safety codes in place. And we're going to find some middle ground, some common ground. I'm very optimistic about that. Jerry has been good to work with. Randy understands the potential impact on the private sector, and especially this industry. It's become so competitive, the LVCVA and the conventions, and not just the convention center, but our major properties that have very large convention space. So the message is simple: stay with us. We're continuing the dialogue, and again, I'm optimistic, Commissioner Gibson, that we'll get to that common ground.
Thank you for bringing that forward, Commissioner. The one thing that I think is really important is that we need to continue to work together, but while we're doing that, we're not imposing or really enforcing anything that is a dramatic change from the past. We're continuing to work before we fully implement whatever it is that ends up being the final solution. And the industry, the employees, so the Teamsters, who are largely those who erect these facilities, all of them need to be fully aware that we're continuing to work on this and nothing has changed yet.
Okay. Commissioner Brown?
And just to echo that, the stakeholders, the Teamsters, Freeman, GES, the convention managers, they haven't been confrontational. They're working with us, and that's appreciated, because instead of battling, we're all in the same room trying to get to the same place.
Okay. So I do have a couple of emerging issues. One, I want to say thank you to our Parks and Rec staff. We had a medical emergency at one of our senior facilities, and I will tell you that our park staff did amazing, stepped up to the task. They were able to save someone's life. And not only that, I called and said, well, I hope you're going to go home. They said, nope, we've got a planned field trip. We're on our way. So if people don't realize how much our staff really put into what they do every day, we have some amazing folks out there. So hopefully at some point I can bring them in and properly recognize them for their stellar efforts. Secondly, Nevada Reading Week is a big deal. In our district, we do a reading contest. Last year, our winners read 496,000 pages in less than 8 days, and we treat them to a barrage of celebrations for reading, because reading's so important. I know last night my granddaughter and I read 162 pages, which I said to the principal, I'm not trying to do it all in one night, but we're well on our way, and we'll be out at our safe key locations too. So anything you can do to help promote reading. Reading is the key to moving forward for the long term. I don't have any real other emerging issues. You guys kind of took them all for me. Yes. Commissioner
Madam Chair,
Brown.
if I may, and perhaps Commissioner
Patrick's
Weekly
Day.
can support me on this, since our next meeting falls on St. Patty's Day, and this will be the last time I'll be sitting in this chair on St. Patty's Day, could we do something special? Could we maybe denim and green and green beer?
I'm all in for the denim
we'll
and
draw the line
green.
somewhere, but
Why don't we let our cubicle guru organize that for us? Alex. Alex can coordinate. Alex, can you coordinate this green affair for us, please, sir? Could you coordinate this? Come down here, Alex. Come.
Alex, you
I
never
said that
say what?
because like during NFR we celebrate the cowboy and the denim, and maybe we could get Alex to.
Do a countywide.
Yeah, I've been riding
denim and
Alex
green.
about all of these cubicles near my office, and so he's responsible for noise control down there. But
Yes, sir.
Fortunately, liaisons are pretty cool. But at any rate, Alex, you've just been given some direction. Let me check with the DA's office. Is that okay? All right, thumbs up. Bam.
You say thumbs down, right? Oh, 2 thumbs up.
So,
Okay.
Alex, you're in charge of the whole green affair up here. So
Denim
Okay.
and green.
We'd
across the
like
county.
we'd like to ask you to dress like a leprechaun also.
Alex,
I don't have that
I got your
outfit.
back, Alex. You don't have the suit.
Okay.
all right, there you go. Thank you, sir.
Thank you,
All right.
Commissioner.
Yes, sir.
Okay, denim and green. I did want to point out one thing, and Mason left, but so last week, I was able to meet with the 3-star General General Pace, who is over the military budget for medical. And he was here with his other 1-star folks. And what I would tell you is they are amazed at the partnership that we have with the base and UMC, and we are truly going to be the role model for across the country. So they want to bring more robotics, more interesting things here, and they're really going to invest in Clark County, in particular in UMC. So I wanted to point that out, and a lot of that has to do with Mason's leadership. He is an Air Force person, reserve himself, so that's always great when you can have people fly in across the country. So that concludes our emerging issues.
Item 41, receive a presentation and discussion from the Las Vegas Township Community Impact Center on the services provided.
Okay, Commissioner Sagerblum, you have someone who's going to do a presentation?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Melissa Bowman is going to come here, and with her is an officer from the South Central Command. This project, which I basically inherited in the middle of my district, is fantastic, and I just like everyone to, both here on the commission and also out there and watching, to hear what we're doing in our district, and also because it is going countywide now.
Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you, commissioners, for having us. I'm Melissa Bowman. I'm the Specialty Courts Coordinator for the Community Court Program at Las Vegas Justice Courts, and this is...
I'm Officer Dave Garris out of Convention Center Area Command for Metro.
So Officer Garris and I have worked together for the past 3 years. In 2017, we started the Community Court Program out of Las Vegas Justice Courts, and it's set up to handle low-level misdemeanor crimes on the Las Vegas Strip Boulevard. So all of these crimes deal with quality of life crimes. So the court is geared in a direction that helps with reconnecting people with services. We want to find the services that are available valley-wide for anyone and everyone. So we definitely take the time to work with each individual and come up with an individual care plan for them. So our mission is outlined. I'm not going to read it for anyone. You guys can read it at any time. We're working with the residents, merchants, the churches, the schools. Those are all our stakeholders, as well as the Las Vegas Strip area. But recently we've decided to expand to all of Clark County. So we want to offer these services to everyone in Clark County via the Las Vegas Justice Courts. So what will end up happening in the end of March this year is that all of Las Vegas Justice Court judges will be able to refer anyone with a low-level misdemeanor crime to community court for voluntary participation in a program. This program is going to be geared towards, again, the reconnection of services. We're looking at getting birth certificates. We're looking at getting IDs. We're looking at getting Social Security benefits, disability benefits, education, employment. We're looking at the housing issues. So we're looking at definitely reconnecting them with the services. The program is going to be 6 months long. And at the end, everyone that does participate with us, if it's possible, sometimes we do run into some issues with, I don't know, I've had, what is the one? People that are coming from out of the country. So getting documentation for them takes a little bit longer. We have been able to get citizenship documentation from immigration, but it is taking 6 to 9 months. So we will have to extend the program for some people. We just want to give the opportunity to everyone in Clark County. Metro does work very closely with us. They do an outreach once a week, if you want to talk about that, Officer Garris.
Absolutely. First off, thank you. I know I speak loud, so I'll be careful by the mic.
Just tell us who you are.
David Garris. I work the Convention Center Area Command. I've been with Metro going on 22 years now. One of the things I'd say right out of the chute is that upon hiring on to date, a lot of the programs I was never aware of as a young officer. So to have the opportunity, not only as a senior officer at Convention Center Area Command, but also to be a key component to the program that we have up to this point, has helped me become not only aware of the programs that are out there for our citizens and folks that aren't, but also be able to educate our officers, not only at Convention Center Area Command, but hopefully throughout the whole agency on what is available to help folks. We do an ongoing outreach, which we do every Wednesday. We've been doing it now for since 2015. That outreach is actually in partnership with Help Us Southern Nevada, where we actually go out to the community. We'll actually go out through primarily the Strip area because it is Convention Center. But our program has been mirrored by the MORE program, which is a larger version inside of the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department. In addition, one of the things is the level of community engagement that we've reached with that. A lot of people now not only have the ability to go to the facility, but to talk to our officers and have a better understanding of what we can provide there, just like the Corridor Hope downtown.
So in everything that we're offering, we're definitely taking the time to expand a little bit more than what the traditional court is. The traditional courts are looking at what happened, when it happened, and where it happened. Our court is looking at why it happened and how can we help. So we're definitely geared towards an individual care plan and definitely looking at improving the individual condition of each person that comes into our court. We are also a community center 5 days a week. So we're running court 2 days a week. Judge Rebecca Kern is currently our presiding judge. It's Tuesdays and Thursdays from 8 a.m. to 11 a.m. Anyone is welcome to come and see court. We do it every Tuesday and Thursday. The community center is open to anyone in the community, and we try and offer the same resources to the people in the community that we offer to our defendants. We just wanted to let everyone know that we're here, we're offering the services, and anything anyone wants to do to assist or come and see, we would be more than happy to do tours and things with you.
Okay, does that complete your presentation?
Yes.
Okay, anybody have any questions?
Madam Chair, if I could just follow up. This really is a holistic approach. We're starting to realize that criminal justice and other things are not siloed. They all fit together, what they're doing. And Justice Bauckham is here. Justice the Peace Bauckham, who's head of the Justice Courts, thank you so much for your support on this. But it really is the future, and it's just great to see the Justice Courts taking the ball and running with it. And hopefully we can provide you more resources. So if you need things, let us know. I'm sure we're going to have, everyone here would be happy to spend millions of dollars on this program.
Commissioners, I just wanted to say one thing, if that's okay, Chairwoman, is that we did, beginning in January, we took the community court program with having a judge from just 1 day a week, which was on Thursdays, to now 2 days a week, which is Tuesday and Thursday. The program is going very well. We have more people committed. I think at my last was our 131 or 135, somewhere in there, participants actually in the program. We expect that to continue to grow. There's been some discussion of perhaps adding a third day to the court out there, having a third day of a judge, which when we get to that point, it will be having, obviously, I'll need to have some additional discussions with all of you regarding that. But we believe that this program, as Commissioner Segerblum stated, we could take this from the one area and take it county-wide as we go forward. It's a very good program. We're very excited about it. Very thankful that we have the community support, that we do have the support from the commission, as well. Judge Kern is doing a great job. She's excited about it. The court did contract with a district, not a district attorney, but we pay for a prosecutor and for a defense attorney out of court funds to be there on Tuesday and Thursday, because although this was a community program, the district attorney's office and the public defender's office weren't able to staff that. So we do pay for contract attorneys right now on Tuesday and Thursday to help facilitate the program. And so far, it's going really well. So thank you all for your commitment. We appreciate it.
Thank you. And I just want to say hats off to Commissioner June Kellyani, because she started this and she fought and kicked and screamed until she got enough support to finally get it off. And I feel like we showcased it over Memorial Day weekend on the Strip. And one thing to point out, these are civil fines, not criminal fines, correct? Is that correct?
It's a variance. Yes.
But we try to give civil fines more so than to Commissioner Segerlow's point.
Community service, get them the services that they need, some classes, some life skills if they need it. And, they do community service, which is very important for them to give back as well.
Okay.
So, thank you.
Yep. So, tell Chris, good job.
Yeah, thank you, Chris, so much for what you did. And this really applies a lot to the homeless, because instead of criminalizing homeless when they come in, we have a counselor there, the district attorney and the public defender. I watch this in action, where they will sit down together with the whoever's been arrested and say, what can we do to help you? What services can we provide? And they will be diverted so that they don't have a criminal record. So it's really it's a win-win. We just need to start to do more of this. But thank you so much for what you're doing.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, any other questions or comments? Seeing none. Okay, next item.
Item 42, receive a presentation regarding the 2020 United States Census and the Clark County outreach efforts to ensure a complete count of all persons within the borders of Clark County.
Good morning, Mr. Ortiz.
Good morning, Commissioners. Alex Ortiz, the Clark County. We have a hopefully short presentation for you here. And it's a high-level presentation to talk about the 2020 census and the efforts that we as Clark County have been providing to our community. There are several departments within Clark County that are actually a part of this effort. I'm just going to name a few. They're probably the most active of all, but our Department of Administrative Services, Comprehensive Planning, and Public Communications. However, there are others that are also involved in some shape or form. We do have representatives from each of these departments here today as well, so if there's any in-depth discussion or questions you have, they should be able to respond to some of those questions. We also have with us today, as Commissioner Weekly mentioned earlier, we do have some members from the United States Census Bureau. With us today is Senior Partnership Specialist Brian Lee Berman. We also have Veronica Meter, who's a media specialist, and Beth Neiman, who is also a partnership specialist with the U.S. Census Bureau. A couple of things before we start. Today being March 3rd, we are 9 days away from the start of the census, at least from receiving information about the census and start filling out the forms. A couple of other things too. The census will decide about $675 billion in federal tax dollars for our communities over the next 10 years or so. And therefore, we need our community to participate and be a part of this, and so that we can try to get every dollar that is afforded to us or is allocated to us. We stand to receive as a state about or over $6 billion each year over the next 10 years as well. After the 2010 census, as you may or may not remember, we actually, because of the population growth in our state, we were allocated an additional seat in Congress. And so therefore, as I understand, I think we're in that same position again in 2020 to possibly be allocated an additional position in Congress. And lastly, for the first time ever, persons will be able to take the census online. Okay? So all that said, what I want to do is start off with a video of what is the census. If I can get to it here. Let's see. There we go. Oh, go ahead. Okay. And this is a video from the U.S. Census Bureau.
What is the 2020 census? Every 10 years, the census records everyone living in this country. It's written in the Constitution and comes in a questionnaire that counts everyone who lives at your address on April 1st. The data can be used to inform funding for services like fire stations, schools, clinics, and representation that affect your community. Shape your future. Start here. Visit 2020census.gov.
So that's a video that the U.S. Census Bureau has online and is available for folks to see. I also want to show you another video that talks about how to respond to the census. And for some reason, I do not know how to work this clicker here. Cindy, if you could go to the next. No, one second.
Everyone living in this and comes in a questionnaire that counts everyone who lives at your address, fire stations, schools, clinics, and representation that affect your community.
Everybody needs to hear that part twice.
That's
it's okay.
right.
Why don't you go ahead and talk about it?
Okay.
Alex.
So the next video basically just talks about how to respond to the census. And as I said earlier, and we'll talk about it a little bit more, it's the first time it's going to be available to residents online. And actually, there's 3 ways to respond to the census. They'll be online, by mail, or by phone. And so, as I mentioned earlier too, March 12th actually will be the first day to respond to the census. And at that date and time, we will receive a copy. Actually, you see there on your screen, we're going to receive this example questionnaire that has 9 questions for the first person that fills it out, that lives at the property on April 1st, and then each other person beyond that would, answer, it's 7 questions about their demographics and who they are there. Okay, there we go. We're back on track. So What's interesting, too, is that because we have such a diverse population in our country and in our state, the census actually has provided 13 different languages or hotline numbers that folks can call and actually have their questions answered. And so there's different languages listed. There are 13 different languages. And those lines, as I understand, are open today. So today is the first day that folks can call these numbers and ask for assistance. I hate to say this, but this is another video, and this talks about the census takers in our neighborhoods. And if we'll try to run that one as well for you. It talks a little bit about the census takers in our neighborhoods, and I know that during the April 2019 meeting that the census representative was here, I think our board had some concerns and questions about the census takers. And so I just want to run this video for you because I think it will answer some of those questions that you had back then.
The Census Bureau employs field reps in all 50 states and Puerto Rico who work locally and are members of your community. They are knowledgeable and respectful of your time and provide a customer service-oriented approach to make your interaction as pleasant as possible. With over 7,000 field reps nationwide, they are the true backbone of the Census Bureau. The answers you provide help decision makers determine the best use of funding in communities like yours for things like schools, emergency services, housing, and infrastructure. Your answers help shape the future of the nation. To confirm the validity of a Census Bureau field representative, the staff search feature on the Census Bureau website is a quick and easy way to do so. All field representatives are required to carry Bureau-issued photo identification and are required to show it before any interview begins. All information collected by our field representatives is strictly confidential and protected from disclosure under penalty of federal law. If you are visited by one of our field representatives, please take the time to complete the survey. Your community is counting on it.
Okay, so the next slide that we have talks about, as I mentioned earlier, our state is in a position to receive over $6 billion per year over the next decade. And the next slide talks about some of those dollars and where they could be allocated within our state. Okay, so let's talk about a little bit about our efforts here at Clark County and what we're doing and we have done to reach out to our constituency. So information sharing. So as you see on this slide here, actually since 2019, we have been monitoring the U.S. Census Bureau's website. We have been emailing to your respective offices and also to our respective front desk, at least on the 6th floor, information about the census. So then they are able to respond to some questions as folks come to the front desk, but also you, as you go out in your communities and talk to your constituents, are able to respond. And you can also put this information, as I know a few of you have, on your respective social media sites as well. We've also been doing some public service announcements. So Channel 4 and through our YouTube channel on Channel 4, we have some PSAs there that we have put together, over there our public communications team has put together and is also broadcasting. In addition to that, Yolanda, our county manager, will be providing we'll be sending out an email to all of our county employees on or about March 12th to talk about the importance of the census and taking the census. And I know Mason was here earlier, so he's doing something similar for his employees over at UMC as well. So with that said, drum roll please. I have one more video here that I want to I do have to show at least our PSA, right? You're welcome.
You're fired from the Green Day for sure.
March 12th, every household across America will be asked to take the 2020 census.
Whether you're new to Nevada or natives like us, everyone needs to be counted.
States receive billions in federal funding from census data collected every 10 years.
Every dollar Nevada gets helps Clark County serve our growing population.
It's money for schools, roads, health care, and other needs.
It also gives us the seats we deserve in Washington.
It's on, Nevada.
Let's win the census.
Let's get our fair share, Nevada.
Let's get our fair share, Nevada. That is the end of my presentation. No, actually, we'll go. Okay, so we'll continue. So if you look at our next slide here, talks about our social media. I briefly mentioned it earlier. And we do have our social media team has done a great job of posting some information on our Facebook page, on our Twitter page, Instagram, Nextdoor, YouTube. This is just some of those examples of that they put up. Also, we've provided some flyers and sent them out to all of our facilities, at least the facility managers within those facilities. So they can post some of these flyers throughout their buildings. What you see here is an example of a version in English, one in Tagalog, and then another one in Spanish. And then for our rural communities, on the right side of that slide there, you will see another flyer that's been provided also for our rural communities and our outlying justice courts as well. Another effort we're putting forth is to change our landing page. So when you come here on our property and you sign in as a guest onto our Clark Guest Network, what should happen is essentially starting March 12th, the landing page will change from its current version to the 2020 census.gov landing page, so folks could then see and also be reminded again about the U.S. Census.
Can I ask a question about that?
Yes,
so
sir.
What if they don't want that? They want to go look up something on the assessor's website or something else. How do they get back to the site they want to go to?
Yes, sir. As I believe I understand this, what will happen is they could go up to the address line up at the top and then type in ClarkCountyNV.gov. But the plan is to have at least this page pop up for them. So we could consider, I don't know that we could do something different per se, but I think they would be able to go back to, or at least select ClarkCountyNV.gov in the address bar and then go to our web page. Are you concerned that they may not want to go to this?
Okay, you're saying it's for the Wi-Fi, not if they go to our website. Okay,
No,
sorry,
that is correct. Yeah, this is, so when you come on to our property, and you go to Clark Guest, which is our guest Wi-Fi network, what will happen is after you accept the terms, then you will go to the 2020 census.gov landing page there. That will become our landing page. But anybody outside of our network could go right to our webpage at clarkcountynv.gov. Okay, so our next slide here talks about census ambassadors, and those are our Clark County employees. Mr. Berman here has done numerous trainings and more recently did one at Las Vegas Justice Court last week. So that's a picture there of that participation and of him speaking with those folks. So we're calling our county employees our census ambassadors, so they can go out in the community and also where they are during their workday and talk about, or have asked at least, talk about the census and the importance of that. Also, one of the things that we're doing is, what have done is actually, Department of Juvenile Justice Services also filmed one of the trainings that was provided to our employees. So that's also available through what we call our internal network, at least through Success Factors for employees to look at as well. We're also coordinating efforts with the Southern Nevada Regional Planning Coalition. This is an effort that our public communications team is working with their consultant. And the Southern Nevada Regional Planning Coalition, through their consultant, has created the Win the Census campaign and materials. They've built a coalition of over 50 community partners with this effort, and they're coordinating efforts with our Clark County Public, our Comprehensive Planning Department, and also public communications folks. And this here, you can see just a couple of the logos that they have provided for this effort here. March 12th here on our property is the kickoff event. So between 9 a.m. and 12 p.m., we're going to have a fun-filled day, or at least morning, with entertainment, food trucks, and guest appearances. And as you can see, you can RSVP to this event here at the bottom. When you click on that link there, it should take you to what you see this picture of. Join us on March 12th, and you can RSVP and come to this event. This is essentially our kickoff event for the 2020 census here on our property. Some of the other things that we're doing as well is that we are providing actually computers at several of our locations throughout the community for folks to come in and actually fill out their questionnaire on our computers if they are unable to do that at home or somewhere else. So I do want to thank Parks and Recreation too for opening up some of these facilities here. But what you see here is for the entire census period, March 12th to July 24th, there are 6 locations where our residents can go to and fill out the questionnaire. And then during what's called Census Week, which is March 29th through April 4th, you will see 4 other locations that will be available as well for folks to come in. What you see on this next slide is actually just a map, an aerial of our community. You can see that the ones in red are going to be open during the census week, and then the ones in blue are going to be open the entire period, okay? And of course, your Asian American Pacific Islanders Community Commission also adopted a resolution in January in support of the 2020 census. And then our 19 town advisory boards and citizen advisory councils have also heard presentations from Census Bureau staff. Not all 19 have at this point, 14 of the 19 have, but we are scheduling the other 5 to be heard over the next few weeks and couple of months as well. And you can see some of the information that they're going to hear there. Next steps, we're reaching out to our state legislators as well. Obviously, their constituents are our constituents as well. So we're reaching out to them so that they are aware of the March 12th kickoff event. And if they have any questions from us, we should be able to answer and help them out with that. Also, I call out here University Medical Center because, as I mentioned earlier, Mason's going to work through his town halls to provide information to his employees, and then also either I or Joanna Jacob on our team will also go out to their board meeting and talk to them about the census and what that means and the efforts and how the census will help them as well count those folks that are in our hospitals.
Okay, Commissioner, perfect timing because Commissioner Gibson has a question.
I had 20 more slides.
So on the previous slide,
yes, sir.
Have we been coordinating with the cities as well? So I see we're working with the legislature and we're continuing to do the things that we would do to reach out to unincorporated Clark County. Are we aware that the cities are doing likewise and that there is everyone is equally yoked and we're all pulling in the same direction?
I'm not aware of that to my knowledge, at least with Clark County. However, the U.S. Census Bureau is obviously coordinating this effort not only statewide but countywide as well. And potentially our comprehensive planning folks may be directly, but not our department specifically.
I think Commissioner Jones might have something to add. Are you on SNRPC?
Yeah, so the SNRPC signed a contract on the whole Southern Nevada counts piece of this is as a result of the interlocal agreement through SNRPC with all of the other Southern Nevada jurisdictions. So that work is, and the planning for the March 12th event is being coordinated through that function.
Thank you.
And I think, Alex, this is just to highlight everything that our county staff is doing to ensure that we get as many people as possible to fill out the census, correct?
That is correct. And as I started from the beginning, this is really a high-level presentation. I mean, like I said, there's numerous other departments that are involved that can dig deeper into and more specifically about their actual efforts, too. So this is just a very high-level presentation. Yes, sir.
Commissioner Jones and then Commissioner Weekly.
Yeah, I just had a follow-up question. I know under state law, we're required to provide it in English, Spanish, and Tagalog. Do you know if they will be, the census will be, there will be opportunities for folks who do not speak one of those 3 languages to have interpreters or material that is provided?
So for that question, I'm going to ask the U.S. Census Bureau to please come up. They're the experts of this.
Good morning, Commissioners. Brian Lee Berman, for the record. It's great to be with you this morning. Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, Commissioners. It's a real pleasure for me. To answer your question, Commissioner Jones, the census is available online in 13 languages, along with being the 13 languages we saw in that amazing flyer made by the county. That flyer with the phone is one of the best flyers I've seen by anyone, including the Census Bureau made. I think it's so effective. It's fantastic. Thank you.
Commissioner Weekly.
Thank you. There's can you go back to one of the slide before this one, if you don't mind, please? Well, it showed a map of the different sites, the blue, and there you go. Is it, when we look at the locations here, can we add at all to this? Because I'm looking in this area here where, kind of over here in this area, Commissioner Kirkpatrick, where we kind of represent. I'm not sure if North Las Vegas has anything or what. That was a great question. Because I probably would have wanted to add maybe something else over there to get those folks engaged and involved as well.
Sure. So we've talked to our Parks and Recreation folks about this, and these are the locations that definitely have the computers available for our residents. I think that there's some other limitations on some of the facilities outside of these areas. They may not have the space available or the computers available, but I think we could definitely talk to them to see if there's maybe another opportunity to look at some other locations further broader in our community so we can try to capture some more residents.
Okay. And the only reason why I asked, because when I look up at Craig and Allen in that area there, we have the Silver Mesa Community Center there. I know that's North Las Vegas, but it's just where Commissioner Brown and Commissioner Kirkpatrick and I border here, and we have a huge constituency base there. This Cary Avenue area over here, Pearson Center, we have an amazing computer center that's set up there. Where there's a lot of traffic there as well. So I'd be interested in adding that there because I know it is available and they have the space.
Okay. Thank you. So we'll reach out to the city of North Las Vegas for the Silver Mesa, and then we'll...
And then will we talk to Dan Hernandez about adding Pearson?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you, Katie.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other questions or comments? Thank you for that very... Oh, Commissioner Brown.
Thank you. To follow up with Commissioner Weekly's comment, if the city in the northwest part of the valley, if they have a similar map, it would be nice to combine the two. So those residents that are either in the pockets of unincorporated or just general be able to look. It'd be far more convenient for them to maybe go to something out there than come back down.
Sure. We'll also reach out to the city of Las Vegas and maybe even Henderson as well to talk to them and see what they have available.
And if I may, Brian, how would you answer what are the biggest obstacles for filling out the census?
I think, Brian Berman, for the record, thank you for the question, Commissioner. I think it's letting folks know both how important the stakes are and how accessible the census is. Right, more than $6.2 billion for needy Nevada families is at stake. Right, we get more federal funding for every person that self-responds. Right, 300,000 people have moved into Clark County since 2010, and our funding levels for all those important federal programs on that terrific slide from Mr. Ortiz have been locked in. Right, so in order to get the funding we need, and we'll probably continue to grow, we need everyone to respond to the census. So I think the first step is we need help letting folks know the stakes. Because I can tell you, my work in the field the last 8 months, it doesn't take me more than a couple of minutes to talk with folks about the stakes, and they're on board. So we can just let folks know. And then number two, how accessible it is. Right, the census is only 9 questions long. You don't need to enroll. Okay, we don't need to wait for the postcard to come in the mail. Starting next Thursday, we can encourage all of our constituents to just go online, 2020census.gov, in 13 languages, and get it filled out in 10 minutes. Okay, if folks are uncomfortable with the computer, we can say, hey, that's that great phone option. Right, so I think there's some confusion about enrollment. There's some confusion if it's difficult or if there's a citizenship question like that. So you as terrific public officials, if you can help us get that message out there about the importance and how easy it is. Because some folks are, because I think the 2000 census was a little long. I get a lot of questions about that. This one's only 9 questions, right? I can get done in no time. Thank you, Commissioner.
Okay, Commissioner Weekly.
Brian, if you will, when you spoke to my class, you talked about, we kind of highlighted one portion of this where it's kind of competitive. And there are other states out there that are looking for us to not participate. Could you tell the commission here our last census count, the lack of participation that we had and how that ranked us nationally?
Thank you for the question, Commissioner. I unfortunately do not know where we ranked nationally on the state ranking in 2010. I can tell you that, to your greater point, there's $650 billion at stake in federal funding, and it gets allocated based on where people live. So if we don't get our people counted, that money is going to go to Arizona, it's going to go to California, it's going to go to the other communities. And the only way we can get it is to self-respond. And I'm really excited, if I may, about the 2020 effort. The partnership with the county has been unbelievable. Thank you, commissioners. Your leadership has been second to none. That Wi-Fi landing page, I don't know any other municipality who's doing that. You probably have, just from Clark County, 700 census ambassadors who are ready, starting March 12th, to encourage the patrons they work with to respond to the census. So thank you to your leadership, and thank you to the hard work of Manager King and her amazing staff for everything you've done to help us get there. I really think we are going to have the highest self-response rate Nevada's ever had.
Yeah,
we're really excited.
And Brian, one of the things that was baffling to me was that one of the populations that totally got dismissed were children 5 and under. Could you speak to that, please?
Please. Thank you, Commissioner. That's such a great point. It is so important that we count our children under 5. We estimate that we missed 5 million children nationally in 2010. And here in Clark County, we just cannot afford to do that. In the same way that the census funds Medicaid and SNAP and highway construction based on how many people we report, children programs are funded based on how many children we report to the Census Bureau. I'm talking about programs like foster care, right? Your wonderful foster care program, special needs grants, federal subsidized school lunch, subsidized school breakfast, all SCHIP, all of these are funded based on how many children we report to the Census Bureau every 10 years. And I know all of you care so much about the children in our community, especially our less affluent children. The thing we can do starting next week to make sure that they have enough funding in these programs, not just for 1 year, but for the next 10, is to work with our parents. I know like Reading Week is coming up. This is a wonderful opportunity to talk to children and parents about the importance of getting all of our children counted. And if I may, I would never suggest what to read during Reading Week, but we have an amazing storybook, Everyone Counts. I read it during a special census event at a Henderson library. It was really fun. I highly recommend it. If you'd like a copy of it for your reading week, please let us know. I will absolutely, Commissioner Jones, thank you.
I'll try it if you send it, but I want to read it first. Commissioner Sager-Bloom.
Thank you. And just to reiterate, citizenship is not an issue, so anyone who's here should report and complete the census, and it's also totally confidential, so whatever you report is never going to be known by anyone.
Okay, any other comments or questions? Thank you so much, and we're doing our part, so.
We really are. If I may, before I leave, I just want to publicly thank you all one more time on behalf of the United States Census Bureau for everything that you've done. You've gone above and beyond any of our expectations. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Anything further? Mr. Ortiz?
No, Madam Chair. Thank you for your time. And I think this is a very important effort for us. And I just want to give that highlight. I do encourage all employees to just participate. And please continue to put that message out there, how important this is for our state and in particular our county. So thank you.
Okay. Sorry, choked up there. Okay, that completes your presentation, Mr. Char.
Item 43 is to go into closed session. We do not have any closed session items today.
Okay, this is the second time set aside for public comment. Anybody wishing to speak on public comment, please come forward, state your name for the record. Anybody? Okay, seeing no one, I'm going to go ahead and close the public comment. Just a reminder, we have our joint meeting with the city on March 11th. Please be there. And anything else? Seeing none, we are in recess until tomorrow morning at 9 a.m.
Thank you so much. How's everything out there? You guys having fun? I want to turn it over to my good friend and world famous pianist, Mr. Brian Simpson.
right. Well, Las Vegas. Wow. This is incredible. What a great turnout. I'm so excited to be here. Well, yeah, at my age, I'm glad to be anywhere, right? So. Well, anyway, I'd like to do the first single off that latest CD, and it is called Skywatcher.
Thank you. That was the big hit for me. It was called Go Go Smooth. I want to know, y'all get enough beer and alcohol out there? Because, you know, that helps me out too. 'Cause the more you drink, the better I'm going to get. So we're going to keep it going now. We're going to do a big hit for Brian Simmons called Just What You Need. One more time for Brian Simpson, y'all. You know, we've been kind of up-tempo all night long. And as you know, in my shows, I like to break it down sometimes so I can get closer to all the beautiful ladies out there. So we're going to break it down and do an old school song done back in the 70s by a group called Rolls Royce. The song is called Love Don't Live Here Anymore. You ready for this? Y'all don't sound like you ready for this. I don't know if y'all hear me out there or not. Is it good for you as it is for me? Ladies, make some noise out there. I'm just gonna take a few minutes and play how I feel, you know what I mean? We got time tonight, so you ready for it? You better take a sip of red wine, because it's about to be on up in here.
Oh, give it up. Come on now. That was sexy. Kim Waters.
Thank you so much.
All right. All right, that was called It Could Happen. Thank you very much. Now, I know Kim got all sexy and everybody came down. I start playing. Oh, they got to go. Right? Come on, Las Vegas, what's up with that? So, I got a sexy song too. I just didn't play it yet. Please give a warm round of applause for Mr. Kim Waters.
That was beautiful, Brian. I was touched. This was a big hit a few years back. This is called Heart Seeking. song right here.
coming out. I'm Brian Simpson. It's Kim Waters. Come up and say hi after we're done. This is a little song of Kim's called Waterfall.
Mount Charleston becomes a winter wonderland anytime it snows. Parking spots fill up fast. Snow play areas get crowded. Too much traffic makes it hard for responders and emergency crews to get through.
Before you go, visit GoMountCharleston.com to plan your visit and call 511 or see nvroads.com to check on driving conditions. Lee Canyon is best known for skiing and snow play.
And remember these tips. Dress warmly, obey traffic signs, don't sled near roads, stay off private property, and take your litter home. Help us keep Mount Charleston safe and clean for everyone to enjoy.
You're watching Clark County Television.
I've been fighting crime on the streets of Las Vegas for the last 27 years. I have seen some crazy things out here. On a daily basis, I work with officers doing courageous things, most of which never makes the news. But what you're about to see is truly best of the badge. What you're about to see is 100% real, featuring body camera footage and stories told by the officers who were actually there.
Stand by. Breach. Breach.
In all of the cases, the subjects were heavily armed and showed no regard for the lives of others. We begin with the capture of a drive-by shooting suspect and a twist in the story that no one expected.
This is a tourniquet, and we used one to save a bad guy's life. After the shooting stopped, we were taking him into custody. I can still hear it to this day. I can rewatch the video over and over again, but I can still hear it. Him yelling to help me, I'm dying. I'm dying! It feels like it happened yesterday. So for someone to go from trying to hurt a police officer to now please save me, I mean, that's a big jump.
Oh my God! I'm dying, sir!
The first thought was if he's bleeding so much, if I don't do something right now, he's gonna die. And it just switched in my head from, fighting for my life to then for some reason switched to now I gotta help this guy.
The doctor, once he got to the hospital, said that if we hadn't put a tourniquet on, that he most likely would have died. That this was the only thing that saved his life. It's hard, and there's blood everywhere.
My tourniquet had become a little bit tangled, and we had it on there, but because it got tangled, they needed another one.
So I just pulled mine out while I was still on gun, and I just threw it over towards his direction. He applied the second one, which ultimately stopped the bleeding. And I know it's hard for officers to do that. I know there's plenty of officers in the department that, might think, we were wrong for using a tourniquet or whatnot, but we're all human. Tyler went above and beyond putting that tourniquet on him and ultimately saving his life.
Domestic abuse calls are always dangerous, but this one took a weird turn when the abuser himself used a Ring doorbell to spy on the cops.
People will threaten you. It never comes to fruition because nobody ever does anything. It was the one day that the guy did. The suspect was monitoring our movements through his phone.
So he could see us. He basically watched our every move. He was yelling at me through the Ring doorbell. Said he was going to come down there and kill both of us. He was going to shoot me in the head. The video recording part we ended up covering up just so he wouldn't have sort of a tactical advantage over us if he did choose to come back. Yeah, we covered it with a piece of paper.
We taped a piece of paper over the front of the camera, which really made him angry. He cut off shortly after that. Based on the time, I'm pretty sure he went out to his truck and got in and drove from wherever he was to our location.
She heard a noise outside and was like, "Did you hear that?" And both of us were like, "Oh, no, you're just being paranoid." I opened the door and I thought that I did hear something. everything comes down to training, and I train with my firearm. I train to respond to situations like this. There's no thinking, you rise to the level of your training.
It went from just a regular property pickup to, thinking that I would possibly was gonna die in a split second.
He was trying to commit suicide by us as his vessel, and it didn't pan out for him, so ultimately I think we won both ways.
Up next is another case of domestic abuse, this time a vicious knife attack. Sergeant Daniela Sino was the first to arrive, and she was all alone.
He stands up and he turns towards me, and immediately I notice his white shirt is now red.
Oh, he's got a knife, ma'am. He stabbed her. He's going under the car. Who did he stab? He's going under the car. He's going under the car. He's not believing, but he's going under the car.
I was all alone.
Get off of her!
I believe from this time that I actually exited my vehicle to the time that I pulled the trigger was anywhere from 15 to 20 seconds.
Drop the knife! Drop the knife!
That's a very long time, especially for an officer to be out there without anybody.
Drop the knife now!
And it was quite eerie the way he was walking towards me. It was just a slow pace with the knife held to his side, and he just stared straight through me. I told myself at some point, you're gonna have to pull the trigger. Like, you're gonna have to shoot this guy if he doesn't stop.
I'm telling you, drop the knife now!
It's like your brain slows everything down. So he began to crouch down slowly and take a runner's stance. And as he took this runner's stance, he lifted the knife up towards his head, and he just started charging at me. And at that point, I fired.
Drop the knife! 784 shots fired.
They believe they said it was about 2 minutes before another unit arrived after my shooting, after I pulled the trigger.
Suspect's down. He still has the knife in his hand.
It's eerie just standing there waiting, hoping somebody gets to you soon enough. They're coming.
We gotta get him in custody. Check on the victim.
You think about it. You think about it a lot. You think about his family, his kids. Sometimes, you think about what they think of you. I walked over to her, and there was 2 officers rendering aid to her, and I just looked at her, and I don't remember even what I said to her, like, if you're okay now, you're safe. I don't remember what I said.
We have medical coming for you, okay?
As far as I know, she made a full recovery. He had stabbed her multiple times. When I was arriving, from my understanding, he was cutting her neck, like he was just slicing around her neck area, and if I didn't get there, he probably would have killed her.
This next one is truly remarkable. We had an officer hit a bad guy from 53 yards away with a handgun. However, he didn't do it alone. He had a little help from his inner voice.
At approximately 4:14 p.m., multiple citizens called the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department dispatch to report an active shooter at that location.
So I leaned out, he shot at me, I leaned back, then I leaned out, and then I just slowly squeezed, concentrated on my front sight, and I listened to the voice. The voice was new, and it was a surprise to me, but I was very thankful for it because I listened to it. I listened to everything it said. When it said, you're high, I was coming down, and when it said, take a breath, relax, I relaxed and I took a breath, and then it said, come down, and then when it said, you got him, that's when the 2 hit him. So the voice led me to do what I did.
I believe our officer involved in this shooting acted courageously and with impressive accuracy based on the distance of the shots fired.
And in my head, I knew he was far, but I knew I could hit him. And as crazy as it sounds, there was a voice very loud inside my head that said, you're going to hit him, start shooting. I loved the voice. It was great. It was great, and I tell people about it because crazy things happen in shootings. I trained a lot with this gun. I shot really, really well with this gun. I could see the bullets ricocheting off the side, and I was just missing them. And that voice was saying, you're high, come down, relax. So after my 3rd shot, I took a big breath, relaxed. Then the suspect stood up and turned towards me, and then my last 2 rounds hit him in the gut, and the voice said, you got him. It was not my voice. It was a voice I heard. It was plain as day, very loud. You know, even though he was trying to kill people and kill me, it wasn't personal. It was more of he's shooting at this uniform. I don't think anybody should shoot at us. I think if that happens, you're going to see we're going to shoot back. And like that day, he missed. I didn't.
You may have seen this one on YouTube. We had multiple police officers chasing 2 murder suspects throughout the streets of Las Vegas. And you know that could have went horribly wrong. But we had one officer that made a choice that saved the day.
And I still get emotional about it. But I knew I had to go home to my family. At the time, that was about the only choice I had, you know. So you do it, you hope for the best, and that's all you can do.
Shots fired. Passengers that hanging out the window shooting at officers.
The only word that comes to my mind is heroic. It stopped 2 murder suspects that we had been looking for.
We train stationary targets at the range. They don't train to shoot through a windshield, to shoot through a windshield while you're driving a car, and then shoot at a moving target is phenomenal. I can't explain. I've seen a lot of cop videos in my 19 years. I've never seen that. Never.
To me, he's a hero to me. I mean, he really got in there and took care of business.
We have to weigh the risk versus reward in every one of these situations. And in this case, the risk was high to everybody, whether we chased him or not. So therefore, him shooting out the window gave us the reward of stopping him without endangering anyone else in the public.
Our next story involves a suicidal subject with a gun who set his own house on fire. However, our officer refused to let him burn.
I could see Eric standing in the far side of the mobile home, and there was flames behind him. And those flames started to grow.
Oh my God. Oh, please don't let this blow up.
8706, give us a code red. He's in the trailer. He's lit it on fire.
And Eric was in the middle of it. You could see the top of his head just starting to smoke. As soon as I entered the trailer, Eric took off for a room that was fully engulfed in flames.
Eric! Here, get out!
Eric! 706, have them exit him.
Hey, Eric, stop! Leave me alone!
It's not all about writing tickets or arresting bad guys. We're there to help people in their moment of crisis, and Eric had a crisis. You couple that with his drug addiction and his mental illness, you know, Eric lost control. So somebody needs to reach into Eric's life, pull him out of that life, and get him some help so that he could get back on track. And that's what we did.
Violent crime is truly awful when it involves children. In this case, we had a 4-year-old girl being held hostage. It took precision tactics by our SWAT team to get her out alive.
7 Wing 5, officers have not shot. He's fired from inside of the house. We got a blood trail leading into the backyard, into the house from right where we're at.
He had shot the mother, and he had already exchanged gunfire with patrol officers and was shooting at us the entire time, too.
I remember the SWAT commander saying, hey, everybody, take a deep breath. We were told we were going to take rounds on this.
Okay, all units, stay focused, take a deep breath.
I think for some reason, all the emotions and adrenaline just kind of stopped at that moment.
Stand by, breach, breach.
My goal was to save this little girl's life, the hostage's life. I see him, he raises up what I didn't know at the time was 2 handguns and points them at me, and then we both engaged each other at the same time. But the second I saw him fall back, I went to reach for her. Before I even realized, I looked back down and she'd been taken out of there by one of the other guys.
So this is my first hostage rescue. I picked her up. I rolled out of the room.
I got it. With you. You okay, sweetie? Yeah. It's okay, sweetie. I got you.
You know, you go from having a pretty crazy gunfight to being able to calm a child. You know, it shows you the how we have to turn it on and turn it off.
Okay. Okay. You hurt at all? Yeah. Where are you hurt?
All these guys have family. They all have kids. They all have wives to go home to, and no one thought about their own peril. Everyone was ready to go take bullets for that little girl, and it's special.
It's comforting to know that something ever happens to anybody's family, anybody's kids, no matter where they're at, that there's men and women out there that are willing to take action, to put their own life aside to save another one.
In most cases, LVMPD do not want to use lethal force on anyone. The department has provided multiple low lethal options for us to use. Here are some examples of preserving life.
We're at our substation when a woman came in to report that her boyfriend was suicidal. He indicated that he was going to try and drive off a cliff in the Mount Charleston area.
Stop. Nobody's going to hurt you. All right? We're with the police department. We're here to help. My name's John.
I took out our 40mm less lethal. Every resident officer in Metro is equipped with one of these in their trucks because we don't have backup readily available.
Nobody wants to see you get hurt. Not me, not my partner.
It turned out excellent. We got him into custody, we got him to the hospital, and we actually got him the help that he needed.
Lyndon, you're good, buddy, okay? You're good.
So the original call was a man with a gun, and he then said that he wanted the cops to kill him.
Don't do it! Listen, don't do it!
I armed myself with the low lethal shotgun.
You can shoot me, but you don't. I don't want to shoot you. It's Father's Day today. I don't want to shoot you.
We were able to save his life and not have to kill somebody that was meeting the parameters of lethal force.
Beam back, beam back, beam back!
A dog is a tool of ours that we utilize to make sure that we go home at night.
Get on the ground!
When we deployed the 40mm and sent the dog, or deployed the dog, he got him on the bite and detained the subject from fleeing away. We got him into custody, and we ended up getting a 9mm Beretta off him, so it was good. He helped get a dangerous suspect in custody.
What would you do if confronted by an armed robber? Would you panic or would you act? In this case, the pawn shop manager acted. By disarming the suspect, she saved lives that day.
Controller 5, he has a white female hostage. They're tussling on the south side.
At the time she did it, I was thinking, oh my God, what is she doing? Because things just went from a very dynamic to a very emergent situation the second she started fighting for the gun.
Coming out. He's got a hostage! He's got a hostage!
The witnesses say he's coming out and he has the hostage.
The suspect points the firearm in our direction. She then reaches over and grabs the firearm from him, and from there the round goes off. It's like chaos.
Controller 5, he has a white female.
She ended up disarming him and stripping the mag out, throws the gun away.
As the struggle broke up, suspect and the victim split. So I advanced to a car that was closer to the suspect and fired 5 times in the direction of the suspect.
So I kind of had to make that split-second decision. Is there enough separation between her and him that I can send rounds downrange? There was, and then she comes flying across the path, my visual path.
He had every opportunity to just give up or just go for the car. He just kept escalating it and putting more and more people in danger.
She went above and beyond, and she was incredibly brave.
The manager actually was so heroic, and it's amazing.
She figured it was either do something now or end up being dead later. She was incredibly brave. I don't know how she did it.
She had a stroke of bravery, though, and changed the situation for the better. Probably helped save officer lives, save her own lives, save the lives of the people around her.
You find that inner strength within you to fight, and she fought. She's a warrior, that's for sure. And man, I just give her, she's just heroic. She's truly a hero in my books.
This next scenario unfolded extremely fast. A man was holding his girlfriend at gunpoint in front of a convenience store. The first officer to arrive was in danger of being shot. The next officer arrived, Officer David Nishiwa, had 7 seconds to react.
7 seconds from the time that I arrived to the time I shot.
Drop the gun! Drop the gun! Step away from her now! Sir! Step away from her!
Had I waited half a second and not shot, he would have killed her. Male was choking a female in front of the gas station. And then there was like a 10-year-old girl trying to separate them from fighting.
What's going on? What is that in your hand?
I knew I had to get there to save this little girl and the female from getting killed.
413, 413!
I pulled up and was looking for my partner. Couldn't find him because he was behind a car. And then all of a sudden I saw the female, the side of her head pop out. He was so big that I couldn't see who was underneath him. He had her pinned up against the wall and had her by the throat with his left hand. And then I realized he had a gun.
He's got a gun in his hand! He's got a gun! Drop the gun!
At that moment I knew, okay, now I have a hostage situation and I have to address that. And gave him several, 2 to 3 commands to drop the gun. And that's when he went from pointing it at the sky to going down and pointing it at her head and then down to her stomach. And that's when I had to fire.
Step away from her!
It was a good ending. And, unfortunately somebody had to lose their life that day, but he ultimately made that decision, and I'm glad that we were able to stop that threat and everyone could go home safely to their families.
That's just a small sample of what it's like fighting crime here in Las Vegas on a day-to-day basis. We couldn't do it without your support. Congratulations to the officers who were honored. And remember, we're hiring. See you next time.
At Clark County Parks and Recreation, with more than 100 parks, 13 community centers, and special facilities such as the Clark County Museum, Horseman's Park, the Wetlands Park Nature Preserve, and the Clark County Amphitheater, we have something for everyone. Want to learn how to play guitar? Piano? Or how about putting your young one in one of our many quality early childhood programs? We have recreation centers with qualified staff on all parts of the valley. If you're thinking about becoming more active, try joining one of our many sports leagues or fitness rooms throughout the valley. Take a stroll in one of our parks, enroll in an exercise class, swim some laps in one of our pools, or just ride a bike on one of our many urban trails. Call 455-8200 to get more information about programs and learn more about our vast amenities, such as our award-winning shooting range. Clark County Parks and Recreation. It's where fun happens.
I was born here in Las Vegas in 1913.
Born in Las Vegas in 1936.
August 1931.
October 1953.
Born here on February 22nd.
I've been here since the first day of 1950.
Came to Las Vegas in 1949.
I came to Las Vegas in 1953.
October 3rd, 1949.
1952 September.
I moved here in 1955.
Came to Las Vegas in 1943. In 1961.
I was born here in Clark County before Las Vegas.
Downtown was very much more important than it is now.
Everything was on Fremont Street. I mean, I remember when Sears was across the street from El Cortez, that brick building, so that was the original Sears, and that Fremont Medical Center was the original J.C. Penney's. And we grew up with they didn't have it, you didn't need it.
There was more change there than probably anywhere else in Las Vegas for a long time.
The real glitter and glamour was Fremont Street in those days.
Fremont Street was known as Glitter Gulch, with all the neon signs and all the bells and whistles.
It was a city of neon.
Actually, the image of Las Vegas, really, in the olden days, was downtown because you had that massive neon.
That the key photograph used all over to promote Las Vegas was a downtown picture.
Downtown had the reputation of being the most photographed street in the world.
Downtown was light after light. Downtown was glitzy. Made a great photograph of the Fremont Street.
The Golden Nugget sign was an icon. Everybody in the world knew the Golden Nugget sign.
Well, downtown was just shoulder-to-shoulder casinos and shoulder-to-shoulder neon lights. The Strip was like driving into Las Vegas and seeing a big resort ranch style kind of thing sort of off the road. Whereas when you hit Fremont Street, it was always glamour and glitz, and it was Glitter Gulch.
Every teenager that had a car, and the ones that didn't have a car, hitched a ride. And you had to cruise Fremont.
Part of a ritual on the weekends, you cruise Fremont Street to be seen and to see.
High school used to cruise Fremont Street. We used to hang out at Sills and the Roundup Drive-In.
There was drugstores. Farron's Drugstore had a great fountain, and so did City Drug. And Sam's Cafe was right next to the El Patel Theater. So we'd park and go get a burger or go get a milkshake or something like that, and then continue on cruising or whatever we had to do after that. But it was a lot of fun. We saw all our friends doing the same thing we were doing. Of course, in a little town, that's what you do.
Spend all evening doing that. That was mainly to, again, check on all the girls because they'd be driving in their cars.
Go up Fremont Street, go across Main Street, make this circular driveway, go right by the terminal building and come back down the other side and go right back down Fremont Street.
We call it doing the donut. And it would take us about 30 to 35 minutes to reach the other end, and then you'd turn around and you'd go back again. And you'd do that for about two hours at least.
We'd be coming, say, east on Fremont, and other kids would be going west.
And we'd all jump out of this car and get in that car, and they'd jump out and get in our car, and we'd continue the other way. Then we'd change again when we came back the other way.
You'd hope that you'd see a cool guy, or a cool guy would see you while you were doing this cruising.
Because that's when you found out who was dating who was going with who was cheating on who.
So we used to steal fire extinguishers out of the hotels and fill them up with water, go up next to a girl, put the hose out the window, hit the nozzle, and until you got caught.
I guess kids have done that for years, and in some cities they're still doing it. That's just part of growing up.
Our community, our home, Clark County, Nevada. It's the one place in Las Vegas where we're making sense of our fragrant surroundings. Creative teens showcase their artistic side. The spring festival season blossoms to life, and there are many more stories at the Springs Preserve, where all that matters is what's elemental. Visit to the Springs Preserve is sure to trigger every one of your senses. The fragrant florist surrounds you and awakens your nose as you step on site. Now we're inviting you to discover the plants and flowers behind some of the world's iconic perfumes in our newest traveling exhibit, Making Sense, the Art and Passion of Fragrance.
The exhibit looks at fragrances, how perfumes have historically been made, how they're made today, and tries to put it in the context for visitors so they can kind of make sense of it, so to speak.
It's an exhibit uniquely poised to explore the artistry, history, and science of perfume in relation to plants and flowers, a rare combination and one we couldn't pass up.
It has a big focus on plants, and we at the Springs Preserve, plants are a big part of what we do, but there are very few traveling exhibits that have anything to do with plants. So whenever we have an opportunity to find one, we try to jump on it. And so this is a new one that was developed by the North Carolina Arboretum.
It's an immersive, multi-sensory experience where guests interact with scent-seeking stations, discover unique and intricately designed perfume bottles, and explore the power of essential oils. You can even make your very own personalized scent using computerized stations and create your own fragrance cards.
It kind of looks a little bit like either a bookmark or one of those scratch and sniff type of things, but you could walk away with your own custom designed fragrance. So there's at least a couple hundred options, variations, depending on what the visitor chooses. I'd say my two favorite parts of the exhibit are both the make your own scent portion and the perfume bottles. The perfume bottles are just beautiful to look at, quite frankly.
Amidst all the scent sniffing and bottle oogling, the exhibit gets to the heart of many of the historic elements of perfuming, including the cruelty of commercial whaling and the fascinating substance referred to as ambergris.
So what ambergris is, when a sperm whale eats a giant squid, the beak is in its stomach. It isn't digestible, and the beak is sharp. So the body of the whale creates a waxy substance around it to protect it. However, that waxy substance, they can extract elements from that which are really important in making high-end perfumes. Now, how do they get that? Well, much like a cat that has a hairball, the whale throws up its ambergris and it floats around the ocean. But it gets back to how we now are extracting perfumes primarily from the scent of the plant or using other chemicals that have been developed as a way of not using the animals. Because in this case, whaling, commercial whaling, is no longer an option for us.
With so much history, science, and art jammed into one exhibit, guests are sure to leave inspired by our botanical surroundings and intrigued by the perfume and fragrance industry.
Now, this exhibit is a little bit different from some of the ones that we normally do. It skews a little bit older in terms of content, and it's a little bit smaller, but we really did want to grab onto anything that has to do with plants because it does fit our mission and it works really well for us. That said, I think parents bringing their children will have an opportunity to teach them about everything from botanical extraction to the art of making the bottles, and then be able to make the connection between the plant itself and what the end product is, in this case, a commercially available perfume or eau de toilette, as they say.
The Springs Preserve strives to bring in a wide variety of exhibits that reflect our guests' different learning styles and diverse interests of our community.
We're always trying to do something very different. The through line is the mission of the Springs Preserve, but in some cases it allows us to kind of step outside of it a little bit and kind of expose visitors to different types of things.
Making Sense, the art and passion of fragrance, will be on display exclusively at the Springs Preserve until May 3rd. When it comes to making a splash with colorful art, the Nevada Watercolor Society artists paint the way. And we're proud to serve as the backdrop for their juried exhibition and spring show once again this year. Be sure to stop by Origin Museum April 10th through June 7th to reflect on the unique and diverse paintings of these creative artists. Learn more at springspreserve.org.
It's a program nearly a decade in the making. It ties to the root of all we do here at the Springs Preserve. We're talking about camp. Our education team challenges themselves each and every year to develop new themes, activities, and experiences that these youngsters will remember forever. And we're about to welcome our next crop of campers as they undertake a truly sensational adventure.
They say the best indicator of success is happy repeat customers. And over our 10 years of camps, we've seen some familiar faces time and time again.
We watch kids go from babies picking up their older sibling from camp, and then the next year they get to attend camp themselves. We've had campers that have turned into volunteers here at the Springs Preserve. They could possibly turn into counselors further down the line.
And the best part? We work hard day in and day out to ensure every camper, whether it's their first time or their 10th, has an experience like no other.
It's a full-time job, prepping and planning. We usually plan out our themes first, and then from there we design activities and experiments and lessons that all revolve around that theme. So we want it to be fun. We want every kid to come back excited for a new week of camp.
Ultimately, we have two goals: have fun and be safe. Okay, it's really three, but don't tell the kids our secret because we like to sneak it in without them even knowing it. Each of our campers are learning throughout their camp experience.
We want kids to have a fun and safe way to spend their vacation during spring break and summer. We want to teach them all about the Springs Preserve and our mission here, about sustainability, about Las Vegas culture and history, and just their interactions with nature.
And our formula works. We start with our mission of education and environmental stewardship. Then we tie that to the newest and most exciting thing happening at the Springs Preserve, which is often our traveling exhibits. Right now, that means our upcoming spring break camp is going to be extremely sense-driven.
Every day is going to be focused on a different sense. So taste, touch, see, feel, and hear. So we're going to be learning about animal adapted super senses and sense-based technology.
Campers will have the chance to see, feel, smell, hear, and taste their way through this week-long adventure, April 6th through the 10th. Speaking of adventure, you can't miss our flagship program, Summer Adventure Camp. This camp is offered for 9 weeks and each week is different. It's a guaranteed educational all-star adventure for each of the 6 to 11-year-olds who attend. We'll also be expanding our junior camp for 5-year-olds and our summer STEM retreat for 12 to 14-year-olds, including a women-focused STEM camp for young girls. There's no other place in Las Vegas where you'll find endless amounts of activities, multiple museums, a nature preserve, and experts in almost every field ready to provide an experience of a lifetime to eager campers.
I think Springs Preserve is perfect for camp experience because it's out in nature, like a traditional camp would be, in the middle of a huge city. So we bring things to a camp experience that most other camps in Las Vegas wouldn't have. They get to interact with nature, they learn about outdoors, they get to have fun with their friends and learn about all the amazing things we have here at the Springs.
Our resident celebrity tortoise, Mojave Max, has been enjoying some Z's for the last few months, but we expect his much-anticipated emergence any day now. Students in grades K through 5 can get in on the fun and try their hand at guessing what day that may be. The winner will get some impressive prizes too, including a laptop, and they will earn a class field trip and pizza party at the Springs Preserve, Mojave Max swag, and more. Get all the details to enter your guess at MojaveMax.com. This show really does have it all, a collection of amazing dogs doing amazing tricks. Weave pole racing, high jumping, dock diving, and even handstands.
Well, Bubba, his specialty is a handstand. He likes to do an upside down handstand on Blue or my hand, and that's his favorite thing.
Bubba Boots is often the star of the show, and like all the pups featured, he was a rescue dog.
We rescued him in Texas, in Dallas, from a Chinese hairless crested purebred rescue. He was about 6 months old when we rescued him, and he is just a superstar now. He's 5 years old, and he's always out here at Springs Preserve with us.
While the show offers jaw-dropping tricks, Mindy and Lou don't want the acrobatics to distract from their message of the importance of pet adoption and rescues.
You know, there's so many dogs in the shelters all over the U.S., you know, and a lot of the shelters now are passing the no-kill bill, which is great. But still, there's a lot of them that you know, that they're in there for a certain amount of time, and then they're euthanized. And so, you know, we try to educate folks, you know, on the importance of that.
And they think by showcasing such a mix of breeds, large and small, guests will fall in love with these furry friends and the potential of all rescues to be an incredible pet with proper exercise, training, and nutrition.
That's 3 simple points that people take away with them. And after the show, they always say, the tricks are great, but the dogs just look happy, you know, or we just love how the dogs jump in your arms. It's just simple things like that, you know, and we can tell the dogs are happy and they're having fun. And our shows, we like to instill a lot of energy, a lot of positive energy in our shows, you know, and it's a performance show. And but we like to take time, you know, to educate people as well along the way.
And they encourage guests to meet the stars after the show, including Bubba. Enjoy a nice photo op and ask any questions they may have. Because after 36 years in the biz, they know a thing or two about showing a family a doggone good time.
We're a family show, a family entertainment, and that's what Springs Preserve is all about. And we love having our show out at the outdoor amphitheater here. It's a perfect fit for us. It really is.
The 30-minute show will be held in the Big Springs Amphitheater weekends and spring break week at 11 a.m. and 1 p.m., February 22nd through April 19th. Learn more at springspreserve.org.
The Scholastic Art and Writing Awards is the longest-running juried art and writing program for students in the country. And the Springs Preserve has served as its local host for the last 10 years. We're proud to offer a unique cultural opportunity for our community, but more importantly, an educational experience for budding young artists.
Preserve has served as the Southern Nevada affiliate for the Scholastic Art and Writing Awards for many years. This means we serve as the first set of judges for the hundreds of entries received from creative youth throughout our community.
We jury it like it's a professional show. We are not giving participation awards for just entering. We actually have working professionals look at the art and writing through an established rubric and identifying that's kind of the best of the best.
And this is no small feat. Art categories run the gamut from painting to printmaking to photography, and written works include novels, short stories, personal essays, and memoirs. Entries are always interesting and dynamic and range from mixed media to sculpture. It's a tough job for our judges to complete, and one that requires each to leave personal preference at the door.
So maybe the student is writing about something or drawing something that somebody doesn't like, whatever that is. Maybe there's a political aspect to it that somebody doesn't identify with, or maybe they just don't like looking at drawings of frogs, hypothetically. That does not enter in, it is not allowed to enter into the judging.
Our goal is to provide honest and direct critiques of each entry to help prepare these youth as they enter the professional world, whether positive or negative.
Trying things and failing is okay, and we always let the students know that. If they don't get an award on something, it's like, I tell them every year, keep trying. If you're eligible next year, keep practicing your craft. Keep trying, and then you can come back again and do it the next year. The other thing, though, is when we have their stuff exhibited at the preserve, their art and writing is exposed to an audience that doesn't necessarily include their grandmother or their aunt or uncle. That's most likely never going to say anything critical and just say something positive. So, getting a little critical feedback is a good thing. I think adults understand that, and I want to make sure that kids get it in a positive, a constructive manner, and that's what I think the program provides to them.
And so, the students who make it through the judging process and on to exhibition know their hard work and creativity earned their place, a place that is highly regarded and well received each and every year here at the Springs Preserve.
It's our largest opening every year. We get close to about 1,000 attendees every year, way more than we have seats available, but everyone is having a good time. Knock on wood, we haven't had bad weather yet, so we've always been able to have it outside.
We're endlessly proud of the students that have come through the Scholastic program and into the lives of our guests. Because while their work impacts all those that consume it, the experience can completely change the trajectory of their future.
One of my former interns, Catherine Caddick, or Rin Caddick as I call her, she won a national award. And her and I had a conversation last week about this, and she was telling me how she felt like that award helped open the door for her, got her into the Rhode Island School of Design, which is a pretty well-known art and design school, and that also opened other doors for her to get other internships and scholarships.
When I won the award, I remember them saying that Andy Warhol had won so many, his mother had made a charm bracelet out of them. So they give you this sort of preconception of greatness with that award, and it's something that it sort of gave me the courage to continue pursuing art.
Sometimes all it takes is a little recognition for a doubtful youth to realize their potential.
Oftentimes people will have perceptions of your work that you've never even dreamed of. And that's also a part of your work, and you need to understand that when you're making things and putting them out in the world, they take on lives of their own and can be perceived however.
The Scholastic program might be the only chance for some young artists to break into their dream scene, so we encourage hopeful students to take a little advice from Rin and just go for it.
Go get it. Just do it. Build a support network, talk to other artists, look at people whose work you like, and just build a whole world of knowledge and experiment. Do whatever you want. Make things that make you really happy, because when you make work that makes you happy, people can see it. It's a very visceral thing.
We believe the voice of our youth can serve a powerful, enlightening, and refreshing message. And while some may still argue Las Vegas is a cultural desert, we know that can't be further from the truth. The constant stream of impressive Scholastic entries only reinforces the strength of the art community right here in Southern Nevada. You can witness this year's Scholastic masterpieces for yourself on display at the Springs Preserve through March 30th. The Springs Preserve has partnered with the Nevada chapter of the American Academy of Pediatrics to get the kiddos outside for some fresh air and fresh knowledge during our Walk with the Doc Kids Time program. Education is the core of our mission here at the Preserve, working to teach our community at every age about living a healthy, sustainable life. And we think Walk with the Doc is a great way to activate the minds and bodies of some of our youngest guests. Youth today are living a more sedentary lifestyle, which can lead to obesity, type 2 diabetes, high cholesterol, and high blood pressure. Las Vegas pediatricians want to nip this in the bud and get the kids back outside and active. Just like the adult Walk with the Doc program, the Kids Time version offers a laid-back opportunity for a nature walk and a casual health talk with area pediatricians for families with children and adolescents. These 45-minute walks occur on the second Sunday of select months at 10 a.m. and are free to attend. Remember to wear comfortable walking shoes and bring some water. Visit springspreserve.org for upcoming dates.
It's time to shake off those chilly temps and shimmy on down to the Springs Preserve for our spring festival season. We've got exciting entertainment, delicious eats, awesome activities, and so much more planned where each and every event is different. One thing is for certain, we have a festival for all.
The Springs Preserve is a great place for events in town just because the versatility of the space, being indoors, outdoors, beautiful views. It's unlike any other event space in Las Vegas.
And we hope that as guests attend our events, they also get a taste for everything the Preserve has to offer.
Our goal for every event is really to expose both new and longtime residents to the Preserve in itself. Basically, a lot of people don't know about the Preserve or haven't been before until they've gone to one of our events. They might not know about the museums or hiking and biking trails and all the different attractions that we have here.
Kicking off our spring event season is our ever-popular Black History Month Festival. It's a day full of soul food, live music and performances with steppers, poets and dancers, cultural art, and children's games and activities. This event really sets the tone for an event season to remember.
Our Black History Month Festival is really the epitome of some of our events where it features a lot of fun, entertainment, and at the same time, educational component to it. We're really celebrating all the accomplishments and the contributions of African Americans in our community and around the world.
Then on March 21st and 22nd, we welcome all aspiring and seasoned green thumbs to our spring plant sale. You'll find only the best native and desert-adapted plants to spruce up your landscape. And we'll have experts on hand to answer any gardening questions that may be digging at you. Next, we invite those young and old to celebrate the traditional Mexican holiday of Dia del Niño. On April 25th, we'll have a day of fun for children of all ages with authentic crafts, story time, face painting, cultural foods, and festive music and entertainment.
It's all about having an authentic experience for a Day of the Child to celebrate children just like you would on Father's Day, Mother's Day. This year we're really going to focus on the different traditions and the way that people celebrate in different countries.
From the excitement of childhood to a much-deserved adult night out, Brews and Blues is just the ticket. Blues music will fill the air and fresh brews will quench your thirst on May 9th. With support from Southern Glazer's Wine and Spirits, we'll have more than 20 beer stations featuring local, national, and international beers. It will be a global tour for your taste buds. We'll also have plenty of food options, so come hungry. Just when you think you couldn't possibly scoop up any more fun at the Springs Preserve, we close out our spring event season with everyone's favorite, the Ice Cream Festival. And because this event is so popular, we've extended it to 2 days. On May 16th and 17th, you could try your hand at all-you-can-eat ice cream cones, sundaes, root beer and orange floats, and more, thanks to Smith's Food and Drug. And hey, if you survive day one, why not come back for seconds?
It really is a great opportunity for the whole family to come out. The weather's going to be great, and you get to have as much ice cream as you want. And, you know, if you haven't had enough that first day, come back the second day.
If you can't tell, we're just a little excited for spring events, but remember, tickets sell out fast, so be sure to grab yours early. We can't wait to see you here.
Whether you're a family, you're coming by yourself, you're coming on a date night, we have something for everybody with all of our events, between all the delicious food that you can have. We always have lots of live entertainment, always something for the kids to do, whether it's arts and crafts, story time, face painting. But it's just a jam-packed day. You really get your money's worth for each of our events.
When it comes to crafting the perfect savory pork roulade, we think the secret is in the sauce, or more appropriately, the chutney. With a sweet flavor of pears and a sprinkle of rosemary to excite those taste buds, our very own Chef Cicely is on a roll.
Howdy folks, my name's Chef Cicely and I'm here at the Divine Cafe at the Springs Preserve, and I'm working with resinous herbs today, and I'm going to make a chutney. Now a chutney is kind of like a combination of a jam and a salsa. It basically is a bunch of chopped up fruits or vegetables with herbs and spices. So what I'm going to make today is a combination of fruit, either apples or pears, and then herbs. So the first thing I'm going to do is take my fruit and cut it into small dice. This is a fairly simple chutney because what I want to accent is the resinous herbs. Now, a resinous herb is an herb or a plant that has an oil component to it, and it also has more of an astringency. So it's an herb that's better to cook before use, as opposed to the fine herbs, which can be used fresh. And they can even be eaten whole because they're so delicate. Now, the herbs that I'm going to use today with, let's say, the pear is rosemary. And rosemary is a very common herb in the valley. It loves the valley. It's an evergreen, even related to the pine. It kind of smells like that. So I'm going to first do something of waking it up, just rubbing my knife against it to extract a little bit of the oils. So I'm going to give this a very light chop and a really rough chop. And then for my other chutneys, I'm going to use apple. To a chutney, I can add onions, I could add other herbs, I could do it with mushrooms or with vegetables. It's really open-ended. And then with that fruit, I would like to use sage. And then I'm going to take some oregano and marjoram in a rough chop. So once all my fruit and herbs are chopped, I'm going to saute them in a little bit of butter. And then once those herbs are very aromatic, I'm going to add in the fruit and saute it until it's just soft. And then once it's soft, I'm going to let it simmer. The way that I'd like to use it today is with a pork tenderloin. And I could take one half, and simply sear it, give it a nice browning. Or I could take it and make more of a roulade by slicing the edges and unrolling it until it's nice and flat. And once it's flat, simply line it with the chutney down the middle. Go ahead and bring it in the longer areas a little closer to the edge. A little bit of twine. And then simply begin to roll it over. And the reason it's a little bit far from the edge is so that not all of the stuffing rolls out. You can actually get a seam of the meat to the meat. Take my twine, tie it off. Now here's the trick on a running truss, is to take that twine, wrap it around so that the long end is away from you, because then once you fold it over and pull it in, you're ready to do your next wraparound without having to recut the string. And that makes it really nice eating at the end, because it's really easy to get that twine off of there. Snip off that end, and this would go into the oven at about 350 degrees for maybe 25 minutes. Super easy, just until that pork is cooked all the way through. And once that pork comes out of the oven, use that chutney in a different way by using it as a topping. And now you have a beautifully aromatic way of using fresh herbs, fresh fruit, meat, in a whole bunch of different ways that's very simple. So thank you for joining me, Chef Cicely, here at the Divine Cafe at the Springs Preserve. I hope to see you here.
There's a lot more to discover, so join us next time here at the Springs Preserve, where jump and show dogs, curious kiddos, festival goers, and award-winning artists mingle to bring new life to Las Vegas.
On the next In Your Neighborhood, we'll come out here to the soon-to-open Cougar Creek Park. We'll talk District F and county issues with your Commissioner, Justin Jones. That's In Your Neighborhood on Clark County Television.
Mount Charleston becomes a winter wonderland anytime it snows. Parking spots fill up fast. Snow play areas get crowded. Too much traffic makes it hard for responders and emergency crews to get through.
Before you go, visit GoMountCharleston.com to plan your visit and call 511 or see NVRoads.com to check on driving conditions. Lee Canyon is best known for skiing and snow play.
And remember these tips. Dress warmly, obey traffic signs, don't sled near roads, stay off private property, and take your litter home. Help us keep Mount Charleston safe and clean for everyone to enjoy.
Our community, our home, Clark County, Nevada. Thanks for watching Clark County Television, the best access to your local government.
Here in Laughlin, when you think of floating, it's probably about a tube along the Colorado River. But in this town, 90 miles from Las Vegas, it's also part of the regional flood control system designed to prevent floodwaters from impacting residents and tourists. Welcome to the Flood Channel. I'm your host, Jessie Acuna. Although we're 100 miles from Las Vegas, a project here in Laughlin shows us just how far the district goes to protect people and the environment. Casino Drive is the main street through this town of 7,000 people at the southern border of the state. It's the lifeblood of the casino industry here, which draws nearly 2 million visitors each year. But it also floods.
So this project is way out in Laughlin. Our facilities, regional facilities, all are located throughout the county. This is an outlying section. We also have outlying facilities, and it's, for instance, in Indian Springs, in Good Springs, and also like Nelson and Searchlight. So you're right, most of our facilities in the valley are collected in Lake Mead. This is different in such a way that it goes to Colorado River.
As you drive into Laughlin from Las Vegas, you travel down a steep hill which ends at Casino Drive or continues over a bridge across the river. The project is connecting box culverts to an existing pipe and taking it under Casino Drive before it hits a small basin designed to slow it down.
It's called a stilling basin, basically, or an energy dissipator, and there is a wall. Basically, the water will hit this wall. It slows it down, and then it stops it a little bit. There's like the stilling basin has a wall, and then the water will drop, and then it conveys through that stilling basin to go to the Colorado River. Also, because the area there's rocks and erosion, it is also designed to alleviate that debris going into the Colorado River, so it's designed that way. And as more flows come in, more debris come in through the storm drain facility and through the stilling basin, our maintenance crews will go out there and maintain it every now and then and make sure that the water flows through in an efficient manner through the storm drain facilities, the energy dissipator, stilling basin, into the river.
This $1.7 million project is being constructed by Las Vegas Paving and should be finished at the beginning of 2020. It's a short project with a small stretch of pipe and culvert, but it still required lots of coordination and oversight.
So multiple agencies were involved in constructing this facility because we are adjacent to the Colorado River. Also, SR 163 is an NDOT road, so we had to coordinate with them. U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, they maintain the Davis Dam just upstream. So we also had to do a lot of coordination with them because the Stilling Basin, which basically is an energy dissipator and to collect the debris, we need to ensure that the water level in the Colorado River is low so that the contractor can build this concrete structure just adjacent to the Colorado River.
The contractor had to consider many factors with this project, including the fluctuating river level as a result of nearby Davis Dam.
So in order for any projects to be constructed, we have a lot of impacts to our environment. The contractor has to ensure that all of the stormwater quality features are in place, their best practice management are in place so that any impacts to the river are minimized and that the contractor maintains and ensure that the Colorado River is in its existing condition.
Most of the channels and washes in the Las Vegas Valley carry stormwater to Lake Mead. This channel in Laughlin is an exception, putting water right into the Colorado. The Stilling Basin will help remove debris from the water before it enters the river, and the project will prevent Laughlin's main road from flooding.
It's always a little sunnier and warmer here at the southernmost part of the county. But this year, it seems that sun has taken up all of southern Nevada's weather.
Flash flood season in Las Vegas is from July through September, and this year's season was most notable for not having many flash floods. In fact, the summer monsoon became the talk of the town as a non-soon.
The Climate Prediction Center actually had a pretty good idea of what was going to happen. They were calling for equal chances, but there was stronger signals for a drier than normal monsoon season, which actually is what occurred. We only had a handful of events the whole summer for Las Vegas and then outside of our area as well. And the only reason why they were calling for equal chances was because there was favored increased tropical activity. So any possible tropical moisture that comes up would lead to possibly 1 or 2 days of above normal precipitation. So that's what the Climate Prediction Center called for, and that's basically what happened. We had a few events where we had increased tropical moisture, but overall it wasn't enough to go in our area and bring us a lot of events in Las Vegas itself. We only had a few, like I said, that were impactful to the Las Vegas area. There was a few times when we had kind of an influence from a southwest flow is what we call it. Basically the steering flow of the atmosphere aloft pushed a lot of that moisture into mainly Phoenix's area and other parts of Arizona. So we only kind of got the edge of that moisture surge, and that did occur in Mojave County, but it didn't get far enough pushed up into the Las Vegas or Clark County area.
Next door in Arizona, the season was the driest in the state's history.
They did a whole analysis of monsoon season and compiled records and precipitation amounts, and it was one of the driest monsoon seasons for the whole state of Arizona.
Nevada has had drier flash flood seasons in the past, but one standout this year was the month of October. No rainfall was recorded anywhere in the Las Vegas Valley for the entire month.
We had an abnormal, really strong, potent low-pressure system come through the last week of October, and that kind of kicked off things for beginning of November and has allowed us to keep in an active weather pattern through the later part of November and then now into early December. And the Climate Prediction Center also calls for that to continue through at least the first half of December, but it's more equal chances for the later half of December. Overall, we're going to see above normal precipitation for December.
Las Vegas is known for being dry. The average yearly rainfall is 4.26 inches. Despite the monsoon, we're crushing the rain totals this year. In early December, we had already passed 6 inches for the year.
We actually ranked 10th wettest winter overall, which is pretty impressive for the 2018-2019 winter season.
It's important to note that even when we're not in flash flood season, any strong rainfall can lead to local flooding. Often our rainfall is influenced by patterns in the Pacific Ocean. El Niño can bring wetter conditions while La Niña can lead to drier times. This winter, neither pattern is dominant, but since the start of November, we have seen a cold, active pattern that has brought numerous rain events.
So it's been a very wet year overall, even considering our very dry, abnormally dry monsoon season, and that's primarily attributed to our very wet winter of last year, our wet spring. And then starting out this winter season has contributed to that as well.
We have all seen the devastation that floods can cause to homes and lives in Clark County. Has your neighborhood or home ever been affected by major storms? Federal flood insurance is a smart and cost-effective investment if you think your home is vulnerable. Some easy-to-understand assessments can help determine if you need flood insurance. Call your insurance agent or call 1-888-CALL-FLOOD or visit the Regional Flood Control District's website for guidance. See if flood insurance makes sense for you.
Lake Mead is full of life, a seemingly endless aquatic parade, attracting and sustaining busy desert creatures. It's one of the most diverse ecosystems in Nevada, with species found nowhere else on Earth. But every time soap suds run down your driveway, oil drips in the streets, fertilizer washes off your lawn, or random trash gets swept in our storm sewers, their home gets a little uglier. They get a little sicker. If we don't take simple steps to change our ways, soon you'll wonder where all our friends have gone. It's time to clean up our act, Southern Nevada. To get your home or business lake-friendly certified, visit belakefriendly.com.
Here along the river, the best place to be is on the water. But our virtual reality project is a stark reminder that your vehicle should be nowhere near the water.
The Water Always Wins Flash Flood VR experience puts you in the driver's seat of a car that gets swept away by a flash flood. It's not just the strong message that can make heads turn. Recently, the VR experience topped 1 million views on YouTube. The 360-degree film makes it feel as though you are careening out of control as water takes the wheel of your car. It can be viewed in 360 degrees on YouTube and is drawing an audience from around the world. This year, the experience won a Pinnacle Award for Public Service from the Las Vegas chapter of the Public Relations Society of America. It also won an Award of Excellence for New Digital Platform. While the awards are good recognition of the project, the most important reviews come from the youngsters who watch it. The district has been showing this experience to high school students and young drivers in Las Vegas. We've also shared it with flood agencies in California and students at UNLV and UNR. If you'd like to see it for yourself, you can watch it directly from our website, floodvr.com, or you can find our channel on YouTube at Regional Flood Control District.
It's about 115 miles from here in Laughlin to a part of the county that's becoming the busiest part of our current construction program. Let's take a look at those improvements underway in North Las Vegas.
From the Beltway, out to the Speedway, and right into the heart of the city, North Las Vegas is undergoing major change. 3 projects just wrapping up total nearly $50 million, and another $50 million in projects are about to start construction or go out to bid.
Really, a lot of this work's happening all kind of in the same area, all at the same time, and it just, when it's all done, we're going to have a much better connected system across the entire area out there.
Projects go from planning into a design stage before a final set of construction plans is created. This often takes years. It's just that right now, 9 projects are coming to the construction phase at or near the same time.
Well, we've always been of the mindset to make sure that we have a complete package when we look at the project and the infrastructure that we're working on. The city has always been really focused on infrastructure as a large part of what we do. Being one of the smaller agencies in the valley, it's been really important to have all of our ducks in a row, and one, to get the support of the regional agencies like the Flood Control District and RTC and NDOT as well, to help us do that. In the case of flood control projects, we've always worked really well with the Flood Control District's staff with planning and really kind of preparedness to try and tackle some of the big drainage challenges that we have throughout the valley.
In the Speedway area, 2 projects are wrapping up, 2 are about to start, and another is in the final stages of design. Along the Northern Beltway, 2 projects are finished and 2 more are about to bid.
One of the things, being that we are as large a city as we are, we have a lot of BLM land that we have to deal with. I know that the Vandenberg Detention Base is a classic example. We started work on it more than 5 years ago, if that tells you anything. And because it was going to be located on BLM land, we basically had hoops that we had to jump through. But the location was perfect to be able to address the challenges that were happening in the entire region. And so with that in mind, we just basically get in line and start checking off all of the check boxes. And we finally got the clearance to go ahead and move forward with that here just this past summer.
The Hollywood System project runs from Dune South Detention Basin to Centennial Parkway. Contractors installed 2,800 linear feet of reinforced concrete box culverts and a number of lateral connections to existing facilities.
We started in September of 2018. We did it a little bit out of sequence. There was a following project at the north end. So we got the north end of the box in first upstream so that the following tropical project could come in and do all their work. And then we moved down to the south end of the job and worked back towards the middle.
Up to 20 contractors worked this project each day and held frequent meetings on site whenever development and utility work nearby caused conflicts. TAB also worked around events at the Speedway, from Electric Daisy Carnival to NASCAR.
Most of that we scheduled to try and get pieces of work done, so we limit the scope or make sure that we got to an area that we could have everything completely done and backfilled and safed off before the events, and then we'd pull off and make sure everything was opened up for those events, because there was quite a bit of traffic for the NASCAR.
This project is the backbone of the flood control system in this area that upcoming projects will tie into.
One of our main trunk lines out there is in Hollywood, and so we called that our Hollywood Phase 1 project, and that's essentially from Las Vegas Boulevard up to Centennial. And so that's really a main trunk line for that whole area out there by the Speedway, where everything's just kind of draining to Hollywood. So that's a really nice kind of backbone of the system.
This area has been prone to flooding because no infrastructure was in place. Now all of the pieces of the system in this area are starting to come together.
It would flood. There was nothing to take it underground, so it would all flow along the surface of the road. Now all the flow will go underground until you get to where we stopped, where it'll bubble out, and then the next project is about to kick off that'll take that across the airfield.
Along Hollywood, you can see rapid development. Warehouses are literally tilted up in a matter of weeks. Leasing signs are everywhere, and just up the street, Amazon trucks roll over Tropical Parkway and a project the district just finished.
We're here at basically the most upstream end of that first phase of our range wash and branch project. So we put the storm drain in the road itself. Underground it comes up, and then it turns, and this is basically the inlet where the water will enter the system. So we have kind of a riprap channel. Water would flow and make its way into the system down here, into the culvert right here. So what we've got here, we call it riprap, is basically a lot of rock and lining of the channel, and this just essentially helps it to be more stable so that when the flood comes or any water, that it's not going to just wash away the dirt that was there. So it kind of stabilizes and strengthens and provides a little stability to the entrance here at the upstream end.
Management here at the city has been really focused on making North Las Vegas a desirable community, not just to live in, but to work in, to develop in, and doing everything that we can to make it easier than, say, Las Vegas or Clark County or even Henderson. You know, that all works in our favor.
Along the Beltway, the district has been working with the city, the county, NDOT, utilities, the Bureau of Land Management, and the Veterans Administration Hospital. One project in Pecos Road across from the hospital was started early to make fewer traffic impacts on the hospital.
We had a piece of storm drain that we wanted to get in during that construction, and so that was a coordination effort where they were going to just build the roadway, and we realized, well, we would come back months later and need to rip out the new road and put in our storm drain. So we actually broke out a small chunk of that project and accelerated it and said, let's build that as part of this other project so that we do it all at once and we don't have to go back and tear out a new roadway right when it's done.
Another project just finishing is along North 5th Street between Centennial and Deer Springs Way.
This is a particular example where we had the upstream facility in place and the downstream facility in place, but there was just essentially like the last piece where we needed to come in and kind of connect the dots. So this is really the last piece of that system, and it will basically provide connectivity. And so it's a nice piece to get in, especially there's a school just upstream of this. During construction, we were making sure that we had safe routes for those kids to walk to school, but obviously when we can have this facility in place and protect people from flooding in that area, that's going to be a great thing.
During construction, private development was going up at the same time. Often flood control comes first, but with this project, a storage unit and a restaurant each worked with the district to tie in the water lines while the trenches were open.
We think about a Denny's, somewhere that we've all probably been to and had breakfast. A Denny's needs water to function. And so when a new facility like that goes in, there was a water line and a connection that had to take place from that Denny's, and that water line comes south and right into the road in the same location where we're building our storm drain. And so that was our job, was to coordinate with them, make sure there's room for their water line and room for our storm drain, so we can make sure there's scrambled eggs at Denny's and the storm drain's in place and everybody's happy with no flooding and scrambled eggs.
Several factors are helping spark the rapid development. North Las Vegas has land sales on roughly 1,100 acres that used to be just vacant desert. Among the hardest hit cities during the Great Recession, North Las Vegas is now poised to move rapidly.
Since our challenges in the last decade to really diversify a lot of the businesses that are coming to this area and making this community one that's easier, and I won't necessarily say cheaper, but easier to go ahead and build tilt-ups, to build industrial as well as commercial. We really have taken that challenge, and you can see some of that happening. Just as an example, the Raceway Industrial Park, that used to be 1,100 acres of vacant desert land. Through the use of key infrastructure projects like routing a sewer out there, like doing some of the work that we have on the Hollywood flood control system and the range system, we now have most of that under contract in one way or another. And as you can imagine, 1,100 acres is pretty significant.
The district has facilities from right here at the lowest point of the state all the way to the foothills of the Spring Mountains. You're probably watching this from one of those populated areas in the Las Vegas Valley, but if you want more information about our entire network, visit us at regionalflood.org or check us out on social media at Regional Flood.
Millions of Americans have their packages stolen right from their doorstep or mailboxes by porch pirates each year. Here are some tips to help foil the thieves. Require a signature upon delivery. Have your packages delivered to you at work, or have them held at your local post office for pickup. If available, take advantage of the ship-to-store option. Some online retailers offer a locker service you can use, or have your packages delivered to the home of a friend or relative you know will be home. Package thefts are a crime of opportunity. Help protect your packages and peace of mind.
Coming up next on Where Fun Happens, the Impact Art Show showcases a talented group of artists and their work created for Black History Month. Poet Karen Lang joins our Poet Laureate at the bucolic Clark County Wetlands Park. And March is National Nutrition Month. Our health and fitness expert, Aurora Buffington, gives us the skinny. Those stories and more coming up next on Where Fun Happens.
Starting March 12th, every household across America will be asked to take the 2020 census.
Whether you're new to Nevada or natives like us, everyone needs to be counted.
States receive billions in federal funding from census data collected every 10 years.
Every dollar Nevada gets helps Clark County serve our growing population.
It's money for schools, roads, health care, and other needs.
It also gives us the seats we deserve in Washington.
It's on, Nevada.
Let's win the census.
Let's get our fair share, Nevada.
The Census Bureau employs field reps in all 50 states and Puerto Rico who work locally and are members of your community. They are knowledgeable and respectful of your time and provide a customer service-oriented approach to make your interaction as pleasant as possible. With over 7,000 field reps nationwide, they are the true backbone of the Census Bureau. The answers you provide help decision makers determine the best use of funding in communities like yours for things like schools, emergency services, housing, and infrastructure. Your answers help shape the future of the nation. To confirm the validity of a Census Bureau field representative, the staff search feature on the Census Bureau website is a quick and easy way to do so. All field representatives are required to carry Bureau-issued photo identification and are required to show it before any interview begins. All information collected by our field representatives is strictly confidential and protected from disclosure under penalty of federal law. If you are visited by one of our field representatives, please take the time to complete the survey. Your community is counting on it.
Preparing today reduces the consequences of a disaster tomorrow.
You may be surprised to know that the right to vote was not the most important issue when the women's rights movement began in 1848. Education, child custody, and a right to control one's own property took precedence.
When the United States became a nation, adult women did not possess individual political rights. Our legal system authorized the propertied family patriarch to represent his wife and unmarried daughters in all matters. Nearly 70 years passed before women sought an independent political voice at the first women's rights conventions in Seneca Falls, New York in 1848. Rights conventions spread across the country, airing new ideas on women's property and legal rights. This reform arrived in Nevada with the pioneering transcontinental travelers. The Nevada Constitution, accepted in 1864, gave the right to vote only to white men. Curtis J. Hillier tried to change this in 1869 when he introduced a bill to allow women the vote. He argued that women possessed at least as much intelligence as men. They followed the same laws, they paid the same taxes, and most importantly, would introduce a new standard of public morality to the political process. Both houses passed the amendment that year, but failed to pass it 2 years later with the constitutionally mandated second vote. 40 years passed before the suffrage issue once again spurred a movement in the state of Nevada. Several women played instrumental roles in winning the vote for Nevada women. Nevada native Ann Martin played a decisive role in Nevada's second suffrage campaign. A veteran in the fight for suffrage in Britain, she returned to Reno in December 1911 and led the Nevada Equal Franchise Society to a winning county-by-county strategy to gain the vote. Bird Wilson, a lawyer practicing in Goldfield, oversaw the suffrage campaign in southern Nevada. She wrote Women Under Nevada Law, a pamphlet that was sent around the state as suffrage material. Las Vegas was a small town compared to Goldfield, and no suffrage organization existed until 1912, when Delphine Squires, active in women's social organizations and co-publisher of the Las Vegas Age, served as the local contact to coordinate suffrage organization speakers. While Squires agreed women should vote, she believed suffrage should be achieved diplomatically and not in the more radical ways of Martin and Wilson. Despite her discomfort, she played an integral part in bringing women's suffrage to Nevada. On November 3, 1914, the general vote was taken to decide whether Nevada women would be allowed to vote. It took several days for the results to be tallied, but the amendment passed, with a margin of victory coming from the rural regions. Women in Nevada voted for the first time that year, but it took another 6 years before Nevada Governor William Boyle signed Nevada's ratification of the 19th Amendment to the Constitution, guaranteeing women the right to vote.
You're watching Clark County Television.
Everyone is tasked with conserving water in southern Nevada. Start by changing your clock to comply with spring watering restrictions. Report water waste when you see it, and track down leaks that are stealing water from your home. These stories and more, next on Waterways. Temperatures rise gradually in spring, and so should your watering days. Although watering restrictions allow landscape watering 3 days a week in spring, it's smart to add watering days only as your plants need them.
While the rest of the country digs out from winter, southern Nevadans have already welcomed spring. Your landscape is embracing warmer weather too. As your plants start to wake from dormancy, you may be tempted to water them more, but patience is a virtue, and it's better to keep a watchful eye on your landscape rather than jump right into increased watering. Spring watering restrictions allow for watering 3 days a week, so why does the SNWA recommend easing into the increased watering schedule?
Well, the spring temperatures are still pretty mild, so although we're just watering once a week now, the temperature is still low, so the landscapes don't need a lot of extra water. So we recommend easing into a second day before adding a third day. So it's healthier for the plants, and the landscapes tend to do better.
In March and April, both sprinkler and drip watering are limited to 3 assigned days a week. Watering on Sunday is never permitted. If you don't know your watering days, visit snwa.com for help or contact your water provider directly. Running your irrigation outside of your assigned watering days could result in a water waste fine. Complying with watering restrictions is one way you can help the valley conserve water. Watering your landscape wisely is another. This includes treating sprinkler and drip systems differently to match the needs of your landscape. The difference between sprinklers and drip irrigation can be confusing to some people. So what is the key difference between these two irrigation systems?
There's a big difference between the two types of irrigation, and primarily it is with the amount of water that the systems are putting out. So for lawn sprinklers, they put out water very quickly and cover a large area, and drip irrigation is just the opposite. It puts out a small, precise amount of water right at the plant. So you don't want to schedule the two together because you put out water in very different rates.
Now that you know the difference between sprinklers and drip, let's look at how long and how often you should run each system. If you have grass, run your sprinklers 3 times a day, at least an hour apart. only on your assigned watering day. Run each cycle for 4 minutes. That means your total run time doesn't exceed 12 minutes for the day. These shorter sips of water deter runoff and are healthier for your grass. Now, let's switch to drip irrigation. The key here is to water your plants and trees less often. Running drip too many days a week is the biggest mistake homeowners make. Plants simply don't need that much water. In spring, you can get by with watering your plants 1 to 2 days a week and only once a day. You will, however, need to run your drip cycle a little longer than you run sprinklers.
Well, drip irrigation, because it puts out water very slowly, you tend to run it for longer durations. If your drip emitter is just putting out literally drips of water at a time, that's a very low volume. You may be running that system from 30 to 90 minutes for each cycle. If the drip emitter has multiple outlets or you see water streaming out of it, that's a shorter run time because the water volume is higher. That might only be 15 to 30 minutes per cycle.
If you've got landscaping projects planned this spring, the key is to think smart from the start. New desert-adapted plants will need extra watering as they get established, which is allowed for the first 30 days under watering restrictions. After that, it's time to scale back. Finally, give your irrigation a once-over after each mowing, or at least once a month if you only have desert landscaping. Look for misaligned heads and replace broken parts immediately to avoid water waste. Check your drip for broken or cracked lines and clogged emitters. It's a good idea to flush your drip line through the end cap in both spring and fall. For more spring watering tips, visit us at snwa.com.
The Las Vegas Valley continues to cut back on grass, thanks to residents and businesses ditching their thirsty lawns. In 2019, our community completed more than 3,100 turf conversion projects through the SNWA's WaterSmart Landscapes rebate program. That's a 34% increase from 2018. We converted nearly 4.8 million square feet of turf, enough sod to cover 80 football fields, and saved more than 267 million gallons of water. Wasted water is one of the biggest drains on our water resources. When sprinklers water everything but your landscape, the water can't be recovered. That's water waste. Here's how you can prevent waste from happening.
Common water waste violations that we see in the community would be our day of the week violation, which is when you're watering on the wrong day. We also have a overspray or overwatering, which is when excess water is leaving the property due to misaligned sprinkler heads for turf areas and irrigation leaks or a malfunction on the property.
We've all seen water waste at one time or another. Water flowing over a sidewalk and into the gutter. Windblown sprinkler water hitting everything but the grass. A stream of water shooting from a broken drip emitter. Water waste is a common issue throughout the valley, but it is avoidable. You can help prevent water waste in 3 ways. Replace grass with WaterSmart Landscaping. Fix irrigation issues in your yard and report water waste when you see it. Most water waste is caused by inefficient or improper landscape irrigation. Runoff and overspray are the most common issues, especially with sprinklers. One way to eliminate runoff and overspray is to remove problem lawn areas. Do you have grass on a perimeter by a curb or driveway? What about grass on a slope or in a narrow or curved area? When you replace this grass with plants watered by efficient drip irrigation systems instead of sprinklers, you'll save yourself a lot of headaches and save our community's most important natural resource. Grass on perimeters, slopes, and narrow or curved areas usually doesn't get much use and it's tough to water. How do these areas contribute to water waste?
These areas contribute to water waste just due to the fact of their design. The sloped areas are obviously harder to water and keep water on the property, and the curved areas, to water a curved area is very difficult. So this is one of the reasons why SNWA does encourage property owners and homeowners to take out that turf and replace it with desert landscaping.
The SNWA's cash rebate might help drive your decision to remove water-wasting grass. You can earn $3 for every square foot of grass converted to WaterSmart landscaping, up to 10,000 square feet, and $1.50 for every square foot over that. Visit snwa.com for program details or call the Conservation Helpline at the number on your screen. Here are more ways to guard against water waste. Catch small problems before they become big ones. Check your irrigation system weekly and repair or replace broken sprinklers and drip heads. Adjust misaligned sprinkler heads. Walk your yard and look for leaks. They'll show up as visible wet spots in your landscape or sometimes damp spots under your feet. If water is bubbling to the surface, you may need to consult a professional. And use the cycle and soak method when watering grass. What is the cycle and soak method, and how can homeowners efficiently water their grass with sprinklers?
The cycle and soak method is 4 minutes of watering per cycle, about 3 times a day, at least an hour apart. This allows for the grass to absorb all the water and be ready for the next cycle and soak. So it's more efficient for your lawn and it helps prevent runoff.
Be sure to follow the mandatory watering schedule. Watering outside of your assigned watering days each season, or violating time of day restrictions, could result in a water waste fine. In winter, landscape watering is limited to 1 day a week. In spring and fall, you can water up to 3 days. And while you can water up to 6 days a week in summer, May 1st through August 31st, you can't run sprinklers between 11 a.m. and 7 p.m. And year-round, watering on Sunday is never permitted. If you see water waste, report it immediately to your water provider. Changing customers' practices is the ultimate goal, and no one is exempt from a water waste investigation. Municipal agencies investigate water waste at homes, apartments, businesses, civic buildings, parks, common areas, and even schools.
A lot of people aren't home when their irrigation is running, so they don't know if they have a broken sprinkler or an irrigation leak of any kind, or if their sprinklers are pointed the wrong way, as simple as that. So for us to be out in the road and kind of your eyes for your property, we get out there and we kind of do the dirty work. And at the end of the day, we're just looking to help the community conserve the most water.
Water waste fees assessed by SNWA member agencies start at $40 to $80 for most residential customers and double each month if the water waste continues. Properties with larger meters pay significantly more for wasting water. These charges appear on your water bill. If you see water waste, report it immediately to your water provider and let them investigate. Not sure who your water provider is? Visit snwa.com and view our water waste page. You can enter your address to find your provider or see a list of member agencies with phone numbers and links to submit a report online.
Get the help you need to make your landscape desert-friendly and your irrigation system more efficient. Whether you're making a few water-efficient tweaks to your landscape or starting a full remodel or grass conversion, we can help. These free classes are taught by experts from the SNWA in partnership with the Springs Preserve. Classes fill quickly, so register early by calling the number on your screen. Leaks are a nuisance and a significant source of water waste. While it's easy to spot and fix visible leaks, like a dripping faucet, many leaks go undetected. Tracking down phantom leaks is easier now, thanks to smart leak detection technology.
Kitchen faucet with a constant drip and a phantom flushing toilet are surefire signs you have a leak. But what about those you can't see? Hidden leaks are a common source of water waste. Many homes waste, on average, more than 10,000 gallons of water to leaks each year. Finding and fixing leaks can make a big difference on your water bill and conserve water.
Leaks can spring at any time, and usually when you least expect it. To make matters worse, it could take months to realize you even have a leak, especially if you can't see it. Now you can spot a leak as fast as it starts, potentially saving you thousands of dollars in repairs.
So this is a new technology that's come out in about the last year. And so they kind of come under the term smart leak detectors, and so they detect leaks on your property. Basically what they're doing is they have a sensor that kind of monitors water use. Some of them are by a propeller, some are by sound, but they can kind of monitor the water that's going throughout your house. So they kind of serve two purposes. The first is they kind of see what consumption is going on. And so through an app, you can actually see, okay, this is how much water is going indoors, this is how much is going outside, this is how much is for a toilet, kitchen, kitchen faucet, whatever. They can kind of monitor all that and give you information on your app. Then, if you have something that's abnormal, so it's something that shouldn't be occurring, so a sink that's dripping, toilet that's kind of, flowing that shouldn't be, they'll alert you and say, hey, you have a leak going on. Kind of gives you real-time information on what's going on through your property, through consumption, and through leaks.
While leak detectors vary in functions and capabilities, all devices connect to your home's Wi-Fi. Some will even turn your water off if you're not home when a leak is detected, which can prevent catastrophes if the leak is big enough to flood your home.
Toby, smart leak detectors are most helpful detecting leaks that you can't see. So maybe a big one that's starting beneath your home or that's lurking behind a wall. How beneficial are they in detecting these kind of leaks immediately before they turn into a big disaster?
So the big benefit of these is with those big leaks. So the obvious ones in the house, you see a kitchen faucet, you can hear a toilet. I mean, they'll alert you to it, but those you kind of visually see. The ones you don't see are the ones that are underground. So like your mainline leak, or if you have something, hopefully not, but under the house, like a big thing like that, these will alert you to that. And so they'll kind of make you aware. And a lot of people are interested in these, especially if they like travel, like if they're out of town, away from their homes, or just away from the homes, even in the day. A catastrophic leak can be thousands of gallons and cost a lot of money, cost a lot of damage very quickly. So with a device like this, with the auto shut-off, it can shut it off immediately. So there are a lot of benefits, but the biggest benefit is really on the catastrophic side.
The Water Authority offers a rebate for leak detection devices. To receive the rebate, participants must agree to being contacted periodically as part of our research into long-term benefits of these types of devices. Visit us at snwa.com to see program details. If you don't have a smart leak detector, you still can track down phantom leaks lurking in your home. It just takes a bit of research. First, look at your water bill to see if your water usage is unusually high, especially in the winter months when water use is typically lower. Next, turn off all the water to your home and check your water meter.
So water meters can tell you if you have a leak. How?
So if you don't have one of the leak devices that's kind of giving you the information, an easy way to find out if you have a leak is to go to the meter. Basically what you're looking for is movement of the dials on the meter face. And so if you have everything off inside your house and your irrigation, so you think everything is off, right? Nothing's running, and you come out here and you see any of the dials moving, then you have a leak of some kind. And then just to kind of understand the meter in a very basic sense, there's a little tiny kind of star-shaped dial. If that's the only thing turning, that means you have a very small leak. So you're talking like maybe a couple gallons in a minute, an hour. I mean, it's really not a lot of water. If you see the longer kind of red dial and you see that moving, then that's like a little bit more. That's like, basically it could be like a gallon every minute. If you see that big dial turning quite a bit, and then actually there's a whole line of numbers, if those numbers are actually turning, then you kind of could have like a catastrophic leak. And I always tell people, that's the thing you should kind of be familiar with is your meter, just to kind of understand how water is flowing and if you kind of have a leak. And then there's a whole process of elimination then to kind of figure out if you say, yes, I do have a leak, but is it inside or outside? And I always say, just go to our website, snwa.com. We have a kind of how-to directions about how you can kind of go through the different parts of your house to figure out where the leak is at.
Irrigation systems are susceptible to leaks that can waste large volumes of water. That's why regular checks are vital. The extremes of summer and winter, along with wear and tear, can lead to cracks and breaks in both pipes and drip lines, as well as broken sprinklers and emitters. If you can't find the source of the leak but find soggy grass, damp planted areas, or puddles of water, you may have a larger problem, an underground leak. At that point, you may want to consult a professional. Swimming pools are another common source of outdoor leaks, particularly faulty equipment. For example, if your automatic filler is always on, you have a leak. Like toilet valves, autofill valves wear out over time and run continuously. This can cause water waste. If you're unfamiliar with the float system and parts needed to make the repairs, contact a pool service provider to help you stop the leak. Thankfully, most common household leaks, like dripping faucets and running toilets, are relatively easy and inexpensive to fix. Simple repairs and water-smart upgrades can save thousands of gallons of water. To help you test your water fixtures and toilets for leaks, the SNWA offers a free indoor water audit and retrofit kit.
So we offer one kit per household in the Valley. And the kit is actually kind of just a very simple tool to help people if they have some issues inside the house. So in the kit, we have a shower head, a couple of bathroom aerators, a kitchen faucet. We also give dye tablets, so if you think you might have a leaky toilet, you can put dye tablets in and test the toilet. And then we also have a flow bag that you can kind of check your faucets and see what the flow is, if they're higher than they should be or lower. So just kind of contact us at snwa.com or call 258-SAVE, request the kit.
Swimming pools are a great way to escape the Las Vegas summer heat. But if your pool isn't maintained properly, the water will escape before you can. In the hottest months, pools can lose up to 65 gallons of water a day to evaporation. Be water smart and protect your pool with a cover and regular system checks.
Pools typically require thousands of gallons of water to fill, and even more if they're not maintained properly. The key to water-smart pool management is knowing how to maximize your pool's water efficiency as well as its water quality. First and foremost, cover up. Pools can lose up to 4 inches of water a week to evaporation in the blistering summer, and the best way to cut those losses is to purchase and use a pool cover. If all residential pool owners in Las Vegas used a cover, evaporation losses could be reduced by about 40%. That's about 9,500 gallons or more per home each year. Jared, how much water can a swimming pool lose if left uncovered?
The average pool uses about 20,000 gallons of water when left uncovered due to evaporation. So therefore, a pool cover is a very worthy investment. Not only will you be able to save money in water, you'll be able to extend the life of your pool for the pool season and be able to cut down on costs as far as heating goes as well.
Ready to save more? The SNWA offers an instant pool cover rebate coupon to help offset the cost of your purchase. You'll save $50 or 50% off the purchase price of a solar pool cover, whichever is less, or $200 or 50% off the purchase of a permanent mechanical pool cover. To date, residents have redeemed nearly 45,000 coupons through the SNWA's pool cover rebate program, saving the community 532 million gallons annually. Customers of SNWA member agencies, including residents in North Las Vegas, Henderson, and Boulder City, may redeem 1 coupon per property every 3 years. Simply print the rebate coupon online at snwa.com, go to a participating retailer, and receive the savings immediately. If you use a pool cover regularly and you find that your pool is still losing lots of water, you may have a leak. It's time to put on your detective hat and investigate the source of the problem. The first step is determining that your pool is leaking and not losing water to evaporation. You can do this by performing a simple test. How do you test a pool for a leak?
The best way to determine if you have a leak in your pool is to do a bucket test. The first thing that you're going to want to do is turn off the automatic fill, and then at that point you're going to want to take a bucket and put it on the steps of the pool. From there, put a rock or a brick inside of the bucket to keep it from floating away and keeping it leveled. Come back in a few days and take a look at the levels. If both the pool and bucket water have gone down but remain even, your pool is losing water to evaporation. Here's where a pool cover can benefit you. But if the bucket water is significantly higher than the pool water, you probably have a leak. You may want to consult a leak detection specialist to identify the source of the leak.
Worn pool equipment can also cause leaks. Check your autofill to see if it's constantly running, especially in the cooler months. If it is, you may have a faulty autofill, causing water to leak into the pool or an overflow if your pool has one. Autofill valves wear out over time, and while replacing parts isn't difficult, you may want to consult a pro for help. The quality of your pool water also is important. That's why maintaining your pool's chemical balance is another vital step in your pool care checklist. Problem signs might not always float to the surface. If you use a pool service regularly, they may check the chemical balance as part of your service agreement. If not, you can buy easy-to-use testing strips and kits at most pool care stores. You can often bring your water sample back to the store for analysis of possible problems. If your chemical analysis indicates it's necessary to replace some water, drain old water into the sanitary sewer where it can be recovered and treated for other uses. This isn't just water smart, it's the law. Draining a pool into the street or storm drain is prohibited and may result in a water waste fee. Whether you hire a professional or do it yourself, the tips for pool maintenance are the same. First, check your pool's equipment to confirm that all parts are working efficiently. Regular equipment checks and cleanup of your cartridge filters and baskets can save you from costly future repairs. Clean your pool by brushing off dirt and buildup and protect water quality by regularly removing fallen debris from nearby plants or trees. Find more pool care tips and information on how to test for pool leaks at snwa.com. And don't forget to request your pool cover rebate coupon. The Water Authority's rebate and pool maintenance tips promote water smart fun during pool season and an efficient and healthy pool all year long.
A major piece of the low lake level pumping station made a grand entrance at Lake Mead in early February. The hydro-pneumatic surge tank is one of the final pieces needed to complete the construction project. Transporting the 350,000-pound tank was no small feat. Highway patrol crews from California and Nevada escorted the tank's slow and careful journey over the course of 8 days. Like a power surge strip, the tank will capture surging water before it reaches and potentially damages the pumps.
So the hydro-pneumatic surge tank essentially acts as almost like a brake or airbag in a car. So as the pumps get turned on and off, there's a wave of water that gets passed through as the pumps start and stop, and so this tank essentially buffers that as the water flows through the pipes. It also does that under emergency outages, like when a power failure shuts the system down. The tank itself acts as the hydraulic brake for the water flowing in the pipes. So it protects the system during operation. So the low lake level pumping station essentially replaces our existing pumping station capacity. When we installed the third intake and put it in operational in 2015, that allowed us to take water from deeper within the lake. So as the lake levels drop, the third intake gave us access to that lower level of water. This pumping station provides the reliability and redundancy for us as the lake level continues to drop. We can still pull that water out of that lake.
The low lake level pumping station is expected to be operational this spring. A new reservoir serving the west side of the valley is now online. The Summerlin Reservoir contains two 35,000 square foot basins that will supply new neighborhoods and minimize water service interruptions in the area. The reservoir holds 10 million gallons of water. The Las Vegas Valley Water District reservoirs are typically constructed below ground to protect them from the elements and to help safeguard water quality. The reservoir is part of the district's 10-year capital plan, which includes infrastructure investments to maintain system reliability, pipeline rehabilitation, replacement, and more. There are many ways to save, so join us next time here on Waterways. If you'd like to share your conservation efforts at home or work, send us an email through our website at snwa.com. We may feature your story. For more how-to videos and tips to conserve and care for our water, connect with us on social media. Thank you for watching. We'll see you again next time, right here on Waterways.
There's a shelter pet who wants to meet you. Meet one today. Visit theshelterpetproject.org. Adopt.
Are you a fan of Sunset Park? Clark County Parks and Recreation wants you to volunteer for its new Sunset Stewards program aimed at improving the visitor experience. Volunteers accepted into the program would be asked to patrol the park for at least 4 hours each month, report problems, and interact with park patrons in a positive way in order to educate them about the wildlife and caring for the 323-acre regional facility. For more information, please call 702-455-8200 or email sunsetstewards@clarkcountynv.gov.
Coming up on the next edition of Clark County Chronicles, there's a new man at the helm of the finest fire department in the country. will introduce you to Chief John Steinbeck. A new police station in Summerlin provides an extra layer of law enforcement for our community. And the new Grand Canyon Airline Bradley House showcases a couple chapters of Clark County history at the Clark County Museum. Those stories and more coming up on the next edition of Clark County Chronicles.
Do you know when to go on a yellow flashing arrow? They're popping up all over Clark County, and they're the new signal for turning left at intersections with a dedicated left turn lane. Here's what drivers need to know. A flashing yellow arrow means turns are permitted, but you must first yield to oncoming traffic and pedestrians. Then turn with caution. Keep in mind oncoming traffic has a green light. A solid green arrow means turn left. Oncoming traffic must stop. A solid yellow arrow means that the left turn signal is about to change to red and you should be prepared to stop or prepare to complete your left turn if you're within the intersection. And finally, a solid red arrow means stop. These left turn yellow flashing arrow signals are new, so remember, a yellow flashing arrow means turn with caution. For more information, log on to ClarkCountyNV.gov and search keyword flashing yellow arrows.
There's a shelter pet who wants to meet you. Meet one today. Visit theshelterpetproject.org. Adopt.
Starting March 12th, every household across America will be asked to take the 2020 census.
Whether you're new to Nevada or natives like us, everyone needs to be counted.
States receive billions in federal funding from census data collected every 10 years.
Every dollar Nevada gets helps Clark County serve our growing population.
It's money for schools, roads, health care, and other needs.
It also gives us the seats we deserve in Washington.
It's on, Nevada.
Let's win the census.
Let's get our fair share, Nevada.
Our community, our home, Clark County, Nevada. Thanks for watching Clark County Television, the best access to your local government.
This is the story of the life and times of an extraordinary woman named Helen J. Stewart. In 1882, at a time when there was little civilization in southern Nevada, Stewart moved to a desert ranch in the grounds of the old Mormon fort. Through her efforts, this isolated oasis bloomed into what eventually would become the massive metropolitan area we know as Las Vegas. The legacy of Helen J. Stewart is kept alive through her correspondence and photographs, through biographical works, and through Chautauqua-style performances by scholars such as Dr. Linda Miller, Phyllis Weaver, and others to portray Helen and her associates. These combined efforts are now strengthened by the creation of an original statue commemorating the pioneer woman who became known as the First Lady of Las Vegas.
This is a maquette. This is a scale model of what the large sculpture of Helen J. Stewart will look like. She was tough. She meant business. She wasn't just a prissy lady. Even though she dressed beautifully and was a beautiful woman, she also wasn't afraid to do a little hard work, too.
She was the epitome of a pioneer woman. Her life was not a bed of roses. She met everything that came her way, face on, and never let anything deter her. She served right up until the bitter end in community service.
And we think she was one of the great pioneers of Southern Nevada, a woman who lost her husband and carried on and became an entrepreneur and helped to build up this area.
I have a photo of Daisy Ben Smith, who is our great-grandmother, who worked for Mrs. Stewart. And Mrs. Stewart took this picture, and this is one of the baskets that my great-grandmother made.
Now, drawing directly upon her priceless personal letters and other primary historical documents, we present The Life and Times of Helen J. Stewart.
Hello, I'm Delphine Squires, and I'm here to talk about my very good friend, Helen Jane Weiser Stewart. Helen is a remarkable woman who came to the Las Vegas Valley in 1882. After the tragic death of her husband Archibald in 1884, she became the owner-operator of the largest ranch in Lincoln County, Nevada. It was an oasis with a spring-fed creek and meadows in the southern Nevada desert. Many Native Americans came here. It was a resting spot for immigrants and their wagon trains. It's along the old Spanish Trail, later the Mormon Road. It was here that Helen spent most of her adult life.
Welcome to the Las Vegas Rancho. My name is Helen Stewart, and this was my home for over 40 years. This was an oasis in the desert, and many people stopped by here. The water was so important to us here in the desert so that we were able to grow grapes and peaches and figs, and we used the grapes to make wine. We were able then to celebrate holidays here. We brought family together. July 4th celebrations were celebrated here as well. I'm not from Nevada. I was born April 16, 1854 in Springfield, Illinois. My family passed through the Carson Valley on our way to Galt, California.
Helen attended public schools in Sacramento County and then community college in Woodland, California. Soon enough, a new adventure took over her life. She married Archibald Stewart. Together they headed to southern Nevada.
People wonder how I got here. I came down in a wagon just like the Mormon settlers did. In 1882, I had 3 small children and another one on the way as we traveled from Pioche to take over this Las Vegas Rancho after the gases defaulted. Our land became very prosperous. We were able to get riches out of this dirt. People back east couldn't believe what we could grow here in the desert, but it's amazing what you can do with the water. We had alfalfa, grains, fruit, grapes. We were able to sell this to the miners in El Dorado Canyon. We were more prosperous than the gases had been.
The Stewart family was thriving. Now with 4 young children, William, Hira, Tiza, and Eva. A 5th, young Archie, was on the way, and then tragedy struck.
My husband Archibald was murdered at the nearby Kyle Ranch on July 13, 1884. I received a note from Conrad Kyle, the owner, to send a team and take Mr. Stewart away. He is dead. I took the doors off the house to make a coffin. I read from the Book of Common Prayer for the burial service.
The Pioche Weekly reported the events of the murder. The Lincoln County Grand Jury voted to dismiss the charges due to a lack of evidence. Helen was devastated at the loss of her husband, but with 5 children to raise and a ranch to run, life had to go on. In an unlikely coincidence, a man came into her life bearing the same surname of Stewart.
Frank Stewart arrived from Sandy Valley and worked on the ranch for me. In the summer of 1903, we were married in Los Angeles. I had him sign a prenuptial agreement. He spent a great deal of time in the wine cellar and entertained travelers with wine and wit. Over there through the gates was my house. I raised 5 children in that small house. We were a ranching family, and we got many of the horses from the gases, and my 3 boys worked on the ranch here. Unfortunately, it's a very sad place because this is where my youngest son, Archie, was killed when he was home on summer vacation. As a ranching family, I had many duties. Be a banker for prospectors. My father and I kept good records for the farm, and we then sold some of our products to other people. I was appointed the first postmistress in 1893, and I held that position until 1903. This was also the voting precinct. My father and I purchased more land and developed our property until I became one of the largest landowners in Lincoln County. And from that 2,000 acres that we purchased, I sold it to the railroad, and Las Vegas developed from that. I often saw visions of rails and the smoke of trains replacing our fields here in the deserts as church spires came and homes replaced these green fields. I had many friends in the Southern Paiute tribe, and they gave me many of their beautiful baskets.
Helen J. Stewart persuaded the federal government to establish a reservation on her land, ensuring a permanent place for the Paiutes to call home in the heart of Las Vegas. By now, Helen's children were growing up and following their own lives. Her oldest daughter, Tyza, set off on extended travel, sparking a long letter exchange between mother and daughter that has become a treasure trove of Stewart family history.
Well, my daughter has to worry about the cyclones in Kansas, but as for me, give me the desert any day. Hear that? That's one of those newfangled airplanes going through. It's always waking up the baby. I, along with my friend Delphine Squires and other members of the Episcopal Ladies Guild, helped found Christ Church. I was a charter member of the Mesquite Club and its 5th president. In 1916, I was the first woman elected in Clark County to the school board. I was one of the first women to serve on a jury, and it was a murder trial. I was an authority on the history of Nevada. Governor Scrugum named me to his historical committee, and he and federal agents visited me after their finds of a prehistoric race. I also helped organize the Las Vegas Historical Society. My second husband, Frank, died in 1918. At 64, I was alone again in one sense, but I had my family and friends. Some say it is well to let others go when they suffer so, but as for me, give me life as long as the Lord sees fit.
In her later years, Helen was diagnosed with cancer. In January 1924, she went to Los Angeles for treatments. These treatments seemed to arrest the cancer, and she, being a businesswoman, went about improving her properties. However, time caught up with Helen, and she died in March 1926. For her funeral, businesses shut down in her honor, and it seemed as if the entire town turned out to her funeral services to honor this remarkable woman who had come to the Las Vegas Valley before civilization, and it seems she brought civilization with her through her many community efforts as a rancher, a mother, a postmaster, a historian, an educator, and a collector. She was indeed the First Lady of Las Vegas.
Helen J. Stewart was widely mourned at her passing. She had clearly left her mark in Las Vegas.
When Helen J. Stewart made her way here to Las Vegas and settled on this Mormon Fort site, the Southern Paiutes were already here and made contact with her as she became a good friend to them. And she established a school right up the street from the Las Vegas Paiute tribe here off Main. Helen took a much interest in the Southern Paiute basketry and their various art forms and designs. She saw the uniqueness of the talents. She accumulated approximately 600 baskets during her time. A lot are still in existence, which is has a lot to say for the durability, and this craft is still ongoing today within the Southern Paiute culture. One of the founders of our club was Helen J. Stewart. She also was the 5th president of the Mesquite Club. These ladies are in costume for a celebration of George Washington's birthday. This lady is Helen J. Stewart, and she suggested that since the mesquite tree provided so much in the way of helping in the life of the Paiute Indians and the pioneers in the area, and that so much of it could be used for different things, that it would be the perfect name for a women's club that wanted to espouse the cultural arts, literature, reading, music, all of the things that the Mesquite Club still endeavors to do.
With the passing of years, her legacy has largely been forgotten. Fortunately, her letters, photographs, and other invaluable documents have found their way into public archives.
On my right is a picture of Helen when she was an older woman, and the fichu that she's wearing, that vest that she's wearing, we acquired from another descendant. And the Benjamin Victor, the sculptor, has used that as a model to sculpt his statue of her. Then, of course, we have the picture of Helen as a much younger woman. I think she was 17. A lot of the material that we've been able to collect to document Helen's life in early Las Vegas makes its way into websites and that sort of thing. But it wouldn't exist in any form at all if we hadn't been able to collect the originals and preserve them, care for them, and have them for people to shoot a picture of and then send around the world in their blog and their website and their emails.
Now Friends of the Fort, with funds from the Las Vegas Centennial Commission, have commemorated her through the creation of a life-size statue by sculptor Benjamin Victor. The process began with a clay maquette displayed in April 2011.
I think it shows her pioneering spirit, what she accomplished, especially being a widowed mother and having to deal with the tough times of her lifetime, and what she became and a peer of the community, and her great accomplishments over the years she was here. Her legacy is very important to the family.
She had a large collection of Paiute baskets, and it's been a statue that's at the base. It looks really great, I think.
So this is kind of the stage where I work out the concept. So you can see she's walking forward, she's got her foot stepping out, and one of the interesting things was her intricate dresses. She was really quite the fashion queen and had these beautiful dresses with all of the detail on them. And you can see here, though, that she was also a tough woman. She's got the work shoes on, even though she's got this beautiful dress, because she did run the ranch here that's now downtown Las Vegas. I did some study of what regular work shoes would look like in those days, and that's what I decided to include on the dress. And with all of the research and finding out really the spirit of Helen and all the things that Helen did, because she did a lot and was a very eclectic person, to notice that there's a lot of icons that represent who Helen was. And one of those icons are the Paiute baskets, and the southern Paiute tribes created these beautiful baskets. You'll notice that there's the mesquite bush here. Then you'll see the books, and the different books can represent different parts of her studies. Well, right now what I'm feeling about the piece, when I look at the maquette and when I got to present it here today, because remember, this is the first time I've gotten to present this design to the committee, and it's quite a bit different than what the drawing was. And I'm just really glad that everybody really latched onto it and thought that it showed who Helen was. And so that's gratifying, because now I feel like a lot more confident as I'm working on the full-scale piece to really go with it and put my heart into it. And so now's I guess, where the real work begins.
Then sculptor Ben Victor disappeared to his studios in South Dakota to tackle the process of creating a life-size statue. 6 months later, the work was transferred to the foundry to be cast in the age-old and multi-stepped lost wax tradition.
Welcome to Artworks Foundry in Berkeley, California. We're working on Helen today. We've made the molds, and now we're ready to pour the waxes.
Oh, looks good.
Now see, here's the problem with this wax, with this type of piece, is the amount of, like, the beads that are on here. See how some of them didn't come through? And so that's where you have to have a really, really good wax chaser on this, because these tiny little beads have to be put back in. Otherwise, you're really noticing metal. And there's a lot of beads on this. So this is like kind of a wax chasing nightmare. But it looks really good. It looks like a good wax pour. The surface looks good on the face. Nothing major. The earring didn't come through, so we'll have to pour those again separate in the mold and then attach them. It's always just minor things like that. You can see after a pour, you can see the seam right here. See where this is what the wax chaser fixes, this seam. That's where the mold fit together. Very minimal, so that's a good thing. So the only real nightmare on this piece is going to be the beadwork, just like on Sarah Winnemucca. Here's some other parts. And so you can see how her basket poured. And this is a prayer book that Helen used, the Episcopal prayer book, to do the eulogy to her husband after he was killed, and buried him from the pages in here. And so I even copied some of the text in there and just wrote it into the clay. And then, of course, some of it I just lined in because it was so tiny. I mean, this is the actual size of the book. It's just this tiny little prayer book. Well, the next stage, after these waxes are all cleaned up and chased, is they'll be sent to the ceramic shell room. Let's go in there and take a look. The waxes that we just saw, when they're done being chased and all of the details are perfected, the piece will be taken in here and dipped in the ceramic shell, coated many times until it's good coat's built up, dried and hardened, and then sent through the kiln and ready for the metal pour. And then after it cools, they'll crack off the ceramic shell. You know, and the cooling, of course, takes quite a while. It's thousands of degrees. To see it cut up for mold is always kind of disheartening. And so then seeing it in this stage, it's like we're reviving her again. Hopefully in the bronze, she'll come back to life. So.
Now we have the bronze sections ready to be assembled into the entire statue. And those welds are going to be chased back or made to disappear, so the whole statue will be finished. Well, we always manage to put it back together to the satisfaction of most of our artists. All of our artists. I gotta make these, I gotta recreate this texture, but
Seeing the piece put together, finally, after all of this work, it's a feeling of relief. You know, watching my creation after it's been cut up and everything, watching it be resurrected here in bronze, it's an exciting and fulfilling time. These are just a few of the many colors that you can get. You can see some of them have like a marbly effect to them, and then others are more of a just flat color. Helen's going to have what they call a French brown, which is liver of sulfur and ferric nitrate. This is a little bit duller, but something similar to that. The piece should be wonderful in December. I'm just excited now about the dedication. After the patina was finished, we loaded her up and headed straight out here to Las Vegas. We're getting ready to get Helen on the crane and get her over to the site where she'll be set permanently, so it's very exciting. Can't wait to get her to the spot and get her set, because this is just a neat moment of culmination of all this work. It's beautiful, and it just turned out perfect too.
Dignitaries, guests, family members of Helen Jane Stewart, I bid you welcome. The Friends of the Fort Nevada State Parks are pleased to host this celebration of the life of Helen Jane Stewart, the First Lady of Las Vegas.
Today I'm playing two roles. I am Dr. Linda Miller, and Phyllis Weaver and I went before the Centennial Commission to get the funding for the statue. But I've also tried to bring her story alive as I have been interpreting her life. And so this program today reflects a little bit of everything that she was influenced by. And so that's how we've picked the speakers today.
All of you, especially the descendants and family of Helen J. Stewart, congratulations on behalf of Governor Brian Sandoval.
It's a beautiful day. There's no wind here. There's a reason.
There were wins in her sales, and from everything I've read, she was a warm and giving lady, and I understand she had a sense of humor. So for Oscar and me, that's especially nice to know that a gentle but forceful woman with a sense of humor who did so much for our community.
Well, this remarkable woman responded to many roles, a wife, a mother, a pioneer, a rancher, an elected official, and a civic leader as well.
And if not for people like Helen J. Stewart, we probably wouldn't be sitting here today. What a remarkable woman.
She paved the way for so many other women who have become leaders here in our state.
Helen Stewart was appointed as the first postmaster of Las Vegas. The best man for the job was a woman.
Helen J. Stewart was one of a kind. Thrust into extraordinary circumstances, not of her own choosing, she became a visionary, a leader, and most of all, a true humanitarian. Las Vegas Paiutes are proud people. Long before any other, Helen J. Stewart understood that and respected that. She was our friend. Thank you.
She felt one of her greatest accomplishments was to have her son serve on the Clark County Commission. He was elected in 1921 and was elected as the chair in 1925.
Helen J. Stewart had a vision, and she perpetuated her vision through her children, through her life, not only through them, but through all the people she came in contact. She had a vision.
On behalf of all Rotarians in the district, do hereby salute and give thanks to Helen Jane Weiser Stewart and vow not to forget her courage and commitment and sacrifice in the name of peace, economic development, and equity.
At the end of Helen J. Stewart, I would like to thank all of the people that have been involved in making this great event happen.
Thank you. I know everybody's freezing and we've had wonderful, eloquent speakers, so without further ado, I'm just going to unveil the statue and let you all enjoy it.
There have been a lot of settlers here, but Helen J. Stewart was very significant in that. And I think the title, First Lady of Las Vegas, is very fitting. And to have her grace our little square here is absolutely appropriate. And I'm delighted to think that we have such a great statue and such a prominent individual in the history of Nevada in this square.
Helen J. Stewart now stands life-size in bronze upon the very grounds where she once made her home, serving as an inspiration to all who come before her.
At Clark County Parks and Recreation, with more than 100 parks, 13 community centers, and special facilities such as the Clark County Museum, Horseman's Park, the Wetlands Park Nature Preserve, and the Clark County Amphitheater, we have something for everyone. Want to learn how to play guitar? Piano? Or how about putting your young one in one of our many quality early childhood programs? We have recreation centers with qualified staff on all parts of the valley. If you're thinking about becoming more active, try joining one of our many sports leagues or fitness rooms throughout the valley. take a stroll in one of our parks, enroll in an exercise class, swim some laps in one of our pools, or just ride a bike on one of our many urban trails. Call 455-8200 to get more information about programs and learn more about our vast amenities, such as our award-winning shooting range. Clark County Parks and Recreation. It's where fun happens.
McCarran International Airport has a new system that makes paying for parking faster and more convenient. It's called Express Exit. The process is simple. Get a ticket, then choose your parking space and enjoy your trip. Just remember to take your Express Exit ticket with you and keep it in a safe place. When you return from your trip, Express Exit makes getting out of the parking lot fast and easy. If you got an Express Exit ticket when you entered, you have two options. For the most convenient way, use a pay station to pay before you get in your car. All you need is your Express Exit ticket. The machines will guide you through the process step by step. Choose a language and complete your transaction with cash or credit card. If you need assistance with the Express Exit pay station, simply pick up the courtesy phone. If you forgot to use a pay station, you can still pay at the parking lot exit. With your Express Exit ticket and your credit card, you can use a self-service Express Exit lane. If you're paying with cash, you'll need to see a friendly parking booth attendant. But remember, the quickest way is to use a pay station. Just don't leave your ticket in your car. Express Exit is now available at all airport parking areas except valet. Express Exit. Park, pay, and drive away. For more information, log on to McCarran.com or call 702-261-5122.
Well, now getting back would be, it's total insanity what I did. Yeah, there were times I would be driving home and have no idea the next morning how I got home. And that's how I got a DUI. Then I got another DUI. And so it was incredible I didn't kill myself or someone else. Totally incredible. That if you do decide to have a drink, you need a sober way home.
Our community, our home, Clark County, Nevada. Thanks for watching Clark County Television, Southern Nevada's best access to local government and the community.
Had to be you. It had to be you. I wandered around, finally found somebody who could make me be blue, could make me be true, and even be glad just to be sad, thinking of you. Some others I've seen might never be me, might never be cross or try to be boss. They wouldn't do. No, nobody else gave me a thrill. Thought of your faults, I love you still. Had to be you, wonderful you. Had to be you. Like anybody can sing, you know. They sing this. It had to be you. I wandered around, finally found somebody who could make me be blue, could make me be true, and even be glad just to be sad, thinking of you. Some others I've seen, they might never be mean, might never be cross or try to be boss. They wouldn't do. No, nobody else gave me a thrill. All of your faults, I love you still. Had to be you, wonderful you, had to be you. Well, a lot of people think that I am kind of strange. Out of the ordinary is a term that is often applied to me. And, you know, I'm really not any different than anybody else. I believe that everybody has in their character some level of eccentricity, no matter who they are. I just happen to be prominent. Most prominent men have stories made up about them, usually through the newspapers. I am just a fellow that is interested in science and nature and the earth and the minerals that come out of it, and, well, I'm very shy by nature. Now, my father, he was someone that I always admired because just about everybody liked him. I don't have the ability to win people that he did. Both of my parents, they died when I was very young, and many people have asked me how I made all of my money. Well, it's very simple. When I was 18 years old, I inherited $500,000 and the responsibility of running a business that my father built up through an oil drill bit that had been developed by him. Now, if you cannot take $500,000 and make it grow, well, then you are not trying very hard. But I am not here to tell you the story of my life. I have been asked to speak on the subject of aviation, and since I've had many aviation adventures, I suppose it's appropriate. I became interested in aviation at a very young age because of the barnstormers. They were such fascinating characters because they were doing very dangerous things. Flying was very young at the time, and many people were killed, and many pilots lost their lives. But I became interested in making a movie called Hell's Angels because it was about World War I flyers. Actually ended up directing the thing, and it had magnificent dog fights in it, and at the time I had the largest private air force in the world. And there was a segment in it where I wanted the plane to do a shot. I told the stuntman to do this plane going into a dive. Now, I asked all of the stunt pilots, they said it's too dangerous, we're not going to do it. And I said, oh, hell, that's easy. I could do it. I did it. And, well, unfortunately, it was my first airplane crash. But I got off of it unscathed. Now, Hell's Angels was originally filmed in silence. But you see, all of that changed with the advent of sound. So I decided to scrap most of it and redo it in sound. I recast it with a young girl named Jean Harlow. Now, she became a big star. And Hell's Angels was a smash hit. Noah Dietrich, who worked for me, he said I never made my money back. But it is a well-known fact that after the Jazz Singer came out, that silent films, they became obsolete. Sound sold. Silence didn't. I made a few more films after that. One of them was Front Page, Scarface. Well, after my Hollywood accomplishments, I decided to put all of my energy into a final goal that I had of becoming the greatest aviator in America. Well, I designed and built a little aircraft that was called the H-1 Racer. It had flush rivets on it, and it broke the world speed record that had formerly been held by the French. And it crashed into a beet field in Santa Ana. Next, I got myself a Northrop Gamma. I want to see if I could break a record for a coast-to-coast flight. So I outfitted it with a little stronger, more powerful horsepower engines. And then I took off. Unfortunately, on takeoff, my antenna broke, so I had no radio. And then my compass went out. And I nosed the ship down, and I flew by dead reckoning. Put the map on my lap, and I landed in Newark with a new transcontinental speed record of 9 hours, 27 minutes, and 10 seconds. Well, I figured that my next project, what I wanted to do, was to try to see if I could break my own coast-to-coast record. Well, this time I got the H-1 Racer, I re-outfitted it, and it was about a year afterwards I took off, and this time I had bad weather. And then my oxygen mask went out, and I nosed the ship down into a dive. I went down several thousand feet before I regained my consciousness. I shouted in the cabin to relieve the pressure in my head. But then I got lucky, and I caught a tailwind, and I landed in Newark, and I beat my old record by 2 hours. Now, this little plane, the H-1 Racer, it was offered to the United States Army for their consideration as a plane for war. And they looked at it and they said, well, this isn't very good plane for war, and which was a truly inspired evaluation, because some years later this design for this plane was stolen by another country and reproduced in mass quantities. It was called the Jap Zero, used very effectively at Pearl Harbor. Now, my next project was to see if I could try a flight around the world. So I got myself a Lockheed Lodestar, and I supercharged the engines, and I equipped it with food and survival equipment and ping pong balls that we put inside the wing, so that in case we came down in the water, why, it would float. Now, on the day of the takeoff, I was pressed by these local politicians to say something. So I said, the common bond of aviation transcends national boundaries. And I apologized to the reporters if I had seemed rude or impolite. It's just that I had a great deal on my mind. Well, it was a very bumpy takeoff because of all the weight. And over the Atlantic, looked like we might run out of gas. But we landed in Paris and broke Lindbergh's record in half. However, we were delayed in Paris 8 hours because the rear strut had been damaged on the takeoff, a bumpy takeoff from New York. And then we took off. Now, the Germans had said not to fly across their country because, there was a war on, and they threatened to shoot us down. But I said, to hell with it, because it was the shortest route. Now, I landed in Moscow, and the Russians presented me with a box of Kellogg's Corn Flakes. I guess they figured that was what all Americans ate for breakfast. I don't really like corn flakes. Where they got a box of corn flakes in the middle of Russia is beyond me. Now, I'll tell you something. Luck is a very important thing in life, because as we were heading towards Siberia, we had maps that said the mountain range was only 6,500 feet, and which wasn't true, because they were 10,000 feet. And if it hadn't have been for that 8-hour delay in Paris, we might have been at this point at night, then we would have smashed right into the mountain. Next came Fairbanks and Minneapolis, and then that last long leg back to New York. And they told us over the radio that an orderly reception was being planned, and that we were not in any danger of being mobbed. Well, there were about 25,000 hysterical people and cheering, and I didn't mean to seem ungrateful, but it was more than I could stand. I just quietly slipped away. Now, New Yorkers, they have a very funny tradition. If they like you, they dump trash on you. So they had a big ticker tape parade and an open car I rode around, and it was all very embarrassing, but after a while I got into the spirit of things and actually waved back at the people. Americans love creating heroes. Now, in 1942, the war was going strong. And a fellow named Henry J. Kaiser, he came up with the idea of building giant cargo seaplanes to fly over the U-boats. I didn't care very much for the idea, but Kaiser, he was very, very persuasive, so I became involved. Now, the government awarded $18 million and specified that this plane be built out of material that was not vital to the war. Well, wood was the most available material, and a plane as colossal in size as this had never been conceived before. It was designed to hold 750 troops and a Sherman tank. And there were delays, there were setbacks, there was even sabotage, and it was to consume
the next 5 years of my life, and all of the bugs that didn't get worked out until after the war was over with. So needless to say, I had a lot of stress. On the way that I deal with stress is to simply disappear. I flew around for almost a year doing nothing that required much thought. I work at very odd hours. You might call me a night owl. But you see, ideas, inspiration, they come best to me about 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning because there's not a damn soul around to bother you. I like to work and experiment and evaluate my work, and I believe that the greatest undiscovered universe in the world today is the human mind. It contains a wealth of activity, imagination, and creativity, and all great accomplishments come through the use of the imagination. Now, one time, there was a couple of fellows named Rockefeller and Zeckendorf. They had a lot of money, and they were interested in buying me out. I love to wheel and deal, and so I had these men met in a real seedy section of town. They parked their beautiful Cadillacs, and I had them picked up in this beat-up old Chevrolet, and I took them to this flop house that I had rented because I wanted to show them how the other half lived. So I said, well, sit down, gentlemen. I'm ready to hear your offer. Well, they says to me, $350 million. I said, you're crazy. That offer is this not enough money. They said, well, what is enough money? I said, well, the price that you might offer me. If it is enough, I will accept it. So they said 400 million. I said, no. They said 450 million. I said, no. They said $500 million. You could take it or leave it. I said, well, okay. I'll leave it. You see, I didn't really have any intention of selling in the first place. I just wanted to see how much I was worth. Now, as difficult as it may be to believe, I was once arrested for vagrancy. I was in the South during the war, wasn't doing a damn thing wrong. I was sitting around this gas station about 2 o'clock in the morning. I was drinking some milk and eating some cupcakes. I wasn't bothering a damn soul. This cop comes along in his car, and he says, what are you doing here? Oh, well, it seemed pretty obvious. I was drinking my cupcake, drinking my milk, eating my cupcakes, so I ignored him. So he asked me, he says, have you got any ID? I said, well, no, I don't have any ID. He says, you got any money? I says, no. He says, well, I'm arresting you for vagrancy. I said, but I'm Howard Hughes. He says, well, if you're Howard Hughes, I'm Shirley Temple. Well, I asked him how he liked dancing with Bojangles Robinson, and he threw me in jail. In addition to the contract for the flying boat, I also received one for a photo reconnaissance plane. Now, this was very futuristic in design. It had double propellers for greater speed, and on the day of the test, I personally test flew this airplane because I didn't want anybody else to have all of the fun. Now, the original instructions for this test was to be flown for only a half an hour, 45 minutes, but most planes fly longer than that, so I extended the test. And about an hour and a half into the test, one of the double propellers, it began to spin in the opposite direction. And it had caused me to crash into a beautiful area of Beverly Hills. I don't remember much after the crash. I got out and staggered onto the wing, and this Marine sergeant, he came along, and his name was Durkin, and he pulled me away from the plane. You know, the tanks could have blown up any time, and he put me up against a tree, and then he saw a fireman. So he called to the fireman and said, hey, and the fireman said, just a minute, wait till I get a hose. And I don't remember much after that. I remember sitting up in the stretcher at the hospital and saying, I'm Howard Hughes, to this good-looking blonde nurse. I passed out. The general prognosis was I was not expected to live. My heart had been pushed from one side to the other, and needless to say, I was in a great deal of pain. I never cared much for hospitals, and this one was absolutely no different than any other one. However, during my early convalescence, I found the time to design a bed, a hospital bed, which would allow movement by a person with very little effort. But I was never able to use the bed because my hospital stay was not of long duration. Now, I attribute my recovery to having consumed large amounts of vitamin C in the form of freshly squeezed oranges. I did, however, develop a constant need for medication, painkillers. Now, I believe that medication, they'll alter and they'll change a person's thinking, and you have trouble making simple decisions, and they're clouded all of the time with questions. You have trouble making decisions, and I never really recovered after this crash. I guess you could say that I became a junkie on legally addicting drugs. However, about 1947, there was this senator who had it in for me. He wanted some publicity so that he could become a vice president or something like that, some high office. His name was Senator Owen Brewster, whose initials quite coincidentally happened to be S.O.B. He instigated a Senate hearing into my business affairs. He's saying I misappropriated $18 million on the flying boat. He was long referred to as the kept senator of Pan American Airways. And, you know, people after the war, they were thrown in jail, some of them for misappropriations. So it was didn't look very good for me. I had one man working for me, Johnny Meyer, and he had testified before the committee, saying that, well, we gave parties for Army officers and gratuities, and he was there to try to help me with his testimony. And Elliott Roosevelt, he was there to, to help with his testimony. And well, an excellent example is, please don't help me anymore. So it is a hellish situation for a man's character to be put into question along with charges of bribery. So I had to personally appear before this committee about the last thing in the world I felt like doing. And I was very tired from the flight. And the next day, I was duly sworn in. So I held the earphone. I said, yes, Senator, I can hear better if I hold the microphone or earphone up to my ear. Everybody knows that I am deaf. I don't try to hide it. Charges. Well, I specifically charge that at a luncheon at the Mayflower Hotel that Senator Brewster, in so many words, told me that if I would merge my company with Pan American Airways and go along with him on this community airline bill, that there wouldn't be any investigations into my business affairs. What's that, Senator? You say it all sounds more like Hollywood than Washington. Well, yes, I do have questions. I have over 200 questions I want to ask of Senator Brewster. Senator Brewster's testimony, as related here yesterday, is a pack of lies, and I can tear it apart if I am allowed to cross-examine him. And it's unfair to have my integrity questioned and not be allowed to cross-examine Senator Brewster. Now, yesterday, you told me that I would be accorded the same privilege as the senator from Maine or anyone else here. Now, will you give me the questions in advance that you want to ask of me while I am here? Well, the committee finally asked my questions of Senator Brewster. He admitted knowing Pan American officials and accepting simple little gratuities. He basically avoided answering most of the questions. Then it came my turn to speak. So I said, the American public has witnessed two men under oath giving testimony which is quite contrary to the other. Now, I believe that in deciding which one of us here is telling the truth, that our reputation should be examined, at least to some extent. Now, I understand that Senator Brewster has a reputation of being clever, resourceful, a terrific public speaker, and one of the great trick shot artists in Washington. Now, let us examine my reputation. I'm supposed to be capricious. I am called a playboy. I have been called eccentric. I'm supposed to be many things which are not complimentary, but I don't believe that I have the reputation of being a liar. As far as I know, up until today, no one has ever questioned my word. I believe that Senator Brewster is not telling the truth. If I can be allowed to cross-examine him, I think that I can prove it. If I don't have that right, I'd like to drop the matter right at this point. Well, funny thing. Senator Brewster removed himself from the proceedings, went back to Maine. He kind of turned tail and ran. The next day, the committee's first topic of discussion were the business activities of my PR man, Johnny Meyer. So I said, the parties with the girls, I said, all the aircraft companies are doing the same thing. I believe Mr. Meyer, he patterned his work after what he saw in other companies. If you can make a law that says that no aircraft company can entertain Army officers, and you can enforce it, I will be glad to abide by it. I never wanted to work this way in the first place. Do I know where Mr. Meyer is? No, I have got 28,000 employees in my company. Now, I know where everybody is every day. Now, you had Mr. Meyer here for unlimited questioning. I am not going to bring him back here so you can have some big publicity show. I think that my company has been inconvenienced just about long enough. Will I see to it that he's here for the 2 o'clock session? What, today? Well, no, I don't think I will. Will I try? Well, no, Senator, I don't think I'll even try. As to the flying boat and the delays, why, I put the sweat of my life into this thing. I have my reputation on the line. I have $7 million of my own money into it. And I've stated many times that if it doesn't fly, I will probably give up my citizenship and I'll leave this country. I mean it. Well, on the morning of the 6th day, the committee called the hearings to an end. And on the 7th day, I rested. Well, after my victory over the Senate, I decided to put all of my energy into the flying boat. To move the flying boat from the assembly point in Culver City to San Pedro is no easy task. It has a wingspan of 320 feet. Its length is 218 feet, and it is the largest aircraft ever built. November the 2nd, 1947, the date that was chosen for the tests. Everyone had been told that it was only going to be taxi tests in the choppy water at Long Beach, and that I wasn't going to fly it. They were all told that. And the first 2 taxi tests, after that, the reporters, they got in to call in their stories. But it was on the 3rd taxi run that I decided just to give this thing full throttle. And when the plane reached the 100-mile-an-hour point, it rose majestically. It attained an altitude of about 60, 70 feet, and it only flew a little over a mile. And then I gently lowered it back onto the sea. And this was its only flight ever. This aircraft is, in my opinion, one of the present day 7 wonders of the world. It has been called a work of art. I don't build any Cluck airplanes. Many people have wondered and asked if I intended to fly it beforehand. Some say it flew by accident. And the reporters, in particular, wanted to know if I had intended to fly this plane beforehand. I'll tell you the same thing that I told them. Certainly, I like to make surprises. Blue skies smiling at me, nothing but blue skies do I see. Bluebirds singing a song, nothing but bluebirds all day long. Never saw the sun shining so bright, never saw things going so right. Noticing the days hurrying by, when you're in love, my how they fly. Blue days, all of them gone, nothing but blue skies from now on. Nothing but blue skies from now on. Never saw the sun shining so bright, never saw things going so right. Noticing the days hurrying by, when you're in love, my how they fly. Blue days, all of them gone, nothing but blue skies from now on.
If you're wild about the Clark County Wetlands Park, you'll love the Wetlands Park Nature Center. Its exhibit gallery gives you a whole new perspective on this desert oasis located right in Clark County's backyard. The interactive displays, educational videos and activities, and hands-on exhibits are for kids of all ages. There's something for everyone at the Wetlands Park, indoors and outdoors, and it's all free. Visit today.
Our community, our home, Clark County, Nevada. Thanks for watching Clark County Television, the best access to your local government.
Hello and welcome to the March edition of Cultures of Las Vegas. You can probably guess why March is the month chosen to focus on Irish Americans and their contributions to our community. About 10% of local residents claim to have some degree of Irish roots. Of course, that number rises to about 100% on St. Patrick's Day. My name is George Knapp, moderator of today's program, and in my day job, I'm an investigative reporter for KLS TV. And yes, I have Irish blood. My paternal grandmother is from Ireland. And our conversation, I think, for the next 30 minutes or so, 30 minutes, is that all? They do know we're Irish, right? Is going to highlight contributions made by Irish Americans to the melting pot that is the Las Vegas community, Clark County. My guests, the other panelists today, Terry Murphy is a one-woman Irish Tourism Bureau. She's the former honorary Irish consul in Nevada. Yeah. They never replaced you, though, right?
Not yet.
They can't. How could they?
They could try.
And she has strong-armed and talked generations of locals into visiting Ireland. In her day job, she runs Strategic Solutions, a public affairs consulting company deeply involved in political issues, charitable causes, and businesses that are vital to the local economy. Diana Kenny Toogood, Southern Nevada Sons and Daughters of Erin. You're going to tell us what that organization does. Brian McMullen, owner of McMullen's Irish Pub. We know what goes on in a place like that. Pubs are, of course, a vital part of this community and Irish life as well. And Dr. Cian McMahon is a UNLV historian and author, and we're all going to join this conversation. Terry, I want to start with you. That number, 10%, of locals having Irish blood. Is that solid?
That's 10% of Nevadans, yes. We're one of the higher levels in the nation. And that started, actually Dr. McMahon might be able to elucidate on that a little bit, but in the 1840s and 50s up in the northern part of the state with the building of the railroad and the mining industry.
I wondered because I know a couple of years ago I did a DNA test, and I grew up thinking, all right, I know my grandmother is Irish, but the rest of my family I figured was German. And I get this DNA test back, and it says, I don't have any German at all. It's all UK, British Isles, Irish, and Scandinavian.
Lucky you.
I know. Diane, what is the Sons and Daughters of Erin?
We are a local Irish club. It's actually the Sons and Daughters of Erin is nationwide, but we're the local chapter for that. And we meet on the second Wednesday of every month at McMullen's. And basically we are a social club that gets together, you know, Irish people or people with interest in Irish culture. You don't necessarily have to be Irish to join. Most of us are, though. We do a lot of charity work in the community, and we also put on the big Irish festival on St. Patrick's Day in Henderson.
And the parade.
The parade is part of that festival. We usually have about 65,000 people attend the festival. This year, because they're doing a bunch of construction in Henderson, we've had to scale it down a little bit. So it's going to be a little bit smaller. We usually have about 100 floats in the parade, and this year is probably going to be between 80 and 90. So it's not a big scale down, but a little bit.
And Terry, I was just kind of joking, sort of, that you've taken everybody from Las Vegas to Ireland, but you've taken a lot.
I've taken a few tours, and a lot of people who are going over there usually give me a call and ask, what should I do, where should I go? And between Brian and I, and we tell everybody where to go, don't we, Brian?
Oh, we do, yeah.
And then once they go, they want to go back.
Yes.
That's a big problem.
The trouble
they have
with
to
Ireland,
go back.
Once you go, you have to go back.
Brian, Terry had sent me some notes about the origin of the word pub, a public house, which
It's
is
a public house,
sort of a central part of Irish life.
Absolutely. It's where people in small villages meet, where people go. I mean, and it's a strange thing over here. You may not see a priest in a pub here because they'll think badly of them. But over there, it's an essential thing, because if you don't go and your wife goes and you're not being a particular boy, he can only talk to you in the pub. So buy you a Guinness and they'll have a little chat.
How did you end up in Las Vegas?
Casino business. I was in the casino business from 1968 in England and in South Africa and over here since 92.
Did you always know you were going to own a pub here?
No. I finished in the casino business on the 31st of December 1999, and I started doing work for the Irish Pub Company out of Dublin. Built 700 pubs around the world. I didn't build 700 pubs, they did. And I acted as their agent, so 9 Fine Irishmen, Fido's, a number of casinos. They've built I think about 100 in the United States, and I've done with 7 of them. And it's not as good as it used to be in terms of building them. I mean, they are building a few a year, but we build quite a lot at one particular time, yes.
And other than the Sons and Daughters of Erin, do you find your place is a meeting place for Irish people who are here visiting?
Yeah, I'm wearing the shirt because England play Ireland on Sunday, 7 o'clock in the morning rugby, as part of a Six Nations tournament rugby. So we could have 100 Irish there, tourists. And we'll also have locals, because I support the local Las Vegas Irish team, which is the 5th biggest rugby club in the whole country. They have 4 teams, and yes.
Irish-English competition, probably very friendly.
Yeah, we would love to beat them on Sunday. There's no other, we won't be too upset afterwards. We'll be upset with ourselves. We love to beat them.
So, Cian, you have studied the Irish in Las Vegas?
Yeah, I studied the Irish in Ireland and Irish immigration more broadly in the times in which the Irish began coming to the United States in the largest numbers, which was in the mid-19th century. Most of my research is on the East Coast, but I have looked at the American West in some ways, yeah.
And you wrote a book about it.
I've written it, yeah. My book is called The Global Dimensions of Irish Identity, and it looks at the historical roots. Nowadays, of course, as your listeners know, 70 million people around the world, including about 40 million in the United States, identify as being Irish. When I was looking at the newspapers and the documents from the 1840s, though, I realized that they connected being Irish with being on the island of Ireland. And by 150 years later, you could be Irish anywhere in the world. So my book looks at the kind of historical dimensions of that and how that developed. But I am interested in the Irish in the West. In some ways, the Irish have been written out, or maybe imagined out, of the history of the American West, because for two reasons. So for a long time, Irish historians assumed that after the Great Famine of 1845 to 1855, in which the potato on which the Irish population was heavily reliant was wiped out, the assumption was that Irish immigrants, when they went to the United States and Canada, didn't want to farm anymore. Well, that actually turns out wasn't true. They got into farming. It's just that they got a lot of jobs on the East Coast. The other side of the debate, which I thought was very interesting, is that a lot of American historians thought of the American West and the frontier as a place of rugged individualism. And that idea of the West as a place of rugged individuals didn't fit with the notion of Irish as Catholics, clannish, superstitious, etc. So the Irish are part of the story of the American West. It's just that we're learning those dimensions now.
You know, immigration is always a hot topic here and everywhere around the world. People tend to forget that the Irish were sort of the low rung of the ladder for a long time, and were on the receiving end of the kinds of attacks and stereotypes that other ethnic groups and nationalities are experiencing now.
Very much so, and there are today estimated to be approximately 50,000 undocumented Irish in the United States. So it's still an issue for the Irish in America.
Undocumented, that they slip across the border and
correct, or
melt
they
into...
maybe overstay a visa or what have you and begin working or starting their own businesses or what have you. And yeah, it's something that has to be dealt with when and if comprehensive immigration reform happens. My granddad came from County Armagh in Northern Ireland, and he went to fight in World War I, had 9 children, all of whom were very industrious. My dad was a pipe fitter, helped to build the World Trade Center in New York City. I had an uncle who was a police officer. One was a Secret Serviceman. My aunt was principal of the first School of the Deaf in New York, St. Joseph School of the Deaf. So I think the Irish experience has added a tremendous amount to the American experience as well.
How often do you go back to Ireland?
Oh, I've been going back every year, actually. I've been going back every year, mainly because of whiskey. Mainly because, not the fact that I drink it, but the Prohibition, when Ireland dominated, Irish whiskey dominated America before Prohibition, not Scotch, Irish. But when Prohibition happened, they had nowhere to sell it because that's where they sold it, here. And that killed off, they had 37 distilleries in Dublin. They had no distilleries 5 years ago. But now the Irish Tourist Board and the Irish government are pushing the fact that they see how well Jameson has done in this country. So it's a huge push, and I think there'll be 40 by the end of 21. So I go back because of that, and to see how the progress is going for that, because I have the most brands of Irish whiskey in the world. So
well, the whiskey boom has been good for you.
Not that we sell them all, but a whole range of them, and it's going to get more and more and more, and they'll be able to vie. They can't vie with Scotland at the moment, or with Scotch, because it's so ingrained through the colonies and through here. People want Scotch. You don't get $50,000, $100,000 bottles of Scotch, but they're starting to do. There's just one the other day, $35,000, but they mostly will not be drunk. They most will be sold like paintings, kept and sold. But it's becoming huge.
How many brands do you have, Brian?
Well, I think by tomorrow night I might have 146. I got 140 here.
Do you have a sense, Cian, about how closely Irish Americans follow Irish politics and vice versa? The Irish, how much they follow our politics?
Yeah, I think that there are close connections but that those connections are episodic. In other words, they come and go. There's times when they're warmer than at others, right? And that makes sense. So I read the Irish Times every day online, which is the main Dublin newspaper, and American immigration, which Terry referred to earlier, is a huge issue that's covered carefully in the Irish press, exactly for the reason that Terry suggested. I mean, there's lots of families in Ireland who are directly affected by the immigration policy. It's not something that's distant to Irish families. It's something that impacts them on a daily basis. And then while most Americans may not have been following the ups and downs of the latest election in Ireland, there was an election last week. I'm sure most Americans probably aren't following it. But a lot of Americans would have understood the role that Ireland and the relationship between Ireland and Britain played in the huge debate over Brexit.
Yeah.
And so at times it becomes more and more, we'll say, important in each other's eyes. I'll also say that Ireland is a unique country in that, could you imagine if on the 4th of July, the President of the United States went to London and the Secretary for Commerce went to Ottawa and all these major ministers in the government left the United States on the 4th of July. That's what happens in Ireland. Like, Irish government, the main Irish government players leave Ireland on St. Patrick's Day to foster their connections with governments. The biggest example, of course, being when our Taoiseach, our Prime Minister, comes to the White House and has his annual St. Patrick's Day audience with the President, and he gives him a bowl of shamrocks and everybody smiles. But it's unique that a country of Ireland's size could have the ear of the American President every year guaranteed.
Americans tend to not pay attention to anything that happens outside our borders. We have only the thinnest understanding of what goes on in the rest of the world. In general, can you help us understand where the Irish are on Brexit? We've got a general idea here, very thin, about Brexit and how that works and what it means. Where were the Irish in this discussion?
Yeah, so I would say that generally speaking, the population in the Republic of Ireland, and Terry and your other guests may be able to clarify this, is that generally speaking, the Republic of Ireland considers the European Union to be a positive development and considers the European Union to be a good thing. And so most people within the Republic of Ireland would consider Brexit to be a mistake. Like a mistake economically, politically, culturally, etc. The north of Ireland, of course, Northern Ireland, is more complicated in that a large percentage of that, about half of that percent of that population considers themselves part of Britain. And about half generally consider themselves to be part of Ireland. And so the politics and the decisions within Northern Ireland are more complicated. But generally speaking, I would say that Irish people consider Brexit to be a mistake. And the problem is that if the border along Ireland, between the Republic of Ireland and Northern Ireland, becomes a border for Europe and has soldiers and watchtowers put on it to control immigration, that does provide the potential to reignite the troubles, which were the low-intensity guerrilla warfare of the 1980s and 90s, which nobody wants to go back to.
Did I just read about a move to unify the two again, or discussions about that?
There is talks that perhaps one way to overcome the problems presented by Brexit is to give the people of Northern Ireland a chance to make their own democratic decision as to whether they would prefer to remain within Britain or prefer to remain or rejoin, we'll say, Ireland.
And in fact, the majority of people in Northern Ireland did not vote to leave the EU.
Oh yeah, and that's an important point.
That's an important point.
The
The other thing for context is the island of Ireland is about a third the size of Nevada, and the population of the island is about 6 million, with about 4.5 million being in the Republic and 1.5 being in Northern Ireland, which is part of the UK. It gets complicated, isn't it?
And do they follow our politics enough to make a judgment on whether we're crazy or not? Or,
they do. In my experience, they do, because being an American, people ask.
So you go there and
yes,
ask,
what are you people doing? I think they follow it way more than they know a lot more about us than we know about them. For sure.
Brian, when you travel, do they ask you political questions? After they ask, can they go along with you? That is.
Yes, they do. I have strong views, but because I have a pub, I don't deal with religion or politics, because it's, I would have 50% Republicans and 50% Democrats, and sometimes you don't know who's what.
And neither of those topics ever get discussed in pubs, right?
No, they shouldn't. Sometimes they do. I mean, I had an Irish gentleman in, he's complaining about immigration, how terrible it was, and he may have only lived here 10 years. And I had to remind him, because he was complaining about where people were coming over the border, I had to remind him, you have thought about that once and you shouldn't be saying that. Just keep quiet. You don't know anything. And he did keep quiet about it because, Irish were really badly treated. I mean, there's no doubt, historical fact, they were badly treated when they first got. And they fought on both sides of the Union, and they fought on the Confederate side. Got killed on both sides. Brothers fought brothers. They still weren't that well treated afterwards.
There were a lot of Irish soldiers in the cavalry and the settled the American West, as well, as I recall.
Yeah, which shows you what happens today too. They fight in Afghanistan, in Iraq. They come back, they can't become citizens. A number of them. So, it's difficult. It's not for me to judge it, but it's for me to say
in the
people feel that.
7 or 8 minutes we got left, let's drum up a little tourism for Ireland. What do you tell people to go see, Terry, when you urge them to go over?
Well, it's a small enough country that you can see a lot of it in a short amount of time, but you kind of end up wanting to stay because it just grows on you. The people grow on you. Everybody's very friendly and likes to have a chat. They want to hear about you. The thing that I was recently there, and the thing that stood out to me the most was that it didn't seem to me that time was money. How we're all in a bit of a rush here, and over there, people want to know about you. They want to know where you're from and what you do and what you like. So to go there, Dublin it's a European city. It's got a lot of history. There's a brand new museum there that I really found myself liking. It's called EPIC, the Irish Emigration Museum, about all of the people who've left Ireland and gone and made huge impacts all around the world. So that's one thing. In fact, DNA was one of the discoveries of an Irish person. The White House was designed by an Irishman. So lots and lots of things. Submarines were designed by Irish people. So lots of gifts there, and it was very interesting. But it's also, there's a juxtaposition of history and modernism. So you see Google and Facebook building very modern buildings right next to carefully preserved buildings that are important to the history of the Republic of Ireland, right? So that's very interesting. And then the west of Ireland is just the most gorgeous scenery I've ever seen in the world.
That's what you've told me every time we've talked about it.
So you can drive around the entire island, and you can do a whiskey tour of all the distilleries, not necessarily just to drink a lot of whiskey, but there's a lot of culture in the creation of Irish whiskey. There's a lot to do and see there.
I think if you're American and you go to any other country, I don't think you'll be treated better than in Ireland. Irish love America. Yeah. I think love with a capital L. Mm-hmm. And they always treat you with open arms. They welcome you with open arms. That's what I've always experienced.
No matter your politics, either. They like to talk about it one way or the other, right?
Yeah.
You just...
It's absolutely, yeah.
Wherever you fall, a good argument is always a good thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do you see Americans increasingly looking into their DNA, genealogical roots, and then tracking down their Irish relatives? Just show up and, hey, I'm here. Knock on the door. Is that your members engage in any of that? Do you?
Yes. I mean, we have most everybody. I would say, well, a lot of people in the club have done their DNA, and yes, like to trace back. In fact, one of the women in the club, her last name is Kennedy, or was Kennedy, and my last name was Kenny, and so she said, "Oh, but I have some Kennys in my." So yeah, it sort of gets talked about and that sort of thing. I don't know if I would just. I have still relatives there, so I'm told, but I don't know that I would just show up and knock on their door.
It does happen, though.
It happens, I'm sure.
Oh, yeah, I mean, I get people because of the pub. They come in and they think I know everything about it. I don't. Terry knows everything about it. But they come in and say, where should we go? What should we do? We're looking for, be it Kelly, be it Murphy, be it whatever else. And a number of them have come back. Some haven't found their people. They know which village they come from. Some only know the village that they come from, and they find people. I could talk a whole show on what they say about when they come back.
Well, tell us a little bit.
Well, quickly, this guy came in one day, and I was serving at the bar years ago, and he said, "I've got to talk to you. I've got to talk to you." I said, "Okay, I'll be with you in a moment." I came over to him, and he said, "My mother and father went to Ireland. They knew the village they were at. They were both retired. They'd been married 50 years or whatever, but the wife was keen on finding her ancestors. The husband wasn't as keen, but he went along. And they went to a pub in the town. They didn't know who they obviously knew the names and whatever, and they spoke to people, and one lady came up, one who worked there came up, "Don't talk to them. I'll take you to my house and we can have a chat about it." Took it to the house. They took him to the house. The husband wasn't too happy. She got on a chair, sat them down, got on a chair, went on top of the closet, picked out a cardboard box, and started leafing through these photographs, as you used to do. You didn't look on your phone. You looked at the photographs that you never put up, but they were always in this box. And she pulled out a big one, and she turned it to them. She said, "I don't know who these people are." It was a wedding photograph. It was their wedding photograph.
Oh, wow.
There's hairs on my
Yeah.
arms went up. Because people get, you're over in America, you've gone, you're 2 generations back, but there are people who send it back to brothers or sisters. My daughter got married, or my whatever, and people get it. They don't know who you are. They just know that these are long-lost cousins, and they stick it in the box. And and he said, "You don't have to believe me. My parents are coming in and they'll tell you."
And in general, the Irish it happens enough that they get used to.
I've heard multiple stories of similar things.
I think it's a wonderful thing to know about your ancestors and whatever else. You get that camaraderie and they become friends, and long distance as it may be,
Kian, while we have a chance, tell us about your book that you wrote, what the title of it is, what's in it, and maybe we can sell a couple copies of it.
Well, thanks, George. So, so the first book I wrote is published in 2015, and it was called The Global Dimensions of Irish Identity. And I was interested in the ways in which newspapers in the 1840s and the 1850s were used as a medium for connecting between Irish people around the world. We think nowadays, as you just referred to photographs, we pick up the phone and we text or communicate, email somebody very quickly. In the 19th century, early 19th century, information only moved as fast as a ship could carry it. You know what I mean? So it took weeks and months for information to be transmitted. That meant that information was that little bit more important in some ways. And so I'm interested in that. Terry was just referred to the Epic Museum in Dublin. I grew up in Dublin. I'm, of course, partial to Dublin and all things great about it. There are many. One great thing beside the Epic Museum is a replica of a sailing ship from the years of the famine. And it's called the Jeannie Johnson, which was a real ship. And it's a living museum. You can go on with the docent, and you can go down and you can climb into steerage, as it was called. And going to this ship, this museum, several times sparked in myself an interest in the experiences of emigrants at sea. So I'm currently working on a new book, which I'm calling The Coffin Ship, and that seeks to understand the strategies and tactics that immigrants used at sea during the Great Famine.
Well, Kian and Brian and Diane and Terry, great to have you here and share this with us. And I guess the only question is, are we going in one car to the pub, or are we all going? We're driving separate.
Welcome.
Thank you.
That's it for us with this edition of Cultures in Las Vegas.
At Clark County Parks and Recreation, with more than 100 parks, 13 community centers, and special facilities such as the Clark County Museum, Horseman's Park, the Wetlands Park Nature Preserve, and the Clark County Amphitheater, we have something for everyone. Want to learn how to play guitar? Piano? Or how about putting your young one in one of our many quality early childhood programs? We have recreation centers with qualified staff on all parts of the valley. If you're thinking about becoming more active, try joining one of our many sports leagues or fitness rooms throughout the valley. Take a stroll in one of our parks, enroll in an exercise class, swim some laps in one of our pools, or just ride a bike on one of our many urban trails. Call 455-8200 to get more information about programs and learn more about our vast amenities, such as our award-winning shooting range. Clark County Parks and Recreation. It's where fun happens.
Coming up on the next edition of Clark County Chronicles, there's a new man at the helm of the finest fire department in the country. We'll introduce you to Chief John Steinbeck. A new police station in Summerlin provides an extra layer of law enforcement for our community. And the new Grand Canyon Airline Bradley House showcases a couple chapters of Clark County history at the Clark County Museum. Those stories and more coming up on the next edition of Clark County Chronicles.
Starting March 12th, every household across America will be asked to take the 2020 census.
Whether you're new to Nevada or natives like us, everyone needs to be counted.
States receive billions in federal funding from census data collected every 10 years.
Every dollar Nevada gets helps Clark County serve our growing population.
It's money for schools, roads, health care, and other needs.
It also gives us the seats we deserve in Washington.
It's on, Nevada.
Let's win the census.
Let's get our fair share, Nevada.
Thanks for watching Clark County Television, the best access to your local government.
Hello, I'm Randy Swallow. Welcome to In Your Neighborhood. For the next half hour, we'll talk county issues and District F issues with a man who represents the area, your commissioner, Commissioner Justin Jones. Good morning, Commissioner.
Good morning.
A little brisk out here today, and you make me look like I'm a wimp. But, we're here at the soon-to-open Cougar Creek Park near Wigwam and Rainbow in District F. District F is located primarily in the southwest part of the valley, extending north to Charleston Boulevard. This vast district also includes plenty of rural areas, including the communities of Blue Diamond, Sloan, Good Spring, Sandy Valley, Jean, all the way to the California border at Prim. Here's a quick look in your neighborhood, District F. District F is home to the newest downtown in Clark County, downtown Summerlin. The county's largest master plan community has developed a couple million square feet for dining, shopping, entertainment, and more in a mixed-use, fully walkable marketplace. Other major game-changing private businesses choosing to slide into District F include the swimmingly successful Wet n Wild Water Park. And expect furniture fans to flock to the iconic blue and yellow behemoth IKEA store near the 215 Beltway in Durango, a Swedish-designed retailer that is the world's largest. And another master-planned neighborhood, Mountain's Edge, continues to rise in District F. Thousands of residents now enjoy recreating at Phase 1 of the newly opened Mountain's Edge Regional Park, with some of the coolest facilities in town. Desert Breeze Regional Park continues to be one of the best, with an indoor-outdoor aquatic center and hundreds of acres of green space and more. and the rural portions of District F include Sandy Valley, Blue Diamond, Good Springs, and Jean, lending a slice of the slower lifestyle compared to the fast-paced urban growth for residents and businesses in District F. Commissioner, people have been breaching the fence all around this park already. They're anxious to get this thing going, but what an amazing park. How about this area, a little fitness area here already, right next to where people can watch their kids play?
Absolutely. This is amazing amenities that our team have put together over here for the kids, the big kids, the little kids, and for the adult kids to get out here and really enjoy a beautiful park.
It's a nice combination, too. We've got some artificial turf, some natural grass, and then, of course, some desert landscaping. So that's a good mix of all those elements.
Yeah, I think it really fits in with the neighborhood over here, and people, I think, are just going to really love it. We got the school across the street. Kids can come over here after school. Parents can pick them up and just come right over and enjoy a beautiful park.
Commissioner, neighborhood parks like this are vital. Look at you mentioned Mark Fine School Elementary there. We've got new housing developments on 3 other sides. This is truly going to be a neighborhood gem for people that are just going to be able to walk across the street to their park.
Absolutely, and I know I've run around this area before. I know people are going to be able to take a jog with their family, grab the stroller and push it over here and just get out and exercise and grab the soccer ball and just enjoy a true neighborhood park.
Behind us also there's pickleball. That's one of the first elements we normally see in Clark County parks. There is an outcry. Pickleball is a very popular, very fast-growing sport.
It is. My parents retired to St. George recently, and that is the rave up in St. George, and so we've got a new pickleball court complex coming to Sunset Park, but really excited to have a facility right here in the Southwest.
You mentioned Mark Fine Elementary School. Is that a little bit better use of bang for our buck than keeping it close to elementary schools where kids then are in such close proximity to parks like this?
I think so. I mean, it's a natural fit for over here. Saw kids getting dropped off at school this morning, and just a really great opportunity for the kids and the parents over in this part of town.
And I know your predecessor, Commissioner Susan Brager, held a contest that a student from that school actually named this place Cougar Creek Park.
Yeah, it's a fantastic name. Really gets to Cougar, which is the street over here. But I think it really highlights the beauty of this area over here.
Another interesting play area there, Commissioner, a little natural area kind of thing.
They did some fantastic things with the amenities here. Unique product that you're not going to see in any other park. So I know the kids are really excited to get out here and enjoy something new.
And people in these neighborhoods, Commissioner, that they don't want necessarily a softball field or a football field or anything like that, but there is great walking areas, which is obviously a very important element.
Sure. I mean, it's a great opportunity, like you said. If the kids are over here, you can take a walk, take a stroll here in the park. I know in the parks that are near me, that's where I go do my speed drills over in the park, and so this would be a great opportunity for the folks over here to get out there and take a walk, take a run.
How important is it to have, when you have new development coming in, for them to say, hey, I've got a new park coming in right next door?
It's huge. I mean, this is a lifestyle issue, and we want to make sure that we have parks, that we have schools, that we have jobs all in the same area so that people can really stay in their area, live, work, play.
Commissioner, thank you for that little tour. And gosh, here in the Southwest, there's a big park boom going on right now. Let's take a little inventory of some of the other parks. You've got one at LeBaron and Lindell. That park is about 50% completed.
Yeah, they're working on the design. It's between middle school and elementary school, and some really exciting amenities over there. Dog park, which is a big deal in the Southwest. And I think also exciting, we're working with one of the developers over there, so that we'll also, in addition to the park itself, we'll have some additional pathways, some additional trails that will jut out from the park itself.
And again, that one seems quite similar to this one, where there's much neighborhood around there. And again, that's obviously got to be a huge benefit for the developer and for the people that are thinking about calling an area like that home.
Right. Again, it's really about making sure that we have communities here in the Southwest, and having the parks near the schools, I think, is a tremendous benefit. It's somewhere they can go after school and play, and obviously in the summers they can go be near their schools, but be in the park.
A little bit further east of here, TP and Patrick, another park site there, also about 50% complete. Bring us up to date on that project.
Sure, this was an area that really was in need of a community park. There isn't really a resource over in that area for folks, and one of the exciting things about that park, somewhat similar to over here at Cougar Creek, is we're incorporating the existing wash that runs through the park to really highlight from an educational perspective how our desert works over here, and there'll be some educational signage about the wash and also dog park again. So we'll have, in addition to Mountain's Edge Park that recently added dog facilities, we'll have 3 additional dog parks in the Southwest.
Commissioner, and I know last year in that, I believe that's a 10-acre park in that area, you held a number of neighborhood meetings. And again, that's vital to get people in the area to buy in and say, hey, I want a baseball diamond, I don't want a baseball diamond, I want a dog park, I want things like that. And that helps in the design process right from the get-go.
Absolutely. Literally, the folks that lived in that area, they had amenities on there, and they got to vote, check the box, and that really was incorporated into the decisions on what went into that park.
You touched basically on Mountain's Edge, and I know that's a fantastic park already. Last year you opened up 4 full adult baseball diamonds there, and a new dog park that just opened up earlier in the last couple months or so. Talk to me about that place.
Sure. So the Mountain's Edge Master Association, they had some additional grass area at one of their existing parks and had a great idea of just converting it into a 3-stage dog park. I was there for the opening. Adopted a new puppy myself recently, so really looking forward to the opportunity to get out there. And I'll tell you that the dogs, I ran past there on Sunday, and the dogs are so happy to just get out there and run around without being on a leash.
Mountain's Edge is a unique place, and again, a lot of the things what we've just talked about have happened out there, where boom, they came out there, and I know that's also where you live, just to full disclosure here, but several of the parks there that they built, and several of them that they built were in cooperation with the county. Explain how that cooperation works.
Sure. So as part of a master development like Mountain's Edge, Summerlin, some of the other areas like that, the developer will build the parks, and sometimes they'll turn it over to the county, as the case with Mountain's Edge. Sometimes they maintain the parks themselves. And so there is a large regional park. Some of the facilities have been built out there. There's some nice trails out there, the additional baseball diamonds, but also looking forward in the future to additional resources at the Mountain's Edge Regional Park.
That one has been built in phases and will continue to do so?
Yep.
Okay. Let's continue on. Southwest Ridge and Trailhead. I know a lot of people have been excited about that. And that's going to be one of the most unique parks a couple miles west of here.
Definitely very excited for that one. That one, again, is adjacent to an existing school. It has some interesting topography. It kind of goes up the side of a mountain. And so there'll be resources down at the bottom, but also trailheads so that you can go to the park, get some water at the drinking fountain, but then head off for a mile or 2 hike.
If I'm not mistaken, that one is more in cooperation with Summerlin. Is that right? With similar.
It is working with Summerlin and also with some SNPL funding, with federal funding.
He also talked about Desert Breeze, which is already one of our finest regional parks, probably the best regional park so far here in your district. And there's been some new LED lights and gym floor and things like that. But I know something you're really excited about is a new community event center. Talk to me about that.
Sure. So on the original plans for Desert Breeze, there was an event center that was planned, and it took a long time to really get it going. My predecessor, Commissioner Brager, before she left, she dedicated about $7.5 million to get it started, and we're really looking forward, hopefully, with some hotel room tax revenue that the county is in charge of next month in March, hopefully providing some additional revenue to really build it out the way we want and create a real, true regional facility that people can come to and enjoy events, concerts, and other types of events.
And even things like, I know you're inventorying or taking a look at places like in Henderson, they've got a fantastic place. Even downtown near the D Hotel Resort, where, boom, all of a sudden there's a hockey game, a football game. You could get 8,000 or 10,000 people together, get some refreshments going on, and everyone can watch the game and congregate. And what a fantastic idea.
Yeah, I mean, we really don't have anything like that in the Southwest right now, really on the whole West Side. And so it will be really a community resource to bring together from people on the West Side, from the city of Las Vegas, from unincorporated Clark County, and really come together enjoy a facility at a lower cost than going down to the Strip. Obviously, there are acts that come in town that want to be able to participate, and I think this will be a great opportunity.
And again, Desert Breeze, Mountain's Edge are more regional parks. Just it kind of explain to the difference for our viewers what regional parks are compared to neighborhood parks such as this one.
Sure, a neighborhood park like this one really serves the immediate community within a mile or two. A regional park is really for people that live within 5 or so miles of the facility. And really incorporates resources that you wouldn't see in a traditional park like this. Good example, James Regional Park, huge soccer complex. Obviously, you're not going to put 16 fields in a neighborhood like this, but a regional park like that serves the entire community for soccer tournaments, baseball tournaments, events like we're talking about at Desert Breeze.
All right, we must take a short break. We'll continue in your neighborhood with your Commissioner, Justin Jones. Stay tuned.
I think I'd be locked up right now if it weren't for the harbor.
Fighting drug or alcohol use and changes in behavior are all warning signs that a youth may need help.
I got in a fight and got expelled from school, and my mom took me to the harbor for help.
The harbor is a safe haven for troubled kids and their families. The goal is to give them resources so problems don't escalate. We know kids in crisis can become adults in crisis. Prevention and early intervention work.
They helped me get my life back on track. Sometimes you just need a fresh start.
The harbor offers hope and second chances.
There's a shelter pet who wants to meet you. Meet one today. Visit theshelterpetproject.org. Adopt.
District F is home to Desert Breeze Regional Park, Aquatic and Rec Center. At 119 acres, Desert Breeze is the second largest park in all of Clark County. This place is a hub for nearly every type of sport and recreation, including baseball, football, soccer, softball, basketball, and more. Desert Breeze boasts the first ever dog park in the county system and acres of green space for walking, picnicking, or just lounging. The rec center has an indoor gym, fitness center, and hosts hundreds of classes and programs weekly. And the aquatic center is busy year-round with instruction, lifeguard training, and free swimming indoors and a great seasonal outdoor pool. Desert Breeze is located at Durango and Spring Mountain in District F, and we're talking District F issues with the man who represents the area, your Commissioner, Justin Jones. Commissioner, public safety is obviously very huge in your district as well. We recently had a new substation that opened up in Summerlin for the Summerlin Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department. Now, that's not in your district, but obviously much of their area includes District F, including probably right where we are. Huge.
Yeah, definitely. It was an exciting resource, and really appreciate Howard Hughes, the developer, for paying the cost for the land and the building. That'll really give the opportunity for folks in Summerlin to know exactly where to go for the resources and issues that they have in their community, and about half of their area command will be the Summerlin area command.
You've also got 2 fire stations coming up in your area, 35 and 39. A little different on each of those ones, including our friends Howard Hughes at Station 35. Talk to me about that.
Sure. So as part of the development agreement with Summerlin, they're obligated to build a couple of fire stations, and this is one that will be coming online in the next 18 months. They're working through the design and hoping to get ready for breaking ground on that shortly.
And that one's at Flamingo and Azimuth Point Drive, and then also Fire Station 39, a little bit more traditional, the 3-bay typical county one at Rainbow and Raven. So then that one will be built more under the county guidelines.
We may look to some developers in that area, which is not far from here, to help out with that. But we're in need of multiple fire stations here in the Southwest, and we are looking to get those rolling as quick as possible. Response rates obviously are critical, and so the county is committed to making sure that people in this community are safe. That means buildings, it means trucks, but it also means the firefighters who put their life on the line every day.
Parks and public safety, I should say, are probably 2 of the most vital things that everyone is looking for in quality of life, I'm sure.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, when you move to a community, you want to know that it's safe. You want to know that the police are going to get to your house if somebody breaks in. You want to know that if you have an issue at your house, that the firefighters can get there, and they want to know that obviously the schools and the parks are close and walkable, and live in a truly livable community.
Commissioner, it must be exciting for you to live in such a fast-growing area such as this one. I know there's been a handful of new traffic signals that are coming on too, which are all part and parcel of what we've just talked about. Your most recent one is at Grand Canyon and Russell. Talk to me about why signals are needed and how you go about doing these.
Sure. So anytime that that folks bring to the county's attention that there's been some issues, traffic concerns, accidents, we do what's called a traffic study, and the traffic study determines what type of use is available there, whether it be a stop sign, a flashing stop sign, a traffic signal, a pedestrian crossing. As a result of that traffic study, the county public works team puts together a proposal to make sure it gets funded and that we move forward. And certainly with Grand Canyon and Russell, that's been an issue for a while.
And one, obviously, that was sadly was required to be put in place was at Fort Apache and Arby. Obviously, a 12-year-old boy lost his life due to a car accident there. And you promised the family and that community that you were going to do what you just said.
Yeah, I was at the vigil, and I had the opportunity to meet Johnny's mom. And I made her a promise that day that I was going to make sure that it got moving, and the traffic study that was done showed that there was a signal needed there in order to ensure safety for the kids in that area. And fortunately, our fantastic public works team was able to move it along quicker than they expected, and it was ready to go before school reopened after the holidays.
Not trying to take this conversation on such a downer or anything like that, but I know fire safety is obviously very huge. Obviously, there was that tragic fire downtown in the city of Las Vegas at the Alpine Motel, which prompted all other jurisdictions, including you and your colleagues, to let's take a look at all of our facilities. So now there's been a very profound effort to inspect facilities such as that with our fire department, with our building folks. Tell me about the fire safety measures you've taken.
Sure. Anytime we have a tragedy like the Alpine fire, I think it's incumbent on we as public officials to look internally and make sure that we're not missing anything. And so that's what we've done internally. We've talked to our fire protection team, building department, and fire department about what we can do better, what are the trouble spots. And so we're really focused on those types of apartments that have the internal hallways. This was part of the issue with the Alpine fire, doors being locked. And so as a result of the discussion with the county commission a few weeks ago, letters have already gone out to all the apartment owners, letting them know that we'll be doing inspections, and we're looking at some other opportunities to really get out there in the field, make sure that people are safe when they're living in apartment buildings and throughout our community.
Do we have any numbers? Do you have any idea of how many facilities, how many places that will be inspected such as that?
Well, we have several thousand apartment buildings, but we're really focused on the ones that are older. The ones that are newer obviously have fire sprinklers and are less of a fire risk. So we're looking at those that were built before fire sprinklers were required. And with them, obviously, the ones that have those internal hallways. If they're a garden-style apartment, it's a little bit easier to obviously exit if a fire happens. But if they have a hallway, we want to make sure that those are really the top priority right now.
Gotcha. Commissioner, recently you and more than 150 volunteers recently cleaned up one of the largest cleanups, I believe, in years here, maybe ever, at the Bird Springs area cleanup, with the great friends at Get Outdoors Nevada. You all flocked to Bird Springs for the cleanup. Tell me about that day.
Sure. So one of the beautiful natural areas we have that's just south of Mountain's Edge is Bird Springs. We're hoping as part of a public lands bill that it will be dedicated permanently as an area of critical environmental concern for special management. And so we thought it would be a great idea to get out there and do some cleanup out there. We actually blew the doors off of the registration and had more than 150 people show up. It was a beautiful day, and the kids were out there, the parents were out there, and it was great to work with Get Outdoors Nevada for a fantastic project.
I know we all sat out there last fall for that area, for all the public lands. Bring us up to date on what's going on in public lands in that area and with the federal government.
Sure. So the lands bill is moving through Congress. Senator Cortez Masto is taking the lead on the ideas for more conservation. As part of the most recent proposal, there is substantial more wilderness and conservation protections in it, and so we'll see. It's an election year, so it's always hard to know what's going to happen in Congress right now.
Shifting gears a little bit too, also, I know in this area, the public transportation obviously is an issue. And I know that's something that you've been on the forefront, Commissioner. You've been contacted many times over the years from folks who would like to have access to bus service, but also paratransit service. You're working with the RTC on that?
Yep, it's something that I've raised with RTC from the beginning when I got elected. We had a good discussion in the fall of last year, and they were going through this onboard process where they're really going out in the community and asking what was important to the community, and they are wrapping up that process actually in the next few weeks. And as part of that, expanded service to the Southwest is a top priority. So they're still looking at how you do that, what are the funding mechanisms for it, but it's a top priority. In terms of paratransit is tied to the fixed route bus service. So if a bus route goes to a particular area, then the paratransit service is within 3/4 of a mile of that fixed route. So in order to have better paratransit service, we need more fixed route bus lines in the Southwest.
And obviously, as you mentioned, the onboard, they're doing public meetings and surveys. You're obviously encouraging anyone to take part and have their voice be heard.
Sure. So onboard is asking for public comment on their proposals, and so you can go to onboardsnv.com and rate their 8 different proposals.
All right. We must take a short break. We'll continue in your neighborhood here in beautiful District F with your Commissioner, Justin Jones. Stay tuned.
Every year, the Southern Nevada Water Authority performs more than 300,000 analyses from 30,000 water samples to ensure that our water continues to meet Federal Safe Drinking Water Act standards. While your water is tested and treated by top experts, you may still be considering a water filter or other home treatment device. Before you decide, ask the Southern Nevada Water Authority for objective information about these systems. No one knows more about water quality than your local water agency.
Millions of Americans have their packages stolen right from their doorstep or mailboxes by porch pirates each year. Here are some tips to help foil the thieves. Require a signature upon delivery. Have your packages delivered to you at work, or have them held at your local post office for pickup. If available, take advantage of the ship-to-store option. Some online retailers offer a locker service you can use, or have your packages delivered to the home of a friend or relative you know will be home. Package thefts are a crime of opportunity. Help protect your packages and peace of mind.
District F is home to the master plan community of Mountain's Edge. Mountain's Edge continues to be one of the finest neighborhoods in Clark County, with 12,000 homes spread across 3,500 acres. Mountain's Edge contains some of the finest parks in the valley, including Exploration Peak, Ute Park, Nathaniel Jones, and the adjacent Mountain's Edge Regional Park. Since its inception in 2004, this community has combined a small-town feel with hiking trails and natural desert landscaping in the southwest part of the valley in District F. And speaking of District F, we're talking with your Commissioner, Justin Jones. Commissioner, back to what Metro is doing now, using some new technology called ShotSpotter, which triangulates the sound of where gunshots are actually fired. They're already crediting at least one murder that they've solved due to that. Tell me about ShotSpotter.
Sure. So Metro, Sheriff Lombardo and our County Commission Chair, Marilyn Kirkpatrick, have been working on a partnership that really went out into the field with 2 areas of town that were of particular concern. So they tested the technology in those areas, and it was a tremendous success in identifying places where gunshots occurred and making sure that those crimes were solved much quicker than just simply calls to the police station. And so as a result of the successful partnership, we're expanding that ShotSpotter program in additional areas, and one of those are in District F. And so very excited for the prospect of rolling ShotSpotter out more in our community, because again, it's about public safety. It's about making sure that these types of gun crimes are solved more quickly, and that in some circumstances it's saved people's lives where the ShotSpotter program identified where gunfire occurred, and our emergency preparedness folks were able to get out there and save a person's life as a result of it.
We'll keep an eye on that. And finally, Commissioner, here we are in February. Tell me what's on your plate, what you and your staff are working on for the next couple months.
Sure. So definitely working on addressing climate change and making sure that we work on infill development. This is one of those areas where we've infilled with a beautiful park, but there are a lot of still vacant parcels out here in the Southwest, and we'd like to make sure that as we grow, we do it in the right way. And that involves making sure that we fill in those parcels that are still vacant.
All right, always a pleasure. We'll get back with you in a month or two, and we'll see some of the new parks here in District F.
Thanks, Randy.
All right. That wraps up this edition of In Your Neighborhood. Thanks to Commissioner Justin Jones for taking time to tell us about the area he calls home and represents as your elected official, District F. If you have any questions about this show or ideas for upcoming segments in your neighborhood, call me. I'm at 455-6357 or send an email to rsw@clarkcountynv.gov. Thanks for tuning in to Clark County Television. On behalf of our production staff, I'm Randy Swallow. We'll see you again next time in your neighborhood.
Hello, I'm Clark County Commissioner Lawrence Weekly. The Department of Family Services works tirelessly to ensure every child thrives in a safe, loving, and supportive home. But we cannot do it alone. We need the entire community to come together to support our children and their families as they work towards becoming whole again. To learn more on how you can support our children in need, call 702-455-0181 or visit countmein.vegas.
The Census Bureau employs field reps in all 50 states and Puerto Rico who work locally and are members of your community. They are knowledgeable and respectful of your time and provide a customer service-oriented approach to make your interaction as pleasant as possible. With over 7,000 field reps nationwide, they are the true backbone of the Census Bureau. The answers you provide help decision makers determine the best use of funding in communities like yours for things like schools, emergency services, housing, and infrastructure. Your answers help shape the future of the nation. To confirm the validity of a Census Bureau field representative, the staff search feature on the Census Bureau website is a quick and easy way to do so. All field representatives are required to carry Bureau-issued photo identification and are required to show it before any interview begins. All information collected by our field representatives is strictly confidential and protected from disclosure under penalty of federal law. If you are visited by one of our field representatives, please take the time to complete the survey. Your community is counting on it.
Don't let your pets go tomcatting around. Did you know that an unspayed cat, her mate, and all their kitties can produce 470,000 cats in 7 years? Prevent a litter. Fix your critter.
Our community, our home, Clark County, Nevada. Thanks for watching Clark County Television, Southern Nevada's best access to local government and the community.
Straight ahead on UMC Digest, from the UMC Trauma Center, meet a woman who was shot 14 times and lived to tell her story. Plus, this woman tried dying multiple times, but the team here at the UMC Trauma Center had better ideas. Her story and more as the UMC Digest starts right now. Welcome to this edition of UMC Digest. I'm Danita Cohen. On today's show, we're bringing you the unforgettable stories of 3 of our patients who have come to the UMC Trauma Center with horrendous injuries. And not only did they live to tell their story, they're now thriving after those injuries because of the care they received here at UMC. We'll start with a young woman named Desiree, who was transported to us with what could have been deadly injuries. Here's her story.
I was with some friends. We were driving down a dirt road, and the driver was going 70 and, is it fishtailing? He was fishtailing, and he went over the side of the dirt, and I just remember just closing my eyes and holding onto the door.
Desiree wasn't wearing her seatbelt when the driver lost control of the car, flipping it 3 times, with Desiree from the back seat flying out of the window.
Because I was telling them, I can't breathe, I'm afraid I'm going to die, I don't want to die.
I think she was flown to Sunrise originally, which another hospital across the way, and then they realized how injured she was and then sent her right over to UMC.
UMC is home to Nevada's only Level 1 trauma center, providing the most advanced critical care in the state, with specialists standing by around the clock to care for injuries like Desiree's. Her most critical injury was a tear in her bronchus.
It's your breathing windpipe, and then it goes to your right and left, and her left one just was not connected to the main portion anymore. And majority of these people that have that injury are not surviving. That usually gets torn with other important things like your heart or your aorta, the big blood vessel out of your heart. And so oftentimes that's what we find on a coroner report, not really on a live patient.
It's called the quiet room, and that's where they, tell you that things aren't looking good, and your daughter's not probably going to make it.
I talked to multiple specialists. I talked to Dr. Robert Winsek, who is one of the best surgeons I've ever met. We ended up having to place the stents that we had tried. That was still not working for her. And then we had the discussion of if this lung is not functioning at all, then we would possibly have to remove it. So when you remove a lung in the trauma setting, if we had done that the first night when she arrived, it carries a very high mortality rate, a death rate. So majority of times if you take a lung out right away, if somebody's not compensated, they usually will die.
You have the shock. No, you're kidding. It didn't happen. Then the second one is just, you have switch, what I call switch, where you pray to switch places. Can it be me? And you go through those emotions. And then third, you develop anger. Whoever did this needs to pay. You want retribution, and you're just so mad. And then you go through the guilt. Why did we let her go? It was a school night. How dare her try to go out at 6 p.m. with friends to a football game? After the guilt, then you start seeing the love and support of your family.
That surgery was a success, and Desiree recovered at UMC and was eventually able to go home. But soon after, things took another turn for the worse.
And that's when she told me, Mom, I'm scared. It's hard to breathe.
When she arrived here the second time, my another colleague, Dr. Jamie Rand, was on and pulled every possible resource in the world to save her life that night. She was actively trying to die. She was the sickest person in the hospital by far. She was on very specialized ventilators that we reserve for people that are almost needing to have cardiac bypass machine, heart-lung machine to oxygenate because of such a poor ability of her lung to function. She was essentially living on one lung. Her right lung was the only one that was working, at which point then that also got pneumonia and sick, and so now she was kind of running on almost no lungs.
Desiree would need another complicated surgery at the hands of Dr. Winsek and Dr. Fraser. It was her only option.
It's the worst and the scariest thing I had ever gone through in my entire life. So I was trying to get outside, and I'm bawling, I'm shaking, I'm uncontrollably crying. And I'm reached out by a very beautiful woman. She's my angel. She always will be. She asked me if I was okay. I said no.
Crystal's angel is Jennifer, a member of the UMC experience team.
I went in to get a coffee after I left her office, and I ran into Gloria at the Starbucks area, ordered my coffee. She wouldn't let me pay. She insisted on having another employee ring it up and take the money out of her pocket and pay for my coffee that day. Not only did she give me a coffee, she came around the side, gave me a hug that I needed, and didn't ask any questions, just said, "We're family, we're here for you. You need anything, you let me know."
I think there is a reason why every individual was put in the place to take care of her. From the guard up front, not allowing the weirdos in the back, to the nurses who were so attentive to Desiree's every need and care. You know, she was constantly monitored by two. You know, to even the janitorial staff. I mean, there's not one person who didn't make a difference. You know.
Back in the operating room, another difference was being made.
So when she required that additional surgery, after we had discussed, Dr. Winsek was there and discussed with the family about the possibility of needing to remove that lung. Once we did go to the operating room, we opened her chest to see that her lung was not functioning, and it was actually filled with infection and just was not inflating like a normal lung. So we opted to remove the entire lung. Once we did that, she miraculously, on her blood gases and all this stuff, just turned around. So she was basically living with kind of rolling around on a flat tire that was just not functioning at all. And once we got rid of that, she was her oxygen levels and all that stuff turned around. We were able to get her off the ventilator and then eventually get her out of the hospital.
Once that lung was out, Desiree slowly began to recover again.
She had a really rough road, as you can imagine, the intensity of what her body went through, and infections and skin changes, and urine infections and colon infections, and every possible thing that a patient can have to get faced with, she got faced with, and she overcame it. So that's hats off to her for just being such a fighter, and then knowing that her parents were right behind her the whole way. You could just tell it's just palpable in the room, and I truly believe that definitely helped her.
Dr. Frazier was here every day, and if he wasn't, he checked on Desiree every day. He took her case very personal.
I think he's amazing for being able to do what he can, and I've researched him, so I know more of the stuff he does, and it's just kind of crazy. He put because my scar is not that big, he just put his big hand in there, and it's just that long.
Desiree recently walked back into UMC Trauma to thank her life-saving team.
Hi, how are you? Here. I took care of you and room.
I was there when you first got out of bed.
Thank you for helping save my life, because I shouldn't have made it multiple times.
Well, like I said, we deal with a lot of sick patients and a lot of people that are on that cliff ready to fall off and die, and we kind of grab them and pull them back, and I mean, she had all hands on deck holding her to pull her back from that.
When we come back, we'll introduce you to Cheyenne, a woman who was shot 14 times in her own home. She's now back home thanks to the care she received here at the UMC Trauma Center. Her story on the other side of this break.
You ready?
Uh-huh.
There's no time for downtime. Better get better, quick. UMC Quick Care has locations all across the valley, and you never need an appointment. So get in and get better. UMC Quick Care.
Can't move.
You ready?
Uh-huh.
There's no time for downtime. Better get better, quick. UMC Quick Care has locations all across the valley, and you never need an appointment. So get in and get better. UMC Quick Care.
Can't move.
You never know when you can't really see whoops, coming. And sometimes you just can't avoid the old. Life is full of surprises. So when life pulls up, get to UMC Quick Care. For life's bumps and breaks, sneezes and wheezes, one of our Valley locations is ready and waiting to save the day. So you can get in, get out, get better, quick. UMC Quick Care.
Welcome back to UMC Digest. Today we're sharing stories of survival, hope, and healing from the UMC Trauma Center. Our next story is about a woman who was shot 14 times in her own home while her children were inside. Here's what happened, and here's how well she's doing now.
Squeeze hard.
Cheyenne Briggs lives a lot more peaceful life now than the one she was unfortunately getting used to. She admits she had been a victim of domestic violence for years. The screaming, yelling, and bruises culminated in one horrible night and injuries that would change her life, yet also put her on a safer and more joyful path.
I was in the living room watching, I was actually watching Chicago Med, one of my favorite shows. I was watching that. I started doing laundry. So I, yelled down the hallway, "Hey, can you make the bed?" to my boyfriend at the time so that we can go to bed. And he just starts going off, cursing me out. "Why are you always bothering me? You were up there the whole time."
Cheyenne was unfortunately numb to the ongoing emotional abuse, but this time things escalated and she decided to leave the house to let things cool down.
And I was only gone for maybe 10 minutes at the most, I think. So I came back home and I noticed his motorcycle was gone. We both rode motorcycles, so mine was left out, so I figured he was gone.
But he wasn't, and all of the doors and windows had been shut in the house while she was gone.
There's a bathroom and hallway. Straight across the hallway were my children's rooms, and straight back was the master, so all the doors were closed. I went in the bathroom. I'm using the restroom.
That's when he came in.
"Oh, you think it's sweet how you talk to me," and just rambling on. And I started explaining, it's messed up. I work all these hours, you're here doing nothing. I did everything. You do absolutely nothing. And I come home and you start fussing at me because I asked you to make the bed. And in the middle of me saying that, he had his arms across the door, so I didn't see anything in his hands. He had on sweats. I didn't see anything in his pockets. So he had his, spread across the door, and he comes out and he shoots.
He didn't shoot just once.
I fell off the toilet, and I'm just down there, he's still talking. I'm just down there oh my God, he shot me. What the heck? What is going on? Why is this happening? And I'm just ooh, ah, not crying, not screaming, just kind of in shock.
But there was more to come. In total, he shot her 14 times.
He goes to the living room, he gets a chair from the kitchen table, and he sits in the middle of the hallway. And he starts calling people. He's "I just messed up. You guys aren't going to see me for a while."
Cheyenne's children were in the house watching and hearing everything happen.
I was trying to get my daughter to climb out of her window to go get help and to get, take her and herself and her little brother, get out of here. I didn't know. I knew he had a whole nother clip. I didn't know if he had it in his pocket or what. But I knew there was another one, so I suspected, I really expected to die. I thought that was over. So I just, started praying to God, just, if I'm gonna go, please let me at least say goodbye to all my kids. Just don't let them see me die like this. At least let me make it to the hospital where I could probably say goodbye. And my daughter comes out, my 10-year-old, well, she was 10 at the time. She comes out and she's "Please don't kill her, please don't kill her." And he's "I'm not gonna kill her, go back in the room, close the door."
Cheyenne could hear sirens in the distance coming her way.
My daughter, she tried to bring me a pillow to lift my head up, but it was just too painful.
EMS arrived and transported her to the UMC Trauma Center.
By the time I got to the hospital, I want to say it was a case manager or something, I can't remember her title, but she gave me a cell phone, "You need to call someone, we can't find anyone to call."
and I ended up calling my grandmother, and she answered, and I was like, he shot me.
And we noticed that she had multiple gunshot wounds in her abdomen and her leg, among other places. And once we were able to get her stabilized, we very quickly rushed her to the operating room.
Cheyenne was in intensive care for 6 weeks, and during that time had to have her leg amputated because she had irreparable vascular injuries.
At least, even though we had to amputate her leg, at least she's alive and able to be here, be with her kids, and be motivated to be the best person she can be.
It's a berry medley to go on top. Hey, where's the sugar? Oh, some good.
She's had a very, very positive attitude in life. I can't even begin to imagine what I would feel if I got shot at 14 times and had to be in the ICU 6 weeks and have the litany of problems related to this. The fact that this has not kept her down, this has not discouraged her, she has not felt sorry for herself, is something that's truly inspirational, and regardless of who you are. Just to see her not back down from a challenge, to use this as motivation to be the best person she can be and be there for her kids, is something to marvel at.
When we come back, we'll meet this young cowboy. Wait until you hear his story. That's on the other side of this break.
There's no time for downtime. Better get better, quick. UMC Quick Care has locations all across the valley, and you never need an appointment. So get in and get better. UMC Quick Care.
Find a dock in my neighborhood.
The nearest dock is the Port of Long Beach, 284 miles away.
Find a dock. Doc!
Calling Doug.
Finding a family doctor in your neighborhood is as easy as visiting a UMC Primary Care. Locations valley-wide, there's one near you.
Find nearest Thai food.
Typhoons occur in the North Pacific Ocean.
Welcome back to UMC Digest. You're about to meet one of country music's biggest and youngest fans, who survived a terrible accident because of the care he received here at the UMC Trauma Center and UMC's Children's Hospital. Here's his story. Tyler is back to his ranch life now, following a near-fatal accident.
I was in Utah on my uncle's ranch, and then on the last night I was supposed to be there, my cousins told me that they were going to go out and get a few extra dollars delivering phone books, which at my point I thought, why can't the mailman do it?
Tyler eventually agreed to pitch in and help, and along with his cousins, they loaded up a truck with phone books.
We weren't going very fast at all, so I hopped in the trunk. The trunk was open, full of phone books in it. I just sat on there, and then the phone book slipped. I slipped when we were turning the corner, and an Ford Expedition, was speeding through the stop sign and ran me over both axles.
Within those quick seconds, Tyler's injuries were near fatal.
I remember a huge, almost like looking at the sun now, and then I saw a hand, and there was a cross dangling from it, and then it gave it to me, and then I woke up, and I looked around, and somebody had put a phone book underneath my head, and I woke up and there was a lady standing at my feet telling me not to move, everything's gonna be okay, don't move. And then I looked around and I saw my two cousins laying over there, or sitting over there crying. And then I heard sirens and I looked over there and there was the ambulance coming in.
We was a part of 2 baby colts being born earlier that morning. And so he's having the time of his life. I was excited to get the phone call. And I kind of hear a very calm, very detailed voice tell me, "This is Mike, Dwayne. Tyler was in an accident. He was hit by a car." And I said, "Okay, stop right there. Don't give me details." You know, he said he's on his way to the hospital. So I said, "Okay, don't call your sister. I'm going to pick her up. My My goal is just to get them there safe. We'll deal with it when we get there.
While his family was driving from Las Vegas to St. George, the doctors in St. George decided Tyler needed to be flown to UMC, the only designated pediatric trauma center in Nevada.
It wasn't till probably about 45 minutes into our drive to St. George that we were just about to hit Mesquite when the surgeons called me on my cell phone, and they told me that if our son made the flight, we would have seconds to say goodbye with him. That his injuries were so severe they didn't think that he was going to make it.
Mom and Dad made it back to Las Vegas and to the UMC Trauma Center before Tyler's helicopter landed.
We were able to see him for just a split second off the elevator before he went into the trauma unit.
What I like about that part of the story is nothing was stopping his mother and I from being right there at the elevator when he was coming off. You know, we knew which elevator he was coming in from. The doctors gave us permission. Usually they don't allow that, maybe because they knew how severe it was. You know, they knew how important it was to us. The rest of the family stayed very closer to the security guard booth. And when Tyler, the door dinged, the door opened up, and Tyler's in full C-spine, you know, backboard, neck brace, IVs hanging, you know, he can barely move. And as he's passing us, he lifts up his hand, gives us a thumbs up.
Tyler presented with polytrauma with 3 solid organ injuries. He had liver laceration, kidney laceration, and a spleen laceration as well.
He also had pulmonary contusions and was in respiratory failure.
I had a grade 5 liver, a grade 4 kidney, and a grade 5 spleen, or a grade 3 spleen, and the highest I can go is 5. And then I broke C7 and T1 in my neck, which is the big bump and the one below the big bump, or above the big bump, sorry. And then I broke 22 ribs. Just to clarify, you have 24.
The first week and a half was the most critical, where his lung bruising had gotten worse, and he eventually ended up on a breathing machine with a ventilator attached to him.
Dr. Benari, she took care of him so well, and she took care of us too. She made sure we were sleeping, and when Tyler was coming off his intubation, I remember she hugged us, and when he was going on, she hugged us. She told, like, I thought it was going to be the end of the world, you know, when he was going to be intubated, and she assured me that it's really the beginning, that he needed it to feel better and to get the rest that he needed. I remember Dr. Dugan's patience and his bedside manner. He sat on Tyler's bed and would just touch him and just smile.
Tyler was in the pediatric ICU at UMC for 22 days, many of them in a medically induced coma.
Intubated for like 10?
The first 5 days, he was begging to just stop everything. He doesn't, you know, he did not want to keep going. He tried to pull out his tubes once he was intubated.
During that time, prayers and support poured in from all over the country, empowering Tyler to stay cowboy strong.
Hey Tyler, hey, it's your friend George Strait here. Hope you can hear me. Even better, I hope you can see me. But anyway, just wanted to let you know that we're all thinking about you and praying for you. And we want you to wake up and start getting better. I hear you're a good singer and a good team roper. Well, I want to see all that. So, fight hard, man.
Hey Tyler, this is Trevor Brazil. I just wanted to shoot you a quick video and let you know that we're thinking about you, and I'm going to be praying for you, and everybody I know is going to be praying for you, because I serve a God that answers prayers, and I know you're going to get through this, not only because of that, but because you're cowboy strong.
Hey bud, this is Daniela. I heard about your story and I'm truly sorry about that. But there's one thing I need to tell you, is that you need to keep on fighting. Fight hard. I know it's a tough battle that you're fighting, but you have to keep trying and don't give up. You have your family there by your side. I know they're having a tough time with this, but they're there to help you, support you, and love you through this horrible tragedy that one day will just be a memory. You got this.
The doctors told me if I was if I survived, I was going to be in a wheelchair the rest of my life. And I told them, you can watch me walk out of here backwards.
And because of that determination, Tyler's recovery continued.
I came back and he was gone. All his leads were there, his blood pressure cuff, but Tyler was not there. And so I turn around and I look, and there he is standing with Dr. Dugan. And I walked up and he says, Dr. Dugan, I'm getting out of this hospital today and you're going to check me out. And Dr. Dugan says, well, I can't do that. We got to set up in home care, and he says, well, who does that? And I remember Dr. Dugan pointing at a lady standing at the counter, and he says, she's the one. And Tyler walked over to her and says, you need to get my home care set up because I'm out of here.
He was discharged within the hour.
Is that in, Mama? Is that in your mouth?
Tyler continues to heal, although you'd never know all that has happened to him while watching him on the ranch.
I'm back to riding him. I'm back to riding that one. I'm back to doing a bunch of other things. I'm back to roping, I did an archery tournament at school. I'm back to playing with the goat, building houses in the backyard. I'd like to say two things. I'd like to say sorry for being so sassy. And I'd like to say thank you for everything you've done. Thank you for saving my life. Thank you for fighting with me.
For more information on any of the stories you've seen or on our first and only services, please log on to our website at umcsn.com. You can also find us on social media. Thank you for watching this edition of UMC Digest. We'll see you next time right here on Clark County Television. Until then, take care.
You ready?
There's no time for downtime. Better get better, quick. UMC Quick Care has locations all across the valley, and you never need an appointment. So get in and get better. UMC Quick Care.
Mount Charleston becomes a winter wonderland anytime it snows. Parking spots fill up fast. Snow play areas get crowded. Too much traffic makes it hard for responders and emergency crews to get through.
Before you go, visit GoMountCharleston.com to plan your visit and call 511 or see NVRoads.com to check on driving conditions. Lee Canyon is best known for skiing and snow play.
And remember these tips. Dress warmly, obey traffic signs, don't sled near roads, stay off private property, and take your litter home. Help us keep Mount Charleston safe and clean for everyone to enjoy.
There's no time for downtime. Better get better, quick. UMC Quick Care has locations all across the valley, and you never need an appointment. So get in and get better. UMC Quick Care.
Of all the choices of water available to you, only one must meet all federal standards of the Safe Drinking Water Act. Do you know which it is? The answer may surprise you. Your tap water. For objective information about water quality and water treatment products, ask the authority. No one knows more about water quality than your local water agency.
Our community, our home, Clark County, Nevada.
Coming up next on Clark County Chronicles, there's a new man at the helm of the finest fire department in the country. We'll introduce you to Chief John Steinbeck. A new police station in Summerlin provides an extra layer of law enforcement for our community. And the new Grand Canyon Airline Bradley House showcases a couple chapters of Clark County history at the Clark County Museum. Those stories and more coming up next on Clark County Chronicles. Hello, I'm Randy Swallow. Welcome to Clark County Chronicles. The census is a constitutionally mandated inventory held once every 10 years, accurately counting the population of every person living in the United States.
Beginning in March, the U.S. Census Bureau will invite households across the country to participate in the 2020 census. But what is the census?
The Constitution mandates that we take account of every whole person in the country every 10 years. It's very exciting, and that count is coming up again this March.
Why is this important to everyone?
Oh, and it is so important. We know that the census apportions our congressional representation, right? How many folks we're going to send to Washington. But I didn't know when I started at the Census Bureau that more than $675 billion, billion with a B, of federal funds are allocated to needy families all over the state based upon how many folks we report to the Census Bureau every 10 years.
So some of that pie could be coming down at the county level, at the city level, to individual jurisdictions?
Absolutely, absolutely. And these are some of the most important programs. We're talking about Medicaid. We're talking about grants for highway construction, right? They're very relevant here in Clark County, right? We're talking about reduced school lunch. We're talking about WIC. We're talking about SNAP. We're talking about job retraining, right? The Worker Innovation Opportunity Act, right, is funded based on how many folks we report to the Census Bureau. So essentially, we want to get our folks retrained, back to work. And the best thing we can do is respond to the census and get as many people as we can to respond.
Typically, or maybe in the past, it's mostly been a mail. People have been responding to the census by mail. Is that still true this year? And there must be some other ways that a person can respond to the census for 2020.
I'm so happy you asked that question. We have the most accessible census ever. This is so exciting. Not only is a mail option still available, but we can now go online to 2020census.gov. And we have phone options available as well. Now the census, for the first time ever, is available in 13 languages, right? The 13 most spoken languages in the country. And all people have to do, starting mid-March, to make sure that we get that federal funding that we need so much, is to go to 2020census.gov and fill out the short questionnaire. There's no enrollment necessary either. It's not like health insurance. People don't need to wait for anything to come into the mail. They can just log online in mid-March to 2020census.gov and fill it out. It's that easy.
In this day and age, confidentiality is at the top of everyone's list. Talk to me about the confidentiality factors involved in Census 2020.
Oh, thank you. The Census Bureau takes confidentiality extremely seriously, as serious as anything. Under very strict penalties of law, no Census Bureau employee may share your information that you respond to the census with. The penalty is 5 years in prison and a $250,000 fine per offense. There are no exceptions to this. Folks can be rest assured that their information will not be released until 2092. The Census Bureau holds the individual information for 72 years. So I always like to use the example, like if folks use Ancestry, right? The most recent information you can pull off of Ancestry using census data is from 1940, right? I want to know what my grandfather was doing in 1950, but I can't find out yet. Not until 2022, right? 72 years.
As we're taping this towards the end of February, I know March 12th is a big day. Talk to me what's going to happen as far as training and what steps we're going to see in the next couple months or so.
Oh, we are so excited about our outreach program here. Starting in mid-March, we will have events. We have a lot of volunteers. We have more than 80 to 90 volunteers through our complete count committees that are organizing events all through mid-March. The municipalities, including Clark County, has been wonderful, just wonderful. We are doing events here as well. We are going to get as many people together, let them know how important it is to respond to the census. And we have a lot of fun stuff planned. And we do, and because we can respond through the end of July, it's not just going to happen in March, but in April too. We are invested in Clark County to make sure that we get everyone counted, because it is so, so important for our families and for our children. That we get the federal funding that we need. And I want, if I may, make a special point about children programs, things like reduced school lunch, school breakfast, S-CHIP health insurance for children, foster care funding, special needs education. All of these are funded based on how many children we report to the Census Bureau every 10 years. So we have to make a special point that not only do we need to respond to the census, but we need to count all of our children too. And we missed way too many children in the 2010 census. We cannot afford here in Clark County to do that again. So we got to make sure, I always make a special point to make sure we count our children. It's so important.
I believe you mentioned the website already, but I assume if there's any other questions, they can go to that website. Tell me about that again.
Yes, 2020census.gov. You can get all your questions answered there. Starting in mid-March, you can respond to the census. You can find the phone numbers there for, if you'd like to call in and take the census via phone. We have 15 unique phone numbers for languages. So if people are uncomfortable taking the Spanish or taking the census in English, please use one of the phone numbers or log online. We also have 59 additional language guides beyond the 13 languages available at 2020census.gov. Again, I'm so excited on how accessible the census is this year.
Appreciate your information. Thank you, Brian.
Thank you. It's great to be here.
Since its inception last year, the initial appearance court is being hailed as a positive step in dispensing fairness in a more expedient fashion by everyone in the criminal justice community.
This is the time set for the Las Vegas Justice Court initial appearance court calendar morning session.
Judge Joe Bonaventure presides over the initial appearance court. This Las Vegas Justice Specialty Court is in session twice every day, determining whether probable cause exists for people arrested, and provides the arrestees with a timely first step into the criminal justice system.
Are you Ms. Smith?
Yes.
Ms. Smith is here because of an arrest on February 18th of this year for possession of stolen vehicle, a felony, and resisting public office, or a misdemeanor.
The IA court speeds up the process for those arrested who can't afford bail.
Just the nature of the criminal justice system in Las Vegas. It's a 24-hour town. There's crimes being committed at all hours of the day, every day of the week, and it was just important for us to look into keeping the right people in custody, those repeat offenders, the violent offenders, those that belonged in custody because they're either a danger to the community or a flight risk, and then also, though, to make sure that the right people are getting out of custody, people that cannot afford bail but are otherwise have clean criminal histories, maybe they're facing minor offenses, nonviolent offenses, have ties to the community, and may be eligible, good candidates for release.
The initial appearance court began in January 2019 and was modeled after similar courts in other jurisdictions. The IA court was implemented by the Clark County Justice Council, which is made up of all partners in the criminal justice system, including representatives from Justice Court, the District Attorney's Office, the Office of the Public Defender, Clark County Management, and Metro.
The different entities, the District Court, the Justice Court, the District Attorney, the Public Defender, the jail, they didn't talk to each other, and so each did their own thing and did it well, but the truth is the system is burdensome for both the people who are involved in being prosecuted and for the people that work there, and it costs us a fortune. The county funds all these programs. So having them all sit together and say, how can we make this thing work better, was a huge benefit.
The initial appearance court is designed to get arrestees in front of a judge within 12 to 24 hours.
Violent tendencies and will fight officers. So he does appear to be a risk to reoffend.
Attorneys from the Public Defender's Office are in court, available for counseling the arrestees.
We receive all the police reports. We receive a risk assessment tool prior to court. And then the attorneys in my office are able to go and have a conversation with the client before they appear in front of the judge to go over the police reports, talk a little bit about the process, get some information from our clients so that we can present that to the court prior to them going in front of the judge. So they're having contact with an attorney almost immediately. And decisions are being made by the district attorney's office as far as whether they're going to proceed on a case or not. And so if they're not going to proceed, might as well make that decision now, get the person out of custody, let them get back with their life.
And the state is represented in IA court with a district attorney.
Now with the initial appearance court, they appear in front of a judge within 12 to 20 hours. And the judge reviews their custody status, and the people that should be released are released, the people that should be detained are detained. So the big change is people are appearing in front of judges much quicker.
But the most serious offenders are not eligible for IA court.
So the individuals that appear in the initial appearance court are individuals that have been arrested on a felony, gross misdemeanor charges, and some misdemeanor charges. Not all. Most misdemeanors are eligible. Those are less serious offenses with lesser penalties.
The Clark County Detention Center is the most populous place of incarceration in Nevada. Last year, a total of 74,867 people were booked, a nearly 10% increase from 2018. But the initial appearance court has actually helped reduce the jail's average daily population from 3,780 to 3,706. In addition to jail overcrowding and the significant cost savings, human benefits are impossible to measure.
The most expensive room in Las Vegas is not at the Bellagio, it's not at the MGM, it's not even on the Las Vegas Strip. The most expensive room in Las Vegas is at the Clark County Detention Center. I believe the actual cost to house an inmate for a day at the Clark County Detention Center is about $160 a day. But then there's so many additional societal costs that come with incarceration. The loss of employment. A lot of times individuals will appear in front of me, and if they're committing crimes, a lot of times they're either unemployed or they're underemployed. They may be employed at a fast food restaurant, a convenience store. Employment like that is easily lost. If somebody's in custody for a couple days, they may lose out on their employment. They may lose out on their apartment. They may lose out on other benefits. They may have child care issues that they're not able to attend to.
For many arrestees, this will be the one and only get out of jail with bail or get out of jail free card that they will ever receive.
And that delay does release you from custody in this case. This case is not over. You must appear at the next court date. If you fail to appear, a warrant may issue, and you may not be given that opportunity again in the future. You understand that, Mr. Thompson?
Yes, sir.
Stay out of trouble and be back on this next court date.
Metro's new Summerlin Area Command gives the public a place to file traffic and crime reports, obtain background checks, and much more in one of the fastest growing parts of the community. The Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department's Color Guard hoisted the Stars and Stripes for the first time at the brand new Summerlin Area Command during the opening ceremony dedication.
The Summerlin Area Command is going to house 166 police officers. They're responsible for 70 square miles.
Sheriff Joe Lombardo heaped praise on the developers of the master plan community, the Howard Hughes Corporation, for donating the land to build Metro's 10th substation in the valley, and introduced the top cop at the new crime-fighting location, Captain Sasha Larkin.
I'd like to take a moment to say thank you to Sheriff Lombardo for his efforts and to the Howard Hughes Corporation for giving us this beautiful building and state-of-the-art facility that we're now proud to call home. Summerlin Area Command. It's not every day that a captain gets to be a part of an inauguration of a new area command, and I feel so incredibly blessed and honored that the sheriff has given me this remarkable opportunity. Thank you, Sheriff, for trusting me, believing in me, and being such a strong supporter of women in your organization.
2, 3.
The 24,000 square foot facility houses a community-oriented policing squad, a flex squad to address ongoing crimes, and an in-house detective division.
Metro is the finest law enforcement agency in this country, and we are truly blessed with the men and women that wear the badge.
The officers in this substation will serve an area as far south as Warm Springs and Durango, and will provide a very visible presence in the downtown Summerlin shopping, entertainment, and sports districts.
There's more than 100,000 people that live in Summerlin. By any definition, a fairly good-sized city by itself. 40,000 rooftops. There were 18 million people that visited downtown Summerlin last year, just a mile and a half from this site. 600,000 people went to the ballpark. So there is a lot going on in Summerlin, and we couldn't be more pleased with the opening of the area command and the fact that it's in the Summerlin boundary.
The new command is located at 11301 Red Point Drive, just west of the 215 Beltway near Far Hills Drive. We all know the Clark County Fire Department is one of the finest in the entire country, and now there's a new man in charge. John Steinbeck takes over for the retiring Greg Castle as the 11th fire chief in Clark County Fire Department history.
The people standing right now have been tremendous for me. I've been blessed with a great crew, a great staff. They're smart, they're dedicated, they're hardworking.
After more than 33 years in the department, Greg Castle heaped praise on the men and women who helped him during the past 5 years he served as the chief. The Clark County Fire Department is the largest in Nevada, responsible for safeguarding nearly 8,000 square miles from Laughlin to Mesquite. With more than 30 stations and about 700 personnel, the department handles nearly 400 calls every single day. The men and women wearing the county colors have been on the front line of some of the most tragic events in our community's history, including the MGM fire in 1980, the Pepcon explosion in 1988, and the deadly rampage of 1 October 2.5 years ago. On this ceremonial day, the changing of the guard took place, and the department's legacy continues with a new man in charge, John Steinbeck. Chief Steinbeck was given the reins after being first pinned with his new badge by his wife, Lynette. The new chief's first words paid tribute to the retiring Greg Castle, his close friend and colleague.
Greg, couldn't think of anything better than this right now. There's such an amazing transition, and for you to be able to pass this over to me is something I don't think we would ever have dreamed of at any time, but you left nothing on the table. You made everybody's life here better. You made the county better. You made things across the nation better, and you certainly made me better. So thank you very much.
Clark County's Public Works Department have installed several new traffic signals recently, including one on the east side of town at Hollywood and Sahara, and these ones at the west side of town at Grand Canyon and Russell.
7, 6.
Traffic technicians from Clark County Public Works joined Commissioner Tick Sagerblum in flipping the switch to activate new traffic signalization at Hollywood Boulevard and Sahara Avenue. This is a popular District E corridor with 3 nearby schools, including Las Vegas High and a couple residential neighborhoods. Drivers and pedestrians will appreciate the new lights, which replaced a not-so-popular traffic circle. And Commissioner Sagerblum says the improvements along Hollywood will continue and eventually extend this east side arterial street all the way to Henderson.
Hollywood is a major thoroughfare. We're just finished complete. I think it's from Charleston to Lake Mead. Now we're working from Charleston to here. We're going farther south, and eventually we're going to take it all the way over the wash, the Wetlands Park into Galleria. So it will be a major thoroughfare and make a lot of help with traffic out here, and give options for shopping too for people that live out here in the east. The biggest complaint I hear in District E out here on the east side is the ability to get back and forth to town. We really don't have good transportation, and this is part of that process to make it work.
3, 2, 1, go.
Meanwhile, across town in District F, Commissioner Justin Jones helped activate another new traffic signal at South Grand Canyon Drive and Russell Road. More than 22,000 vehicles drive through this busy intersection daily. The new signal replaces a 4-way stop sign system, and the commissioner urges all motorists to drive the speed limit, pay attention to other traffic, pedestrians, and cyclists.
4-way stop, obviously, with this kind of intersection, that's always a little dangerous. Hard for kids to get all the way across in time. And so now there'll be plenty of time to get across. But always, motorists needs to slow down and pay attention, and just a reminder to everyone to be safe.
This traffic signal is just part of a parcel of roadway rehab in the area. Repaving, new sidewalk ramps, and median improvements are the next items on the Public Works team's to-do list. A trio of events here at the Welcome to Fabulous Las Vegas sign celebrated local law enforcement, healthy hearts, and an annual cookie drive conducted by a group of eager entrepreneurs.
Yeah, we ready?
Commissioner Michael Naft and Chairwoman Marilyn Kirkpatrick were joined by Metro Foundation Director Tom Kovac to celebrate the Go True Blue Month, a recognition to local police officers, families, and law enforcement partners.
This proclamation declaring normally we do days. This is the entire month. Go True Blue Month in Clark County. Thank you and congratulations.
Celebrate law enforcement appreciation.
The Board of County Commissioners honored the nonprofit Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department Foundation, which raises money to support Metro programs and initiatives.
This is our way of making sure that everybody knows the importance of our public safety and Metro in particular, and the foundation and the work that they do.
Since its inception in 1999, the foundation is dedicated to support the men and women who wear the badge, which makes Clark County a safer place to live, work, play, and visit.
We are incredibly fortunate in Southern Nevada not only to have a phenomenal police department protecting us every day and every night, And that's not only the 3 million people who live and work here, but the over 50 million people, like so many of you here today, who visit us and keep you safe as well.
For more information on the foundation and how you can help, visit lvmpdfoundation.org. An Elvis impersonator was all shook up as he assisted a group of Girl Scouts as they launched the annual cookie drive in our community. The sale of cookies provides the future young female leaders with a taste of teamwork, planning, and economic expertise.
Top 3 cookies, Thin Mint, Caramel Delight, and Peanut Butter sandwiches.
Commission Chair Marilyn Kirkpatrick is a former Girl Scout, a troop leader, and of course an ardent cookie fanatic. This is one of the most famous of all yearly fundraisers in our country, and it's expected that 2,500 local Girl Scouts will sell more than 85,000 boxes of the popular sweet treats.
When you buy a box of cookies, you're investing in local Girl Scouts. And when you invest in Girl Scouts, you're investing in the future of Southern Nevada. Thank you again to Clark County Commissioner Kirkpatrick.
4, 3, 2, and 1.
A couple county commissioners joined a cadre of red-clad American Heart Association supporters in turning the Welcome to Las Vegas sign red and kicking off American Heart Month in our community.
Heart disease is the #1 killer of men and women in the United States. This year, more than 840,000 Americans will die from heart disease or stroke. That's about 1 of every 3 deaths. And that is why we are here to celebrate National Wear Red Day. See all these amazing people over here in red today?
About 80% of all heart problems are preventable. Exercise and healthy eating habits and things as simple as skipping that late-night snack and taking the stairs instead of an elevator. Of course, a regular dialogue with your doctor is equally vital in maintaining a healthy heart. Commissioner Michael Knapp presented a proclamation to the local American Heart Association chapter.
We'd like to present you with this proclamation and proclaim today Go Red for Women and National Wear Red Day in Clark County.
So please help us support the American Heart Association and Go Wear Red for Women as we help you to unite and help save the lives of women across Las Vegas and across the entire state.
For more healthy living tips and excellent information on how to prevent heart disease and strokes, visit heart.org and follow the links to the Las Vegas chapter page. The first new building at the UNLV Harry Reid Research and Technology Park is now open. It houses a co-working space and also a state-of-the-art showcase for the hotel casino industry. The next generation of gaming and hospitality experiences could be hatched up here at this mock resort casino at the Blackfire Innovation Facility located inside the UNLV Harry Reid Research and Technology Park in District A. The Gaming and Hotel Lab is a co-lab, a private-public partnership between Caesars Entertainment and UNLV.
UNLV will actually host classes here. They already have.
This hub provides a hands-on opportunity in a learning, research, and development center for students, startups, and one of the world's largest gaming companies. The ever-expanding esports industry is part of the living space. Governor Steve Sisolak toured the 43,000-square-foot facility and viewed the faux sportsbook, various types of gaming tables and machines, and a couple futuristic hotel rooms.
Harry Reid Research and Technology Park is located within my district, 1 mile on the county commission, just a couple miles away. And I've watched the evolution that has come about as a result of this, the housing that's built, and now the 4-story building that we're in today that's going to house the Blackfire Innovation Partnership.
The 4-story building is the first in the master plan business research and tech community that bears the name of a legendary Nevada senator.
This facility is the cornerstone of this development here. Remember, this is 120 acres. This takes up a lot of land. It's 30,000 square feet, but we have a lot of land left over. This is something that will benefit Nevada for many years to come.
This innovative building and the research park more broadly will also stimulate collaboration between private sector and university research efforts, creating partnerships that will solve challenges, grow new businesses, and attract existing ones.
This sustainable structure houses another tenant that is geared towards the workforce of the 21st century. Cooperate at Blackfire is another business located in the building. Their newest co-working space with office amenities include designer workspace, state-of-the-art technology, and world-class conference facilities. The development and collaborative opportunities at the Research Park will continue in the near future in this fast-growing sector of District A. The newest attraction here at the County Museum has significant historical value. Originally, it was an airline ticket office, and then later on it became the residence for the first African-American residents to live in Boulder City. Commissioner Jim Gibson, Museum Chief Mark Hall-Patton, and Museum Guild President Gene Brady dedicated the Grand Canyon Airlines Bradley House as the newest structure on Heritage Street at the Clark County Museum.
It's always nice when you have a year that is...
Clark County's history expert provided the backstory. This building traces back to 2 chapters of our rich history. In 1935, Grand Canyon Airlines was the first scenic flight tour operator in southern Nevada, and the place served as their ticket office at Bullock Field in Boulder City. Later on, a new air terminal was opened, and the structure was moved to Arizona Street, rebuilt and used as a home for the first black family in Boulder City, Henry and O.C. Bradley.
And Henry and O.C. end up living there. They didn't live there for long. We think 6-8 months, something like that, and then they built their own house and moved into a bigger place, and you'll understand what I say when you see the house a little bit later. It's really not much more than a little tiny building, 2 rooms. They enclosed the porch, made it a 3-room building, but it was an important structure.
Guests took the first tours of this spiffy white and green trimmed bungalow, which was acquired by the museum in 2002 and required extensive rehabilitation, including, but not limited to, the removal of lead-based paint and the addition of a roof. The Clark County Museum Guild raised $250,000 to finance and complete the restoration. Commissioner Jim Gibson acknowledged the Guild's dedicated efforts and presented a proclamation recognizing their dedication to preserving our past.
The work that the Clark County Museum Guild has done. They raised $250,000 and retained a contractor, actually an engineering firm, who figured out what to do with this building and how to restore it. And then a contractor was engaged to actually do the restoration, and they came in $50,000 or $60,000 under budget. And that is a real testament to what can happen when people who are really committed set their minds to doing something.
We've had this building on the site for, it's been 18 years now, but, even with a long-range view, it's still a good thing when it finally gets done.
The Clark County Museum is located at 1830 South Boulder Highway, open daily from 9 to 4:30, and it's the best bargain in the valley, just $1 for children and $2 for adults. Well, that's our show. For more information on anything you've seen on this program or anything relating to your Clark County government, visit our website at ClarkCountyNV.gov. On behalf of all of us here at Clark County Television, I'm Randy Swallow. We'll see you again next time here on Clark County Chronicles.
You're watching Clark County Television, our community, our home, Clark County, Nevada.
Hello and welcome to Flight Path. I'm Chris Jones, the Chief Marketing Officer at McCarran International Airport.
With more than 50 million passengers coming and going, 2019 was a record-breaking year for McCarran. But the airport is more than a busy travel hub. Here's a look back at some moments that enhanced the passenger experience and brought the McCarran community together.
The team at McCarran worked tirelessly in 2019 to deliver a memorable experience for visitors and local travelers alike. From supporting the community to offering a dazzling first and last look at Las Vegas, a commitment to hospitality was shown throughout the year. When federal workers faced hardship during a government shutdown in January, the McCarran family rallied around them. Employees opened a pop-up pantry filled with household goods and coordinated meal delivery for those hardest hit.
Does anybody know what this says? Airport. Airport?
In February, staff participated in Nevada Reading Week, sharing a love of books and a peek at careers in aviation with children at Doris French Elementary School.
The students have been really excited to have guest readers from the airport because we do see it. We're in the flight path and we hear the airplanes every day over the school. And so to have that related field here gets them kind of tied into their community.
So this whole area is run by East Ramp Control.
In the spring, even more area students were given a chance to learn about careers in aviation.
This is an outstanding opportunity for our cadets to see what opportunities they have in the future once they get out of our cadet program. They have opportunities in the Air Force, they have opportunities in the civil airline industry.
Cadets with the Civil Air Patrol enjoyed a behind-the-scenes tour of the airfield, and the annual Take Your Child to Work Day allowed employees to show the airport off to their children. To give passengers a taste of Las Vegas entertainment as soon as they step off the plane, McCarran hosts live music events each month. The Voices of Vegas program included performances by a one-time American Idol contestant, a ukulele playing Southwest Airlines employee, a singer known for his rendition of the national anthem at Vegas Golden Knights hockey games, aspiring DJs, a high school mariachi band, and elementary school choirs. June marked the beginning of new air service from Amsterdam on KLM and from Tel Aviv on El Al.
And it's just so natural to put Las Vegas as a destination from Tel Aviv today. So we have the gold triangle, Los Angeles, San Francisco, and Las Vegas.
Here's to Clark County Airports and Air Relief.
Two of Clark County's general aviation facilities, Henderson Executive and North Las Vegas airports, celebrated their inclusion in the Air Elite worldwide network of airports. It was also a chance for North Las Vegas to show off a complete terminal remodel. The Department of Aviation hosted its annual Paper Plane Palooza in July. With help from employees airport-wide, children from Boys and Girls Clubs of Southern Nevada competed in paper plane throwing contests and took home backpacks filled with school supplies just in time for the start of a new school year.
The best thing is being able to see the kids' faces, participate, teach them everything about aviation. It's a blessing to be able to come out here and have fun.
Right over here, please. ID.
Allegiant Airlines and the TSA worked with airport staff to host a Wings for Autism event in September. The event was a travel dress rehearsal for local families with children on the autism spectrum.
I travel a lot for business, but they don't get to, so we thought, hey, what a great opportunity to let them have the experience and see how it goes.
The TSA also showed off its Innovation Checkpoint, a live testing environment for new security screening technology.
In terms of really evaluating the equipment's applicability for an airport, you need to be in the actual environment, assessing how passengers react to it, assessing what kind of training our officers need, and assessing what kind of communications can better help passengers make their way through the security checkpoint.
At the annual Chili Cook-Off, Bake Sale and Raffle, Department of Aviation employees raised more than $10,000 for United Way of Southern Nevada.
Present! On!
To honor military service members, McCarran was proud to help American Airlines welcome a group of wounded warriors to Las Vegas for Veterans Day weekend. The annual Salute to the Troops event included a celebratory water arch and special greeting by police, firefighters, the TSA Color Guard, and USO volunteers. Guests were treated to a long weekend of fine dining, sightseeing, and relaxing. Throughout the year, McCarran employees volunteered their time outside of work. The Landside Division participated in several cleanups at area parks and outdoor spaces, and the Community Enrichment Team helped out at the Salvation Army, Catholic Charities, 3 Square, and at Opportunity Village's Magical Forest.
3, 2, 1.
The holiday season at the airport got underway with the annual tree lighting ceremony and a performance by the Doris French Elementary School Choir. With a record-breaking 51.5 million passengers, 2019 came to a close on a high note. The entire airport community came together to celebrate this milestone in true Las Vegas fashion. McCarran is a vital part of Las Vegas's tourism-driven economy. It's also a bridge between the travel industry and the people of Clark County. That's why the mission at this airport will always include a commitment to the community.
We hope you've enjoyed that look back at 2019. And now as we move forward into 2020, we'd like to get together with some people who are key leaders here at the airport and talk about what they're working on, what they've been doing, and how 2020 might improve the airport experience for you as a traveler and everybody who comes through Las Vegas to visit us. And to do that, we're going to sit down today with several key leaders, starting with our Director of Aviation, Ms. Rosemary Vasiliadis. Rosemary, we've just come off a year in which we set a record high in terms of our passenger numbers for the third consecutive year. Talk to our viewers about what that means for this community and how important it is to continue to see that level of growth.
Well, what I think it means is that the vitality of Southern Nevada comes through this airport and is basically reliant on this airport. So as the community grows, as the community diversifies, no matter what happens in Southern Nevada, part of it comes through the airport. And we see that with our continuing growth. So now with our third year in a row and hitting another watermark amount of passengers coming through, we have to make sure that we're always going to be ready with everything that's on the horizon to come.
And you talk often about how unique the airport is in this community. What are some of the things that we can expect to see different in terms of the uniqueness of this market in 2020?
Well, we know with the NFL stadium opening up, with the convention center expanding and doubling its footprint, that is going to have a direct benefit to, of course, Southern Nevada, but also upon the airport as well. So we have to make sure that we're ready to be able to accommodate that growth in a seamless manner. What happens here with the hospitality industry, that's still our #1 industry, is that it's discretionary. People choose to come to this destination, and we want to make sure that the airport isn't going to be a bump in that decision making to come back to it, that we have enough capacity for every part of the experience, either upon arrival and upon departure.
Thank you, Rosemary. And that's a great setup for our next question and with our next guest, Ralph Lepore, our Deputy Director. Customer experience is something that we focus on very much here at McCarran. A lot of things have happened in 2019. A lot more is going to happen in 2020. Tell our viewers about some of the things that they might see when they come through the airport this year.
You hit it on the head about the guest experience. And it's an integral piece to McCarran, especially the fact that, as Rosemary mentioned, we're a very discretionary market. And one thing that we do at McCarran is we listen to the guests to really determine how do we better that guest experience. Lyft and Uber are our common TNC terms. If you recall, we did listen by relocating our pickup areas to make it a much easier flow and progress to go from the terminal baggage claim directly through to the parking garage for TNC pickup. The other component to the guest experience is, let's talk about the checkpoint. Checkpoint is an integral piece to the experience. It's in the middle of your experience. Over the last 18 months, TSA came to us about an innovation checkpoint for our zero level, and they wanted to test new technologies in a live environment for guest screening. And we're like, that's great. You know, one of our goals is to be the first. TSA Administrator David Pekowski said that his goal that over the next 5 years was to roll out a lot of different technologies like credential authentication technology to other airports. Guess what? It's already here. This is all going to make the experience not only quicker and more effective for our guests, but also take a look at how better the screening is going to be.
We've done a lot of work to enhance the AV checkpoint. Talk about that as well.
Yes, we increased 2 lanes there at the AV checkpoint. We actually expanded the complete operation by including some of the new technologies that we just talked about, automated screening lanes, credential authentication technologies, 2 additional lanes to help get the throughput and the experience better. And so that has been a huge improvement, and it's just been a great project in partnership with the TSA. Like we've said, you know, the 5-year plan for TSA is happening now in McCarran, and it's only at McCarran that this is occurring.
Thank you, Ralph. Now let's turn to Joe Perkowski, our Chief Financial Officer. Now, a lot of people at home might not get as excited as you do about interest rate changes or bond refinancing, but those things do matter to the travelers. Tell them about what you do and how that affects what they see when they come through the airport, and maybe what they pay when they come through the airport.
Yeah, so 2019 was a key year. We refinanced over $1 billion worth of debt, and what we did was take advantage of the low interest rate environment. And what that does is it allows for us to save money on our overall debt service costs, which we can then pass on to the airlines.
We talk a lot about a term in our industry called CPE, or cost per enplanement. What does that mean ultimately to the people that are buying tickets and coming to Las Vegas, whether they're locals or whether they're visitors?
So the CP is basically the average cost per enplaning passenger that it costs to operate the airport and what the airlines pay. And with the savings that we've just accomplished in 2019, we're able to pass some of those savings on to the customer for 2020.
And that's important in a leisure market because people want to have that value, correct?
Correct. A leisure market typically means discretionary spend, and discretionary spend is very price sensitive, so having a lower cost allows for more discretionary spend.
Joe, I want to come back to what you said. We refinanced more than $1 billion, and the savings were in the millions.
That's correct. We refinanced over $1 billion, and we saved about $500 million in present value savings.
For the viewers at home, what's our normal operating budget? I mean, this is a big department, and they may not understand that.
So our total O&M operating budget's about $280 million.
Thank you, Joe. All right, we'll turn now to Jim Chrisley, one of our other deputy directors. And Jim, you've been very involved throughout 2019 and well into 2020 on many of the improvements that we're seeing, capital improvements, some of the long-term projects. Tell the viewers at home some of the things that you're working on that they may soon see when they come through the airport.
You know, as Rosemary mentioned in the beginning, we are at new territory. Third record-breaking year. 51.5 million people came through this airport last year. And there's no signs of slowing down, to include the stadium and other things. So what we've been doing is trying to figure out where we can gain capacity, efficiency, and reliability in our infrastructure. So how do you do that? You look at everything. We've looked at our roadways. We've looked at our electrical systems. We've looked at our air conditioning, our baggage handling systems, as well as our checkpoints, as Ralph mentioned, and continue to look at our system of airports as well, to look at Henderson and North Las Vegas and how they can be improved to increase our ability to handle the increased workload. Specifically, with the roadway study we've just finished up last year, from that we're looking at 2 projects this year that will affect our customers and people traveling to the airport. As everyone knows, that's one of the things, is getting stuck in traffic coming to the airport is not a pleasant experience, and we need to look at that and make it better. So the first one we're looking at this year, which is already under design, is to look at the intersection at Paradise and Russell. How do we increase the ease of flow for our passengers to get south on Paradise to Terminal 3? There's 3 lights currently. The project we're looking at is called what they call a high T, which will allow free flow through that Russell intersection for our passengers going to T3. Even more importantly, at Terminal 1, you know, as we, on our busy days, coming into the departures curve, the drop-off experience can be backed up, it's congested. And one of the biggest things we found is when passengers are getting dropped off on the center curb, coming across to ticketing, they slow traffic down. So as we've done on the Strip, we're looking at how do we separate those passengers and vehicles. So we're looking at escalators, elevators, to get the passengers up and over departures curb to get them into ticketing. That's going to really provide some huge benefits in traffic flow into departures. Additionally, in baggage claim, you know, as Ralph mentioned, the passenger bridge, how do we get people up and over to the garage more efficiently to, once again, deconflict passengers and vehicles? So we're looking at adding escalators, both at a baggage claim up to level 2, as well as from level 2 down to passenger pickup. So there'll be up and over capability as well in these 2 projects coming soon.
I imagine, Jim, one of the challenges you deal with is people don't realize this airport is a mix of many different buildings that were built over different eras. You have the AB gates that opened in the 1960s. Travel was a lot different then than compared to Terminal 3, which we're in right now, that opened in 2012. How does that challenge you, and how does that make it difficult maybe to integrate some of these things, but in the end, I'm sure that's what excites you about your work?
Yeah, absolutely. It's a challenge, right? And it's a good challenge. We're busy. Times are good. So we have to, airlines are putting more people on airplanes. Our hold rooms were designed in a different era. How do we maximize what we have? Part of that is the hold rooms. We have a project going forth that's going to shrink unusable space and try to increase seating capacity in those hold rooms, as well as improve the look. You know, we've done A-B gates already. We're moving to C gates and then on to D gates as well. But it's a challenge to keep up with the changing industry and aging infrastructure, and it's just a constant, how do you look, evaluate, and act? And that's what we're trying to do, is act to make these improvements now.
One of the things that's been in the news is the talk about a new airport out near the California-Nevada border along I-15. What's happening with that in 2020, and what might people begin to see with that project?
Yeah, we've had a lot of development over the last year. As you know, we've resumed the planning efforts for our environmental impact statement that's required to get that project going for the past year. But most recently, we finally brought on board a consultant to help us really finalize the plan for what that airport will be, needs to be, and the construction timeline, or the timeline moving forward. So this year will be a lot of development on the planning side, and hopefully by the end of the year we'll have a really good method of how we're going to move forward with that airport.
But from what you've been saying, the idea is to maximize McCarran first.
Absolutely, and to remind everyone, that airport that we're looking at is supplemental. McCarran will be here for the future. We're not looking to get rid of McCarran or replace McCarran. It's going to supplement McCarran. In all scenarios going forward, McCarran will be maximized, so we really need to start thinking about that now.
It's a long-term project.
Long-term, and we need to do a lot of things here at McCarran to get us to that point.
Jim, I appreciate it. Well, Rosemary, we've heard a lot about different things that are going on within the department that you oversee. Talk to us about the overall importance of this airport. All of these things all point to a road, but yet maybe people don't understand how important and how integral this airport is to this community and what we do and how we live.
Well, what we do know is that the world comes through this airport, and we have to accommodate the world. We have to accommodate different cultures. The new businesses come through this airport. I mean, one thing that's very exciting to us right now is that the business community obviously has a lot of confidence in this airport with their development and with their investing billions in Southern Nevada, because such a large percentage is going to come through this airport. You know, traditionally we've had our visitors and tourists at about almost 50%, and then our convention delegates are 70% come through the airport. That's going to continue. You know, we work very closely with the chambers of Southern Nevada because those businesses rely on this airport as well. You know, new entrants, new international airlines, as much as, of course, they're making the decision to come to the destination of Las Vegas, but they have to be assured that that operation is going to be seamless and low cost. And so all of that takes a part in every decision making, and we are part of all of those decisions. So we have to take that very seriously. You know, with the recent economic study that we completed, we know that 25% of all jobs in Southern Nevada are related to this airport in some manner. So that puts that importance highlighted in every decision that we make.
With all of those jobs, with all of those new businesses, I imagine this system has a tremendous economic impact on Southern Nevada. What did that study tell us about that?
So what that study concluded was that the value of this airport was $35 billion. But what's really exciting about that is that we had one done about 5 years ago, and we were at $28 billion. So that increase really shows that confidence that we talked about before. Confidence in the business community, confidence in the hospitality industry, and confidence of all the investments yet to come.
Nothing but good things in store for this department. Aviation in Clark County is a major contributor to the economy of Southern Nevada. A recent study found that McCarran and its supporting aviation system are a $35 billion economic engine. Here's more on the study and the Department of Aviation's impact in this community.
Clark County's airports bring the world to Las Vegas. They also pump money and jobs into the local economy while making travel convenient for residents.
The Clark County Department of Aviation is comprised of McCarran International Airport, Henderson Executive and North Las Vegas airports, Jean Sport Aviation Center, and Overton Perkins Field. According to a recent study conducted by Oxford Economics, McCarran and its sister airports generated nearly $35 billion in economic output in 2018. The study also found that aviation in Clark County supports 250,000 jobs, or nearly 1 in 4 local jobs, and is responsible for 18% of the area's gross domestic product. Airport activity was found to support 25% of jobs in Southern Nevada, including nearly 175,000 positions in the hospitality and transportation sectors. McCarran alone contributed 246,000 jobs, while Henderson Executive and North Las Vegas airports supported more than 1,900 jobs respectively.
Well, aviation, the economic impact of aviation, 80% is attributed, again, directly to McCarran, and that's international, that's our national visitors, and as importantly, it's our locals.
Visitors who arrived by way of the busy travel hub spent $12.5 billion, while international visitors spent nearly $6.2 billion. Clark County residents made frequent use of the airport as well, taking 9.2 million trips from McCarran in 2018.
The number one reason is simply McCarran Airport is what people see when they first arrive, and it's the last thing they see when they leave Las Vegas. And that customer service, that experience at the airport, so important to the overall Vegas experience.
Oxford Economics spoke with local business leaders who noted that McCarran was often a factor in their decisions to relocate their operations to Southern Nevada. They found the airport was able to meet their needs in supporting operations and conveniently flying in clients and team members. The confidence of the local business community in the airport's ability to accommodate record numbers of travelers is apparent. Currently, billions of dollars are invested in new construction in the hospitality, convention, and entertainment sectors. McCarran welcomes additional visitors each year while also opening the door to new markets. Businesses are better able to serve clients thanks to the airport's convenient location and top-notch service. And the airport's global reach contributes to overall economic diversification.
All this means the growth and success of the greater Las Vegas area will continue to be tied to aviation in Clark County.
Beginning October 1st, travelers in the United States won't be allowed through airport security without flashing a real ID. Not sure if you have a real ID? You're not alone. Here's what you need to know to make sure your ID will fly.
Later this year, the Department of Homeland Security will officially begin enforcing the Real ID Act of 2005. That means your standard driver's license will no longer be acceptable for air travel.
A Real ID is a state-issued driver's license or identification card that meets the national standards for all 50 states. According to the U.S. Travel Association, a majority of Americans are unaware of the October 1st deadline, and many either have a standard driver's license or are unsure if their license is Real ID compliant.
So the actual first step is to go to our website, make an appointment, and then make sure you have all the correct documentation. What you need is either a birth certificate or a passport or U.S. issued immigration documents. You need proof of your Social Security number, proof of any name changes, and you also need 2 documents that show your Nevada residency, utility bills, mortgage, lease, those kind of things.
Passed by Congress in 2005, the Real ID Act enacted the 9/11 Commission's recommendation that the federal government set national minimum security standards for the issuance of sources of identification such as driver's licenses. The Act prohibits federal agencies such as the Transportation Security Administration from accepting ID cards that don't meet these standards for official purposes, such as going through airport security and boarding a plane.
A lot of people aren't sure whether they have a real ID or not. It's real simple. You pull out your driver's license. If there's a gold star in the upper right-hand corner, you've got a real ID. You're good to go. The non-real ID cards are marked not valid for federal official use.
People who plan to travel but don't have a driver's license with a star aren't out of luck. In addition to driver's licenses, other forms of ID will be accepted. Those include a valid passport, state-issued photo ID card, a Department of Homeland Security trusted traveler card such as Global Entry, U.S. military ID, or a Department of Defense employee ID card. Since the TSA does not require children under the age of 18 to provide identification when traveling with a companion within the United States, minors won't need a real ID or other acceptable ID.
We're asking people to determine whether you need a real ID or not. We've set up a special website called GetRealNevada.com that has an interactive checklist, and it asks you questions to see if you really need a real ID or not. If you do need one, we ask that you bundle it with another DMV transaction. If you're going to be coming in to renew your driver's license later this year, or even register a car, get a real ID at the same time you do that, so that you're not making multiple visits to the DMV.
The October 1st deadline is approaching, but there's still time to get a real ID and carry on with travel plans. Remember, without the star, you won't go far.
To reach out to our growing number of Hispanic customers, this episode of Flight Path features a segment in Spanish with English subtitles. Here's more about the pickup locations of ride-hailing services Uber and Lyft. Guests often ask where to go to meet their driver. Here's a look at how to get from the gate to the pickup areas.
Es muy fácil solicitar el servicio de transporte Uber o Lyft desde el aeropuerto a su domicilio, hotel o otro destino, utilizando su teléfono inteligente. Simplemente usa la aplicación y pide su servicio cuando está lista para abordarlo.
Las zonas para encontrarse con los servicios Uber o Lyft están ubicadas en los estacionamientos de Terminal 1 y 3. En la Terminal 1, el sitio para abordar el servicio fue cambiado del nivel 2M al nivel 2. Haciendo más fácil su localización.
Para encontrar a su conductor en la Terminal 1, salga de la zona recolección o baggage claim de equipaje y sigue las indicaciones para encontrar el servicio Uber o Lyft. Toma el ascensor a la escalera al nivel 2. Cruza el puente ubicada en nivel 2 y dirigirte al estacionamiento a la derecha para ubicar donde encontrarás el área marcada designada para el conductor de Uber o Lyft. Los pasajeros que llegan a la Terminal 3 encontrarán el área de Uber o Lyft en el servicio de piso de servicio de valet. Desde el área de reclamo de equipaje o baggage claim, toma el ascensor y sube al nivel 1. cruzar el puente en nivel 1, bajar el nivel marcada B para el servicio de valet. Ahora ya sabe cómo encontrar los sitios de solicitar su servicio Uber o Lyft antes de su viaje. Si necesita ayuda en la terminal, pregunta al personal. Para obtener más información sobre transportación en el aeropuerto de McCarran, visite nuestra página web en mccarran.com/transportación.
Busy travelers are always looking for variety in an airport shopping and dining offerings. At McCarran, we aim to please with vending machines selling everything from cupcakes to cosmetics, as well as popular shops and restaurants. Here's a look at some of the newest businesses to join the lineup.
Passengers in search of a quick bite to eat, the perfect Vegas souvenir, or even a place to relax will find no shortage of options at McCarran.
Airport vending machines offer much more than chips and sodas. Electronics, personal necessities, and battery chargers are a quick and easy transaction away. But a few recently installed machines dispense even more unique and popular items. Fans of Kylie Jenner can shop her cosmetic line in automated retail machines located in the A, C, D, and E gate areas. For Vegas-themed gifts crafted by local artisans, shoppers need look no further than the souvenir machine in the C concourse. To satisfy a sweet tooth, travelers can head to a Sprinkles cupcake machine in either terminal. And getting something fun for the whole family is easy since McCarran is home to the only airport Lego machine. It's located post-security just beyond the AB gate checkpoint.
We have a new company who's operating the specialty retail vending machines now, and they've been really good about bringing in new and unique products, and it's a great opportunity for a parent who may be in Las Vegas for a convention or a business to pick up something that they can bring home to their son or daughter or family member as a gift.
McCarran welcomed Jimmy John's to the family late last year. The sandwich shop offers an additional dining option in the pre-security area in Terminal 1, perfect for customers waiting for friends to arrive or for those who want a quick meal to take to the gate. For travelers who want to get a head start on planning their Vegas adventure, there's now a full-service concierge in Terminal 1 baggage claim. NV Star can help with show tickets, tour bookings, restaurants and nightclub reservations, and even arrange childcare.
The more we can offer our customers to make them comfortable as they travel and satisfy any needs or wants that they may have and help them to relax on their journey is good for everybody. It's great for our customers, and it's good for us and the businesses that support the airport.
Flyers who need to relax and unwind before or after a flight can head to the newest Express Spa located in the B gates. Spa services include massages, facials, and nail care. Express Spa also sells eye masks, neck pillows, and other travel products. At a new Chiroport in the C gates, travelers can treat themselves to chiropractic services like trigger point massage, stretching, and adjustment.
A more relaxed customer is a better customer. Sometimes after a long trip sitting on an airplane, you don't feel so great. It's a great way to get the blood circulating again and to help you feel better on your journey.
With new innovative shopping and dining options in place and more coming in the future, McCarran will continue to provide a seamless travel experience to meet passengers' every need.
Now you're ready to pack your bags and fly the skies, so have a great trip. Remember to check us out on Facebook and follow us on Twitter, and use all the resources of our website, mccarran.com. Thanks for joining us, and we'll see you next time on Flight Path.
So, I'm kind of new here, but I've noticed a trend. My human does this funny thing where she goes around and gets all my toys, and then she hides them in that basket by the door. It's like, hello, that's where you put it last time. You were the worst at hide and go seek.
Starting March 12th, every household across America will be asked to take the 2020 census.
Whether you're new to Nevada or natives like us, everyone needs to be counted.
States receive billions in federal funding from census data collected every 10 years.
Every dollar Nevada gets helps Clark County serve our growing population.
It's money for schools, roads, health care, and other needs.
It also gives us the seats we deserve in Washington.
It's on, Nevada.
Let's win the census.
Let's get our fair share, Nevada.
You're watching Clark County Television. Our community, our home, Clark County, Nevada.
Coming up next on Where Fun Happens, the Impact Art Show showcases a talented group of artists and their work created for Black History Month. Poet Karen Lang joins our Poet Laureate at the bucolic Clark County Wetlands Park. And March is National Nutrition Month. Our health and fitness expert, Aurora Buffington, gives us a skinny. Those stories and more coming up next on Where Fun Happens. Clark County is enriched by parks, facilities, programs, and services. And Clark County's Parks and Recreation Department proudly offers all of these to you. But most of all, we are...
Where Fun Happens!
My name is Chase McCurdy. I'm a practicing artist born and raised in Las Vegas, Nevada. I've had the ability to study and practice in both Los Angeles, California, and in Europe. I'm here today as a judge or jury for the Impact Black History Month exhibition here at the Clark County Rotunda Gallery.
I'm Harold Bradford. I am a local artist here in Las Vegas. I've lived in Las Vegas for 35 years. As art director and designer for Young Electric Sign Company, which I worked for them for over 26 years.
We had a youth category for our young people. We have an amateur category for those who are practicing in the arts who maybe don't consider themselves quote-unquote professionals, and the rest. And we do have a professional category for those who've been practicing in a serious fashion for some time and exhibiting their work in other places.
I am honored to be a part of it, and I think it's well represented. We have different varieties of different artists and so forth and so on. So this work will at least bring attention to the contribution of African American artists and also African American people in general.
And to put this on display is a great thing, and it means quite a bit, not only for the work itself and that most of the works touch on the Black experience, but just for the broad diversity of the work shown. Some that show individuals in portrait, some that show historical situations, some that are more abstract, touch on our imaginations as well as the rest.
What I tell my students is every day you should spend at least a couple hours sketching. If you'd like to paint, So even reading also. If you want to check out what all the artists are doing, just because those things are there to encourage you, I believe.
When I see young people who are sharing their work publicly, who have the guts to do such, and who are spending the kind of time that it's very obvious looking at the work that it takes them to do, I'm hugely inspired. And if I could share with them one thing, is just to continue practicing. For me is the greatest word, because it was such a great foundation already. The more practice, the sky's the limit. I haven't really come across too many spaces where our local government system is so engaged in the arts. And as you say, West Las Vegas, where I was able to present a show recently, to throughout the library spectrum. Darren and their team do a great job with the library district here. We're lucky. Yeah, when we have our big art museum to fill the final gap, it'll be truly amazing. But in this stage, to have so many venues that meet people in this valley where they are with the arts, I think is invaluable and something that we're very lucky to have.
Of course, this here is also a mechanism to bring attention to the contribution of the African American contributions to this country. I just think it's important to be recognized year round.
it's great for someone like Mr. Bradford and I, whose work is more of what we consider the traditional, you say, representational, and where I work in a more what is considered contemporary, sometimes flirting on what's the abstract. But I think in the different ways the work looks externally, I think the work comes from very similar places. And I think that allows, because you'll see a combination of what seems abstract and what seems representational, but I think a through line is almost a sincerity of spirit, an authenticity of expression, if you will.
It's neat because we have different backgrounds in art. He's more contemporary, and I'm more of a traditional type artist. So with those two, it's kind of interesting when you're trying to judge, to see, to pick out which piece is which, or which piece that I like, or we like it for different reasons. But all in all, it was great experience.
Hi, I'm Doug Miles. Welcome to Clark County Shooting Complex and the program supervisor here. I'm going to tell you about a few events and activities that we have coming up in March. We have the DU Sporting Clays event, and that is March 4th through the 8th. If you're interested in shooting sporting clays, that would be a great event. We also have the Comstock Skeet Shoot, which is March 13th through the 15th. And then follow that up with the California Indian Shoot, which is the 19th through the 21st, and that is trap, skeet, and sporting clays. And then we have the Corporate Challenge Trap and Skeet event on March 22nd. And we have the Shooting Complex 10-year anniversary, which is March 28th from 1:30 to 3 o'clock in the afternoon. So come on out and you can enjoy some real good fun with that. We also have our Big 50 Trap events the third Saturday of every month. And we do have some new over-under shotguns down at the Shotgun Center available for rent. And at our Rifle Pistol Center, we have new Sig Sauer rifles and pistols that are available for rent. So come on out and we'll do some shooting.
Hi everyone, I'm Martin Olson with the Nevada Department of Wildlife here at the Clark County Shooting Complex to give you some of the new things we've got going on and coming up here this month. The first thing is on March 25th we're going to have a tag application workshop. And this workshop is good for anyone who has applied before in Nevada for big game tags, and it's an excellent opportunity to learn how our process works if you're new to applying for big game tags in Nevada. Now, if you're planning on applying in Nevada and you were born after January 1st, 1960, you're going to have a course in firearm safety and hunter education. And there's plenty of classes right here at the Clark County Shooting Complex and great opportunities to take. Also, what we offer here is some of our shooting sports classes, which are rifle, muzzleloader, and shotgun courses. And these classes are geared toward beginning shooters, with the exception of the muzzleloader class. And that class is geared a little more toward learning how to load a muzzleloader, shoot a cap and ball, and even a flintlock muzzleloader. So keep a close eye out for some of those classes. We offer them once a month, and every month it's a different course. All of these courses you'll need to go to register-ed.com and sign up online for. You must be signed up for the class to be admitted into it. So I hope to see you out here. Until next month, have a great day.
Greetings, I'm Heather Lancasera. I'm Clark County, Nevada's Poet Laureate, and I am so excited to be here today with a wonderful poet, someone who gives back to our community by serving as an educator with the College of Southern Nevada, and she's also a contributor to a project that is near and dear to my heart, Sandstone and Silver. This is an anthology of poets who live in Nevada and who give back to our community in a number of ways, serving as educators, as librarians, as open mic hosts, and so much more. Today I am thrilled to be here with Karen Lang. Thank you so much for being here, Karen.
Thanks, Heather. It's wonderful to be here and that the weather is wonderful.
I know, right? Glad it's a little bit warmer than it has been. I'm so excited to be here with you today and to chat a little bit about haiku. So I know that you've studied haiku and that you also teach it at the College of Southern Nevada, which is super cool. Could you tell me just a little bit about what drew you to haiku? maybe originally?
Sure. I believe it was the world falling apart. And I needed to find a quiet space in it regularly.
Makes sense.
So I have always written and love different forms of poetry, particularly sestina, and because I like a real strict form, because it gives me something to hang on to, you know, and something I can come back to and work on over time. Well, haiku seemed deceptively simple. And my mind loves a riddle that keeps revealing layers, and haiku does that. So it really came to me.
So I'm really honored that you allowed me to celebrate some of your haiku in the anthology. If you'd be willing, would you read some of your haiku for us?
Absolutely.
Awesome, thank you.
Gnats and dust motes dance as I water the garden. Pomegranate blushes first.
It's gorgeous. It makes me think about appreciating the little moments that we might not, you know, notice if we don't take just that second to sit with something, something unexpected.
Yes.
That's gorgeous. Would you be willing to read one more?
Certainly.
I'm so excited.
Certainly.
They're so beautiful.
I love hummingbirds, and I think because that's what we get in Las Vegas a lot, at least my yard. And I watch them and I sit and I'm kind of grumpy. Like people like coffee and I'm grumpy until I've seen my hummingbird.
I love that.
Yes. Well, lately I've been skipping the refilling of their feeders and they let me know. Yeah, they will buzz me.
Sassy hummingbirds.
Totally. And so I'm like, well, back up. I'll get the nectar. But this one is about they're celebrating the arrival of the nectar, the filling of the feeder, and other things. Hummingbirds echo beneath saturated skies, sound at the speed of light.
Oh, I love it. I can picture them. I feel like they're here with us right now. Thank you so much, Karen, for coming and for reading your stunning haiku for us here at the Clark County Wetlands Park, a place I love to come and write poetry, including haiku.
Thanks, Heather.
And I would like to thank everyone for joining us for some poetry today. It means a lot. It's such a beautiful art form, and it's incredible to be able to share it with you. So if you're looking for more poetry in the community, please feel free to visit the Clark County Parks website. You can click on the Poet Laureate icon. There is a calendar with a number of events. But I would like to tell you about the book launch party for this book, Sandstone and Silver, an anthology of Nevada poets who give back to our communities. It's one of my Poet Laureate projects. It means a lot to me and also to the contributors in the book. On Saturday, March 21st at 2 p.m. in the gorgeous theater at the Winchester Dondero Cultural Center, we will be celebrating this book and its launch through a reading of the contributors. So if you're able to join us, it is of course free and open to the public. We would love to have you there. Thanks so much, and I hope to see you at Poetry.
It's the best cultural center in all of Clark County. Welcome to Winchester.
Hi guys, this is Adam from Winchester, and I'm here to talk to you about a couple of new classes going on, as well as something that we are making a call for applications to. So our first two classes I want to talk to you guys about, the first one is our vocal class. So we have our vocal class starting on Tuesdays at 6 p.m. They're 30-minute lessons, and you get 6 lessons for $84, so about $14 a lesson. Those lessons will start in late February. February 24th, I believe, is the first week of those lessons. So you can sign up now. We already have it in the system. If you want to learn to sing, we've got the guy for you. Second up, I want to talk to you guys about our folklorico class. We're starting another folklorico class, but this one is aimed at 40+. That's Tuesdays and Thursdays from 6:30 to 7:30. That class is $25 for the entire month, so 2 hours a week for $25 for 4 weeks. Come down, learn a little folklorico, and don't be intimidated by all the dance. You can do it. Finally, we are making a call for an application. We're looking for an art teacher here at Winchester. If you can teach art, we want you here. Our schedule is pretty flexible on what we need for an art teacher. We have pretty much everything available all the way from Tuesdays to Saturdays. So if you are interested in being an art teacher here at Winchester Cultural Center, we'd love to have you. Thank you guys, and we hope to see you here.
Hi, my name is Cindy Lee. I am a classical pianist and artistic director. I'm here at Winchester Theatre to introduce a concert called Female Composers Music. It's for celebrating International Women's Day. It's going to be on March 6th at 7 p.m. at Winchester Theatre. Along with me, very well respected and established pianists and other musicians are playing with me. I'm very excited to discover these great female composers' music works and introduce to the audience. I also want to talk in the concert about their life as a composer, musician, as being a female, as a human being, as a mom and a wife of someone. The ticket could be sold at ClarkCountyNV.gov, or you can also buy it at the front on the day of concert.
Hey guys, this is Adam again, and I'm here to talk to you guys about some of the senior stuff we have going here at Winchester Cultural Center. First up, we are starting a new class for seniors. We're calling it Seniors in Shape. That class is going to be every Thursday for March and April, and it's only going to be $2, $2 for the whole class. So come down, sign up, have a good time with a little bit of exercise, and get fit while doing it. Finally, we have our Dr. Hackenpour What Is series. This time they are going to be covering symptoms and diagnosis. We are going to have coffee and snacks included, and of course it's free. That is going to be Tuesday, February 25th from 11 to 1 p.m. Come on down, learn part of his new What Is series, and learn some things about how symptoms and diagnosis work. Thank you guys, and we hope to see you here.
Greetings, I'm Heather Lane-Casera. I'm Clark County, Nevada's Poet Laureate, and I'm so happy to be here with you today to talk about a few of the many poetry events that are happening throughout our community. So first, I'd like to remind you about the monthly open mic that takes place at the West Charleston Library. Every first Tuesday of the month at 6 p.m., I co-host a poetry open mic. It's called Poet Laureate and Pals. You can bring a friend or two, you can bring a poem or two to read, or if you'd prefer, you can just bring yourself and listen. We love having both readers and audience members there, and it's a really good time. It's free and open to the public, and love to hear your work. Additionally, as you may know, April is Poetry Month. Of course, I'm super excited about that. One of the many poetry events that are happening in April is I'm going to be hosting a nature poetry workshop on Saturday, April 4th at the Bunkerville Library. So if you are available on Saturday, April 4th at 1 p.m. and you're in or around the Bunkerville area, we would love to have you there. We're going to be reading and writing some nature poems, and it's going to be a really great time. So whether you're a beginner or a more advanced poet, there will definitely be some prompts available to you. Now, I'd like to remind you as well about the free little library that is located just inside the front doors at the Winchester Dondero Cultural Center. It is the Poet Laureate Little Free Library, and there you can find free books. There's lots of poetry books for kids and adults alike, and there's no strings attached. You can just visit anytime the Winchester is open. Now, these are only a few of the many poetry events happening here in Clark County, Nevada. If you'd like to learn more about these or about others, you can visit the Clark County Parks website. You can click on the Poet Laureate link, and there's a calendar. I would love to see you at some poetry in April, Poetry Month, and beyond. So thanks so much, and I'll see you at Poetry.
Hi, my name is Valentin Yordanov. I'm the guest juror at the exhibition Existing in Thoughts at the Winchester Cultural Center. It was a great opportunity to be with these amazing artists here, and we are all presenting abstract art, a lot of colors, a lot of lines, and it's something amazing to be a part of it.
Hi, I'm Sapira, and I'm one of the artists here at the Existing in Thought exhibition. I have 3 pieces on view. They are titled AppX Studies. They're a series of 9, and the title AppX stands for Abstract Expressionism. The way I approach abstraction, and in this case abstract expressionism, is really through studies and exercise rather than like a pre-planned or premeditated paintings. So these works are really intuitive, and the process kind of reveals the painting itself to me as I work through the painting, through the material.
My name is David Seidner, and I created Being Volta. It's an entity unto itself. There's no batteries, there's no plug, but it has its own solar to light the LEDs that you see. So when there's light in the room, the ambient light brings Volta alive.
Hi, I'm Linda Schaefer. I am very tickled to be part of the Winchester Cultural Arts Center show. This is my first time here, and I was very thankful and happy to win an award for my piece, Waterfront. As an abstract artist, one of the benefits of being an abstract artist is there's unlimited possibilities, and those possibilities I achieve with different kinds of paints and paper and processes. So in this piece, I've used handmade prints, travel papers. Since I'm a traveler, I've collected papers from many countries and included them in this work of art.
Hello, my name's Tom Dudas, and I'm a retired individual that spends my time painting now. This piece, as you may perceive it as a goalie and a ball, and I state that it has the moment in time that an entire audience is looking at that ball headed to a goalie, and he has a decision to make. He may be able to stop it, or it may go on in, but it's a moment of thought that is the goalies and the whole crowd.
My name is David Murray, and I would like to introduce everyone to my piece of art that got selected here in the Winchester Gallery Existing in Thought exhibit. This piece right here is called Abstract Me. So with the piece Abstract Me, with the layers and contours and colors and shapes and lines, and there's a little bit of text as well there, I've tried to interweave some complexities into the artwork, and I think that it exudes a little bit about who I am as a person. I think that I could be somewhat complicated, but at the same time I tend to sort of be low-key at times, and so I might not readily reveal those types of qualities that I think that I have inwardly. And yet I think that expressively I do try to share or communicate to anyone who and what I'm about. But I think my art, it tries to, I think within my art I try to translate a little bit about me individually.
Hi, my name is Rebecca Andrade, and this is my piece, Constructive Series, number 9. The work is an exploration of form and shape, color, and just having fun with how those forms commune and communicate with one another, and just exploring texture, materials, so oil, acrylic, charcoal, gouache, and watercolor as well.
Hi, my name is Chad Scott. I'm an interdisciplinary artist. This is my piece, Relative Autonomy. This is a transformational drawing. The idea of relative autonomy refers back to this debate in sociology called structure versus autonomy, or agency, some people refer to that. So basically what I did here is I utilized ballpoint pen and just started making marks, making lines on the paper until I had thousands and thousands of marks, and the paper started transforming.
This is my painting right behind me. It's called Between the Lines. And here the most difficult part for me was to select the artist, because there were so many talented people. And here for this show we selected more than 15 amazing Las Vegas artists. Everybody is local, is from here. And please join us and visit this amazing show.
Hi, I'm Aurora Buffington, exercise physiologist and registered dietitian nutritionist here at the Clark County Extension Office. Contrary to popular belief, healthful eating doesn't have to be overwhelming. March is National Nutrition Month, and this year the Academy of Nutrition and Dietetics encourages us all to eat right, bite by bite, reminding us that small goals and changes can have a cumulative healthful effect. Stay tuned to hear how every little bit can be a step in the right direction. Start by eating a variety of nutritious foods every day from all of the food groups. Include colorful fruits and vegetables, whole grains, plant-based and lean meat sources of protein and dairy. Hydrate healthfully. When it comes to the average workout, all you really should need to drink is water. Take time to read nutrition facts labels. Use labels to compare two similar foods to see which one suits your needs the best. And if you're trying to limit your sugar intake, the new label makes it easy to know how much sugar is added. Remember, there are 4 grams of sugar in 1 teaspoon. Plan your meals each week. You've heard that planning and preparation prevent poor performance. This applies to the foods you eat as well. Help your body perform at its best by fueling it with nutritious foods. Start by choosing healthful recipes to make during the week. There are lots of great meal ideas on the internet. Or you can always make a list of your favorite meals to help you create menus in a flash. Then use a grocery list to shop for healthful foods. Learn skills so you can prepare tasty, nutritious meals at home and get your entire family involved in the kitchen. Check your local extension office for free cooking or food preservation classes. Try new foods and flavors. You might be surprised to find that delicious can be very healthy too. Find ways to reduce food waste. It's estimated that 30 to 40% of the food produced in the United States is wasted. That's a lot of lost resources and money, not to mention the toll it takes on the environment. But planning and learning how to preserve food can help. Healthful eating can be simple, and if you'd like to learn more, consult with a registered dietitian nutritionist who can be found in a variety of settings throughout the community, and some hold specialized board certifications such as a Specialist in Sports Dietetics or CSSD. And just as those small food-related goals and changes can lead to a cumulative effect on your health, so can little bits of physical activity. And to get your physical activity in, be sure to visit a Clark County Parks and Recreation Center near you. They're located all over the valley and have convenient hours to make it super easy to get fit. Well, that's all for now. I'm Aurora Buffington, encouraging you to eat right, bite by bite, so you can be fueled to work out at your local Clark County Parks and Recreation facility, where fitness happens.
There's a shelter pet who wants to meet you. Meet one today. Visit theshelterpetproject.org. Adopt.
Ma'am, driving a car in a diamond lane requires 2 or more people.
Oh, I'm sorry, but diamonds really are a girl's best friend.
Only motorcycles or vehicles with 2 or more people are permitted to travel in a diamond lane.
Now what about hybrids or trucks?
Hybrid vehicles are not exempt. They are allowed in a diamond lane. only if they have 2 or more people.
Oh, pooh. Now where's a girl gonna find another person to share a ride with?
Club Ride is the perfect solution to finding people to carpool with. Their website can match you up with commuters who travel a similar route. You'll reduce traffic on our roadways, save wear and tear when you share a ride, and most importantly, you'll avoid a traffic citation by having enough people to ride in those speedy HOV lanes.
It looks like someone visited the Club Ride website.
That's right. These diamonds really are a driver's best friend.
Our community, our home, Clark County, Nevada. Thanks for watching Clark County Television, the best access to your local government.
Hi, everybody, and welcome to On Scene with the Clark County Fire Department. I'm Scotty Allen. My guests today are Fire Chief Greg Castle and Fire Chief John Steinbeck. Chief?
How you doing, Scott?
How are you guys?
Good to see you.
Doing well. How are you?
Good. Thank you, Chief, for letting us invade your office here at Station 18.
Yeah, you're welcome. Thank you for coming down.
Yeah, it's always a pleasure to see you, and Chief Steinbeck, always a pleasure to see you as well. So, Chief Castle, I'm going to start with you, all right? From a 16-year-old kid at Mercy Ambulance to 30 years on the fire department, being the 10th fire chief of Clark County Fire, you have decided to hang up your helmet and retire.
I have, yes. February 6th will be my last day on Clark County Fire and retiring out as fire chief. So it's been a wonderful career. I couldn't have asked or scripted it any better than it's played out.
So with February 6th being your final day, and to be clear, we are taping this show, so by the time it airs on Channel 4, you might be lying on a beach somewhere with a drink and a little umbrella in your hand.
It'll probably be more like rebuilding a bathroom, but I won't be at work.
Do you have a honey-do list already?
I have quite a honey-do list of things to catch up on at the house. I do, yeah.
Well, after a long career here with Clark County Fire, this must be bittersweet for you and your wife, Gina, and the kids.
It is. It is. You know, she was a little reluctant at first for me to actually take that step and retire, because she's not a big fan of change, and this is a significant change for the family. But she's really warmed up to it the last few months and sees the wear and tear that it's been the last 5 years, and she's ready.
So I was going to ask you, was it a hard decision or a family decision, or?
No, when I came in, I gave a 5-year window that I would participate to be fire chief, and that's right where I'm at. I'm at 5 years. That was a good guess, and so that's was pretty much the decision at the time, was stick to that 5-year plan and go retire.
And if we've talked about this before, you come from a Metro family. You were the only rebel that went out and became a firefighter.
Yes, a ton of law enforcement on my side of the house, and they've all done a wonderful job. They're all retired. I'm the last one still working for the next week, and you know, but I was the rebel, yeah.
So how's the whole Castle gang feel about you retiring?
They're excited. We're all, you know, we've all missed a lot of time together over the years because of work schedules and so forth. So everybody's excited. Everybody's going to be retired, and we can you know, play golf and hang out a little bit more as a family.
Sure. So besides that honey-do list, what are your plans for retirement?
Well, I got kids in high school, so we're going to be tracking the kids along with their sports and theater and all that they do. You know, the work schedule hasn't been real conducive to catching a lot of that over the last several years. So I really look forward to watching my son finish out his senior year and play golf. I've missed a lot of that. And then get him off to college, and then we'll go from there. So just kind of catch up.
Nice. So what are you taking with you from this career?
Oh, about 2,000 friends, honestly. You know, the bond of the brotherhood of the fire service, sure, from everybody that was around here in 1989 when I came on till people they're hiring in right now. I mean, it's a great brotherhood, and you have a lot of friends, and you ever need anything, you can get help. You know, and then just a lot of fond memories. Yeah. You know, I can tell you right now that the two of us, we probably have the 3 most successful underground rescues ever in the history of the state. We did them together when we were captains on the heavy rescue. All victims trapped underground in tunnels or excavation collapses lived. And I know that's something that him and I are very proud of, that not only did we get to go to those calls, we were captains together at that time, and all 3 of those rescues were highly successful.
That is so awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the 21 years that I spent here, that is the one thing that I do miss. I miss the people. I miss the guys and the gals and the camaraderie.
Yeah.
It's I'm still part of the family.
You are?
Obviously, because I'm still doing this show on Channel 4. But that will never go away, though. That's just amazing. So with that being said, it gives me great pleasure to introduce to our on-scene viewers the new and 11th Fire Chief of the Clark County Fire Department, Chief John Steinbach. Congratulations.
I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
How's it feel? Has it sunk in yet?
It has. It's definitely sunk in. I'm excited. I'm really grateful that Greg had a plan to be able to have a little bit of shadow time and transition time, and that's working out very well.
Nice, very nice. Well, a little history on you, sir. So, Chief, you joined the fire department in 1990 as a firefighter. Then you promoted to fire engineer. Then you promoted to fire captain. Then you promoted to battalion chief. In 2014, you were promoted to deputy fire chief. That brought you up to the 3rd floor here at Station 18.
Yeah, so I actually work on the 2nd floor, so I'm the emergency manager. So I get to move stuff upstairs coming up, but I'm the emergency manager, so our operation is on the 2nd floor for Clark County, and next week I come up to the 3rd floor.
Well, 2nd floor, you try harder, but here you are. So.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely.
That is so cool. Well, there's more. For a large portion of your career, you were part of the tech rescue team, as you just alluded to, where you were highly skilled in high-angle, confined space, swift water, trench rescue, vehicle and machinery extrication, and structural collapse.
It'll always be a passion of mine and Greg's as well. It's something we developed completely together, worked on that program valley-wide. We're still connected to the FEMA team here that goes nationally, so that's always going to be a big part of our careers.
And that leads me into my next question and comment about you. You've been with Nevada's FEMA Urban Search and Rescue Team since 1993. That took you to New York City after 9/11. It also took you to New Orleans for Hurricane Katrina.
It did. So it was an honor to go to both of those. And I'll tell you, Scott, that seeing those communities and that level of devastation really set the tone as I came up as emergency manager as how to prepare our community for a time when it was going to exceed our capacity. So those are valuable lessons that got to be brought back to here, not only for me, but for everybody that responded to that.
I would assume that being part of the FEMA team when you were deployed to Katrina, you probably saved a lot of lives.
We did. We definitely had some live rescues there. There was nothing like that community. It was very surreal. Everywhere we go is a little bit different, but that one felt almost apocalyptic in some way, in that you were in this great city that was completely empty except for people that were still trapped in their homes and responders, and we were just looking from house to house to house as to try to find the people that were still there. We definitely rescued quite a few people, and unfortunately we were there and saw what happens when you're there too late, and we removed a lot of bodies out of some homes too.
Yeah, very unfortunate with that. So you were also a FEMA instructor as well, correct?
Yes, so all of the disciplines that you just named for technical rescue, I also instructed those for our FEMA team, and still like to get out there once in a while, although as I move up, that's less and less.
So as the new fire chief, will you stay involved with FEMA?
I absolutely will, yes. I'll remain as a, well, first of all, we are the sponsoring agency, so Greg's had that responsibility as being the chief of the sponsoring agency for the FEMA team. And I will continue to, not only in that role, but I'll still keep my role as a task force leader as long as I'm with the department.
Sure. So the FEMA team is made up of a lot of firefighters from Clark County Fire, as well as some of the other local agencies here in town. There's a lot of extra training, and so I would imagine to be part of the FEMA team, that is a choice that you have to make. So what does it mean to you to have been a part of the FEMA team for so long?
Oh, it's an honor, you know. So I love the FEMA team, and the great thing is, just like on a lot of things that we've done here, Scott, it has an impact beyond just the team. So you build those relationships with the other departments that you just mentioned, with some of the other civilians that we bring in that fulfill some roles that fire's just not the right fit for. And the next thing you know, you're building capacity here locally and in other areas that go far beyond just the team's response. So like a lot of things, it bears a lot of fruit, and that's been one of my favorite parts of my job.
So if there's a deployment in the future as the fire chief, we probably can't be deployed anymore, but you'll keep tabs on what the team is doing, obviously.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a 0% chance that I will actually deploy as the fire chief, but I will continue to work with the team to make sure that they're ready to deploy.
Mm-hmm. Okay, also, Chief, you chair the Las Vegas Urban and Security Initiative Working Group, and you co-chair the Nevada Homeland Security Working Group. So tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, so the Homeland Security Working Group has been renamed. So after 1 October, we took several statewide committees and formed them into one called the Nevada Resiliency Committee. Mm-hmm. Okay, it answers directly to the Homeland Security Commission, which is chaired by the governor. And so I've been the co-chair of that and the working group that you just mentioned that it transformed into since 2014. And also what we call our Urban Area Working Group, which is the group that directs our UASI activities. So the Las Vegas area is a part of the Urban Area Strategic Initiative. It's been identified by DHS as a jurisdiction that deserves additional funding to respond to terrorist threats.
Okay. You're also part of a great organization here, Nevada Child Seekers. Tell us about that.
Yeah, so Nevada Child Seekers has a singular mission, which is to protect children here in Nevada. I've been with them for, since the early 2000s, and it's just fantastic. So they do so much to assist not only runaway kids, but also to protect kids from being abducted and those that are certainly at risk. And I love that organization. Any of our viewers that can assist with Nevada Child Seekers, please take a look at the website. You can't spend your time anything more valuable. How could you spend your time better than going out as part of a search force and helping bring a child home that's lost to their parents?
Yeah.
And the great thing, Scott, is as part of this office, is we've been able to really take a look at how fire, and I sit on that board with the sheriff, and law enforcement can help that organization to be even more successful, and we've been able to bring home a lot of kids.
Nice, that's great. So going back to 1990 as a rookie firefighter, did you ever imagine that you'd be sitting here today as the fire chief of the Clark County Fire Department?
I don't think seriously, no. I was 19 years old at that time, Scott, as a rookie firefighter. I was just trying to imagine not getting my head torn off by the instructor at that point in time.
Sure.
And making it through our academy and doing the very best that I could and taking one role at a time. But this is an incredible honor.
Well, I met Chief Castle when he was about 16 years old at Mercy Ambulance back in the day. I think he had the plan to be fire chief one day.
I would definitely wanted to be on the fire department. There was no doubt about that.
Yeah. And you knew then you wanted to follow a career not only in the fire service, but you also wanted to be a paramedic.
Yes, paramedic was right on my first to-do list to help me become a more viable candidate to even get selected to the fire department. So as you know, I graduated paramedic school about 3 weeks before I started the fire academy.
Yeah. So Chief Steinbeck, you got some big shoes to fill, my friend.
I do. So I've already told Greg. So me and Greg, we were captains together at Technical Rescue. I think he might say some of the same things, but certainly one of the most rewarding times of my entire life was being a captain at that station. I wouldn't expect drastic changes on this department in the change of leadership. We've really had we have a very similar philosophy, leadership styles, and so while I have big shoes to fill, I'm outfitting him with a satellite phone that I can reach him anywhere he's fishing.
Nice, yeah.
Right?
It's got an off button, though.
There you go, yeah.
I'm having the off button removed.
Yeah.
And so, his son Dylan will also probably get one in just in case I can't reach him. But I joke about that. I want him to enjoy his retirement. But Greg's the kind of guy that if I have a question at some point in time,
24/7,
I'll give him a call and he'll answer. I joke about the sat phone, but he would definitely answer.
Yeah. So, Chief Castle, what are your thoughts about Chief Steinbeck coming in?
Well, as he just spoke to, we have been very similar in our thoughts and processes for many years. As a matter of fact, of all the people I've worked with in my career, he is the only person that from about 150 feet away, we could just look at each other on the scene of a fire or a collapse or something. We didn't even have to talk. We could just shake our heads, kind of go like this, and whoever was not in command was operationally engaged would go do it. And I've never had that connectivity with any other employee or any other partner throughout my entire career. So I'm excited about it. John and I have been friends for an awful long time, and I know what his mindset is. He knows what my mindset is, and those paths are parallel. So I'm excited for the department. We've made a lot of changes. In the last 5 years, we've reorged a lot of different things to kind of address the future. And some of those things have worked, some of them didn't. So we stopped those things. That's how you get better. If you throw an idea out there and it fails, then you stop it. You check it off the list of I tried that, didn't work, and you go to the next thing. And so we're at a point now where everything's clicking pretty good, and I know he's going to keep that right on track.
So here in Clark County, the sheriff is voted in to that position, but the fire chief is appointed. So to both of you, what was the process that you had to go through to become the fire chief? We'll start with you, Chief Castle.
Well, I think our processes were very much the same. It was the application process, and then we went to a panel of internal and external customers, so people, department heads within the county, and then some, I remember from Metro and people from outside the county, sat on the original panel to interview us. And from there, they sent a list forward of, I think it was 3 people, and my recruitment went forward, 2 in John's. Then we went to town hall presentations. So it was back-to-back days that we would have the opportunity to give a kind of a prepared speech and then answer questions off the cuff from the crowd, from the men and women of the organization that were invited to attend those town halls. And then from there, we went to a meeting with the county manager, who then makes the final decision.
So, Chief Steinbeck, did they give you scenarios then, like maybe fire scenarios that you have to talk your way through, or?
Not fire scenarios. Once you reach this level, you should be very adept at the emergency scenes. They're much more policy and leadership type of scenarios and discussions, and it's great. It's a great process because it comes from all the different directions that Greg just spoke to, you have to be able to communicate with everybody what your plan is, what your vision is for the department. They're looking for somebody that can lead the department and manage the department. Those are 2 separate skills that you have to be able to have if you're going to go ahead and take this position. I will say that not only from when I was selected and also when Greg was selected, there's a deep pool of talent on this department.
Sure. I know that you were not the only one that was up for this position.
No, absolutely. And so it's great to see. We do a good job of developing our talent. And right now, the cupboard's full. There's a lot of people that are in position to be the future leaders of our department and that we're utilizing to get the things done that Greg mentioned earlier.
So obviously they're looking for the best candidate, and I think they made the right choice.
They made a very good choice.
Yeah, sure. So just going back a little bit, you said both of your careers were pretty much the same. I mean, you shared the same ranks, and you have a lot in common with your career, the love of tech rescue and everything. So Chief Steinbeck, working with Chief Castle over the years, has that helped you prepared for this position?
Oh, absolutely. While we are very similar in a lot of our mindset, it's definitely been a force multiplier for both of us, I believe, throughout the time. I certainly wouldn't be as successful in my current position without Greg, and I'm going to definitely benefit from working with him and the things that he's not only set forth, but we haven't always sat down every single time and thought this is the way something should go. Through discussion, we we both become much wiser and figured it out together. But he's been a big influence.
Great. Chief Castle, last time you were on this program, we ran out of time. We didn't get to discuss with you the Raiders coming to town. Yes. However, on the last show, Chief Blackman and Chief Wyatt, they did a great job explaining some of those details. But for both of you, as the fire chief, how do you take on such a big event with the Raiders coming to town, an NFL team? And Chief Castle, it actually all started with you.
Well, yeah, we're excited about that. You know, it's an opportunity for the community to grow, have a whole other business venue here in town. It's going to be very busy over there, not just football games, but, you know, arena-sized concerts and events. So the Allegiant Stadium is going to be a force to be reckoned with as far as special events over the next few years. The Raiders executive staff, I was mentioning earlier, have just been absolutely phenomenal to work with. They've been great from the get-go, and that's coming from a Broncos fan. So, you know, I have to embrace that. But they've never shunned me or shamed me for that, and they've been great to work with. I really have made some friends over there, people I really respect. I've made some phone calls over there. I needed a favor or two to handle some things with the organization, and they jumped right in and helped us out. So
in the early meetings, then, was it like, what can you do for the Raiders, or what the Raiders can do for you, or it was kind of give and take type thing?
The Raiders came in with a really good community approach. They really did. They were very open to the police and fire, talking about some of the challenges that they have currently where they're at, and they were very impressed with the fact, and pretty much the whole country, as we talk and speak on any topic, they're all impressed of how tight we are with our police department. It's very rare for a fire department of this size and a police department of that size to have so many tentacles tied together for operations and special events and doing the things that we do. So they were very pleased at that because they know that they're going to have a very smooth operating platform for game days and all events.
So, Chief Steinbeck, you're going to pick up the ball then, and see what I did there? You're going to pick up the ball then and run with it, with the Raiders being here.
Yes, absolutely. So, like Greg said, I'm very excited to have them here. We're going to do our preparation, make sure we have the proper resources there so that it is very successful. The Raiders and county management has been very supportive of that. Scott, you take a look at New Year's and what we all tackle here as a community for New Year's. You know, I can say pretty confidently that goes on without significant incident. People have a good time here in Las Vegas.
Sure.
And so there's some things to take care of. But the reason that night goes so smoothly is the amount of preparation and the amount of resources that we put into it. That's the challenge that we're going to have with these game days and some other events there, is that we have to do that same level of preparation and make sure we have the proper resources there, and then everybody can have a good time, and it's going to be very successful and very safe.
Nice. So switching gears, another event that should never be forgotten, a little over 2 years ago, the tragic night of October 1st, the Route 91 Harvest Musical Festival shootings, where 59 people lost their life. Both of you responded to that incident. Chief Castle, I know what that night meant to you, how it affected you and your department. And in the aftermath, Chief Steinbeck, I know that you were involved with the Family Assistance Center. Tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, so that very night, Scott, I can tell you that Greg and I both got the text right away that had happened. We saw that you know, a report of up to 20 people shot at the incident. We immediately got on the phone together as we were driving to see what was happening, hoping to see that this is de-escalating, right? It could report at 20. We've had this in the past, right? Maybe it'll be 2 people or some sort of mistake. We could tell right away that wasn't the case. It was just escalating more and more and becoming more and more tragic. Very difficult for us to figure out exactly what was happening right away. I talked to Greg. He went to the scene, and I opened up our emergency operations center. Remained in command of that until that morning, in which case we transitioned over to the Family Assistance Center, where we could begin the recovery from that tragic incident. Serve not only the families of the deceased and make sure that those notifications were done properly, but also we wanted to make sure that it was our ultimate goal to assist in any way we could anybody that was affected from that. I mean, everybody, including yourself, knows that that was just a community-wide blow.
Absolutely.
We all felt that throughout all of Southern Nevada, and all of Nevada felt it.
It created such an emptiness throughout our community, but it really brought the community together as well.
We saw the worst in humanity, and we saw the best in humanity.
Absolutely.
We still do to this day. So we have we kept the Family Assistance Center open until October 20th. We transitioned over to the Vegas Strong Resiliency Center. The Vegas Strong Resiliency Center is now really focused on outreach, but is still assisting those survivors and anybody affected from that incident still to this day. And I encourage our viewers to visit the website or the Facebook page, or to give them a call, and if they need any assistance.
Chief Castle, I want to wrap up with you. We only have a few minutes left, but you and I have been friends since you were 16 years old. I want to personally thank you for your friendship over the years and your leadership of this fire department. So after 30 years, what was your best day?
Wow.
I know
that's a tough one, because there's been a lot of great days. The three underground rescues that I mentioned, I mean, we've fought a lot of fire over the years. We've done a lot of really wonderful things. We've rescued people from mine shafts. We've done some pretty often. I mean, the two of us have been blessed to be together at some of the most significant events in our career, and those days were great. I know that I remember talking to him after he was in Disneyland with the family after one of those underground rescues, and I remember talking to him. He says, "You can't wipe the smile off my face." It was like 3 days later. So there's been a lot of great days like that. I mean, but gosh, just so much. It's a big family. It's all the great family things that have happened.
We know as firefighters, we don't look for that thank you or pat on the back, right? It's just another day in the trenches, so to speak. But there is some self-gratification when you actually work that hard and you end up saving a life.
Yeah, very much so. I can think of many of those events that really paid off. The training, the teamwork, the communication, and the outright courageous courageous actions of our people.
Sure. What are you most proud of?
The fact that I made it 30 years. I'm happy. I'm leaving on my terms. I'm healthy, and the department's in a good spot.
Yeah. So, any final words for your staff, your firefighters, or the residents of Clark County?
Well, for the staff, they've been absolutely wonderful. All the administrative staff, the men and women of the fire department as a whole, and the fire trucks and the ambulances, they don't understand the amount of work that goes on administratively to keep this place going. So the administrative staff has been absolutely awesome, with the support of downtown human resources and finance and so forth. And the men and women that run our calls and do our work out in the streets every day, they're top shelf. Great paramedics, great firefighters, captains, battalion chiefs. They are very, very good at what they do. They're well trained, they're compassionate, they're empathetic, and they are phenomenal.
And I'm assuming, Chief Steinbeck, you can echo those words.
I can. I couldn't be taken over a better department. It's amazing. You talk about the men and women that provide that service, certainly the administrative staff, the support staff of the county, and our community partners. They're just unbelievable. There's a lot of efforts that go in if you're really going to help our citizens throughout their worst day, right? That's what we go ahead and we work on, and we're able to take care of their worst day. Yeah. The calls that Greg just spoke of, the reason why those are some of his best days, and they're mine as well, is those were individuals that were buried. Yeah. Those people don't come out alive very often. Sure. And because of the amount of training and preparation and work that we were able to put in, and the execution on that day, we let somebody go home to their family. So you're never going to forget that. Well, so every one of our firefighters have a day like that. And so as a fire chief, my job and what his job has been, and all of our administrative job, is to put them in a position to succeed, to help those people out the best that they possibly can. If there's a way, if there's a possibility of saving them or making their day better, providing that care, then that's what they're there for, and I love it.
That's why you come to work every day,
yes.
Right?
Yep.
Absolutely.
Exactly.
All right, they're telling me to wrap, guys, but congratulations to you, Chief Castle, on your retirement. Congratulations to you being the new fire chief, the Clark County Fire Department, and going forward, Chief Steinbeck. Thank you so much for doing this. Thanks for being here.
Thank you, Scotty.
Thanks, Scott.
Okay, that's all the time we have for On Scene with the Clark County Fire Department. If you'd like more information about Clark County Fire, you can go to www.clarkcountynv.gov. And we'll see you next time On Scene with the Clark County Fire Department.
There's a shelter pet who wants to meet you. Meet one today. Visit theshelterpetproject.org. Adopt.
Starting March 12th, every household across America will be asked to take the 2020 census.
Whether you're new to Nevada or natives like us, everyone needs to be counted.
States receive billions in federal funding from census data collected every 10 years.
Every dollar Nevada gets helps Clark County serve our growing population.
It's money for schools, roads, health care, and other needs.
It also gives us the seats we deserve in Washington.
It's on, Nevada.
Let's win the census.
Let's get our fair share, Nevada.
Hi, I'm a census taker. Good pay, flexible hours. Help shape your community's future. Be a census taker. Apply today.
Our community, our home, Clark County, Nevada. Thanks for watching Clark County Television, Southern Nevada's best access to local government and the community.
Hello, I'm Randy Swallow. Welcome to County Critters. Critters will showcase our animals and the people who give our canines, kitties, and other best friends the attention they so richly deserve. On our show, we'll tell you about a yellow lab that has a special talent on blades, and later on we'll meet a couple locals who are involved in the ancient sport of falconry. But first, Clark County has about 24 dog parks located in nearly every part of the valley. And they are positively some of the best places to take your pooch for socializing and play. Russell Thompson from Parks and Rec gives us tips and information to make your trip to the dog park an enjoyable experience for you and your hound. Press, for about the last 20 years, dog parks have become commonplace here in Clark County. Pretty much any new park we build, there's a dog park like this involved. Give our viewers some tips of how to make their dog park experience a better one.
Well, I think honestly a lot of different things is knowing your actual dog, whether that be the age of the dog to, you know, how large the size of the dog is, how well trained they may be in certain situations, because we recommend, especially for those who maybe have just adopted a dog or are new dog owners, we would strongly suggest to actually come to the dog park that you would wish to bring your dog to and actually check it out and explore and see what it actually looks like itself. Then what we would suggest would be to, if you're bringing out your dogs, even if you've been a dog owner for years, if it's to a new environment, we recommend trying to keep your visit time as short as possible. Then as the dog becomes familiarized with the actual property itself, then this way you can continue to extend your visits. So this way it's more of a fun, friendly, safe environment here. We also, obviously, we suggest also just for safety to always try to keep your dog on a leash, or at least have a leash in hand. So that's what we would suggest.
And actually that is even our law then. We just saw a dog owner come in here, you leash your dog from your car to the dog park, and then of course that's the benefit of taking your dog off leash into these dog parks, right?
That's correct, yes, because like I said, if you can obviously, we're at the Desert Breeze Park, for instance, there are different zones that we have here. So obviously we have a zone area for small dogs, medium-sized dogs, large-sized dogs.
The dog get more exercise besides being on a leash, because you know sometimes we may like go on a walk and we're like, oh, let's just go down the block, okay, let's go back home. This way they can kind of get their full exercise in, and it's fun for them, and I guess you get to socialize and meet other animals, other pet owners, play dates.
I like to see different dogs. I also like to pet them if they want me to pet them, of course.
And then for them, it's like they're meeting new friends every day.
What's good about keeping your dog on a leash too is, especially before you enter the park, is, you know, obviously we have cars that try to park through. People may or may not see where they're going, so it's a good thing to keep not only other dogs safe but your dog safe as well.
Most of our county dog parks have a double gate like we see right behind here. What's the benefit of those? Explain how this works.
Well, I think it would pretty much basically imagine it's kind of like a solid barrier, because this way, once you actually get your dog into the zone area here, if you need to actually double check to make sure your dog has been leashed properly, depending on now that you're kind of getting a little bit more closer into the actual park itself, maybe the dogs might be coming up and rushing up to that particular dog, so it's kind of a safe barrier.
Give us some other dog park tips and etiquette.
Be aware that dogs have different play styles, so educate yourself about dog behavior. Behavior that concerns some dog owners may simply be a rambunctious play style. Always respect another dog's owner's wishes if they are not comfortable with how your dog is interacting with theirs, and simply just move to another part of the park for a while. Leash up and leave if your dog is acting in an aggressive manner or having a bad day. Children under 5 years of age are not allowed in the fenced-in, off-leashed area. An adult must accompany children under 12 years of age, and this is a dog park. Not all dogs are child-friendly, so never allow your child to approach or pet a strange dog without the owner's presence and approval. Your children and you always wear shoes in the dog park, so no flip-flops. We also would highly suggest keeping licenses and vaccinations up to date, because sometimes when people stand around dogs, the dogs may become protective of their people and their space, making scuffles more likely to occur.
They get to socialize, so with Yoshi, she's okay, but with Cookie, being a rescue dog and get abused before, she needs to socialize and get used to like people.
We come because most dogs need exercise, and ours have a lot of energy, so we bring them out here so they can just let it run wild.
Perhaps obviously most responsible dog owners know to pick up the dog poop afterwards, but just talk a little bit about that and how that works in the dog parks.
So obviously, since many people do come to use our park, yes, it is a public park, but we do like to help keeping our park clean, because the more clean it is, the more people may want to enjoy the park as well, and also the more clean it is, the more your dog will actually be able to enjoy it. Obviously, if you step in a particular item on the floor, obviously that's more cleanup that you'd have to do for, clean up your shoes. So again, cleanliness and also health is the most important thing when it comes to our patrons that visit many of our parks.
Perhaps a number of our parks have trails, and obviously some people, they may want to take their dog on a walk. Tell us a little bit about dog trails and hiking trails etiquette.
Well, yeah, so obviously on that aspect, that's definitely when the leash comes into play. As a safety concern and issue, we definitely say that we would have all dogs on a leash, because again, you never know who you may come across, so that's the first thing is safety. So making sure that you keep your dog on a leash. The second thing is obviously, the trails, it's not only good exercise for your dog, but it's also maybe great exercise for you. Just remember that the trail is shared by hikers, bikers, walkers, and other users. Bicyclists should yield to other users. Persons that are driving motorized wheelchairs do have access to certain trails throughout the parks. Keep right except to pass, so just imagine kind of like you're driving a car almost. Announce passing to other users, so this way that gives the person that may be in front of you or behind you plenty of time to respond. Moved off paved trail when stopped. And just don't litter, obviously, because again, parks, people, and your pets, do share these parks. So we just want to make sure that we can keeping everything clean and neat for all of our patrons.
For more information about Clark County dog parks, go to ClarkCountyNV.gov and visit the Parks and Recreation page. Let's move on. Falconry started literally centuries ago as a way of hunting even before the advent of gunpowder. Falcons, eagles, hawks, owls, and other flying raptors are intelligent and powerful birds of prey. Here in Las Vegas, there are less than 50 falconers, and many of these trained handlers use falconry to safely and humanely control a flying nuisance, that is, pigeon control. Let's meet the husband and wife team from Airborne Wildlife Control Services, Savon and Dave Canellis.
We have hawks and eagles and falcons. Falconry traditionally is where you would take a young bird, a first-year bird from the wild, train it to hunt, work with it, and then release it at the end of the season back into the wild. Nowadays are captive bred, so they can't be released back into the wild legally, but there's still that expectation of training it to do what it does in the wild.
There's 3 species of red tails there, which are native to here. This is a Barbary Saker. So it's a hybrid falcon. We're just in the business of displacing nuisance wildlife in a green effective way. These birds that we use, many are trained not to be hunters, some are. So you have to mix things up. Animals need variables. So if you put the same plastic owl up within a few weeks, the birds know that owl's plastic. But a falcon flying around or a hawk flying around continuously disturbing their efforts to eat is enough to keep them basically at bay. So like when we do resort work, for instance, we're there just during the times of the day that people are out enjoying lunch and breakfast and having a good time. When we're not there, the birds are free to do whatever they want. They just get so food aggressive that they want to get up and take food from people because there it is, you know. So putting the hawks in the area just deters that. A lot of stuff's protected. There's no pest control company that can really legally take some of these species of birds, so you're sort of forced to live with it. And this is the middle ground that the government's allowed people to get some kind of relief against it, is to use a trained raptor, which they normally would chase prey in the wild. So we just sort of tailor it to not be so much of a fly, catch something, eat it, more like scare and deter them.
And just talking about falconry, it's not obviously just falcons, right?
No, we have hawks and eagles and falcons, but yeah, falconry is just a generic term for working with birds of prey and hunting with birds of prey. So birds of prey do not make good pets. It's a very specialized kind of routine that they need. They need certain housing, certain food, the enrichment. We are going to show you a demonstration where we're flying one of the falcons, and that flight and the idea of pursuit is really important to them mentally to stay healthy. Veterinary costs are pretty high. They're susceptible to all kinds of infections like West Nile, aspergillosis. They can get E. coli and salmonella poisoning just like a person from the food not being clean. They need routine vet care just like a dog or a cat. So they get vaccinations. Some of them are microchipped. So some of our birds have bands and they're numbered, and it's registered with U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. So you can see the blue band on his right leg. So they're numbered and they're all registered with the state and with the federal government. We do lots of paperwork. The process to even become a falconer involves a 2-year apprenticeship with a ton of paperwork, being sponsored by a licensed falconer, more paperwork, and then anytime you receive or transfer a bird to another person, there's all kinds of paperwork that goes everywhere. So every single bird is well documented and accounted for and supervised by all kinds of people.
We're about to do what they call lure stooping. It's a traditional exercise and training for falcons. So this is an exercise program that kind of gets them in shape and in tune to the whole falconry aspect. And it's fun too. It's a game. It's a game of keep away. I have to swing this while the bird's flying around. The bird's trying to catch it from me. When he catches it, he gets paid with the reward. And he likes to do it. And this is Duncan. He's 8 years old, 9 years old. I captive bred him. He did 3 years at Wings Over the Springs, so he's an education bird. He's done 5 years protecting blueberry crops in Washington, and he currently does this kind of stuff and any kind of educational work that we do around town. He's not a hunting bird. We can train the hunting behavior out of them by substituting it with something like this.
So this activity imitates what a wild falcon would do chasing prey. So falcons hunt by going up really high in airspace and then stooping, which is coming straight down onto the prey and kind of knocking it out of the sky. So what he's trying to do is catch that lure. And that wild peregrine came by to see what is still over there, is just trying to see what this bird is doing, because this is another predator in its territory. So birds of prey are territorial. They have an area that they hunt, and different types of birds of prey can live together in kind of a same area if they're kind of hunting different prey. So they know that one is going to compete with them and one won't.
Let's go. So he didn't catch the lure today. I didn't let him have it so you could see him land on the glove. But 50% of the time he beats me. Catches me where I get tired, my arm gets tired. So we're challenging each other. But so he's just intent to do that whole thing. But that's the same behavior that we're able to do in situations where there's nuisance birds. And it just gives relief, you know, to people that are having problems. And this is a hood. This goes back thousands of years. This is how we're able to travel. As far as like maybe pigeon control on a house, it's not going to work. You'd have to sit out in your front yard and fly the falcon every time the pigeons landed on the roof. But when you have a vast area, you can push them back to the areas where they're not bothering anybody.
Such as a casino. I
Casino,
noticed that's a number
or you know, an airport if you've got birds landing in the middle of the day, or a landfill. See, what happens is when you have a landfill like our transfer station, it attracts a lot of birds that get very dependent on trash. And then they can carry the E. coli and the bacteria to fresh water sources or to wherever they're roosting and raise all those bacteria levels. So a lot of people that I know in the industry protect landfills, where they'll go, instead of being 10,000 seagulls and ravens and crows rifling through the trash, there's none. But in Vegas, we don't really have a lot of agriculture. We have one landfill, which I don't think is an issue. It's usually in the area that the place is. It's locational. I'm more local based now. So we're just doing what we do around the house in Vegas. You have to kind of be living on the road to do the agriculture from job to job, kind of like construction workers, right? Go where the work is.
For more information on these licensed and insured falconers, visit airbornecontrolservice.com. We must take a short break, but when we come back, we'll meet Benny, the ice skating dog. This is County Critters.
The more pet-friendly our community becomes, the more important it is to make sure your pet is up to date on its vaccinations. Vaccines help prevent many contagious diseases that can be fatal for pets. Your dog or cat can be susceptible to diseases if it is outdoors at all, socializes with other animals, or travels with you. Annual rabies shots are required, but several other vaccines are strongly recommended within the first 6 to 8 weeks of your pet's life. Boosters are also needed. Don't wait. Talk to your vet today. Let's keep our pets safe, healthy, and happy.
There's a shelter pet who wants to meet you. Meet one today. Visit theshelterpetproject.org. Adopt.
The Vegas Golden Knight season is well underway, and during a recent game, the fans at T-Mobile were captivated by a skater who is not Nate Schmidt, Mark Stone, The Flower, or any of the other professional hockey stars. This guy is 6 years old, has 4 paws, and requires assistance in lacing up his blades. I had the pleasure of stepping into the rink with Benny, the ice skating dog.
I mean, you can see when he comes in here, he knows when he's going here. When you get outside, he knows he's at the rink, and he's like all amped up, and he's like ready to go all the time. I was a competitive figure skater in Cleveland, Ohio, from Cleveland, Ohio. I had Carol Heiss, she won the Olympics, she was my coach, and we were heavily into skating and stuff, and then I taught skating for 20 years in Cleveland. Come on, baby, good job, good job. You ready? And so when we moved out here, I really didn't teach skating or anything. I kind of got involved with doing dog activities because I needed to fill that gap, you know.
All right, Golden Knights fans, it is time for history!
So when the Golden Knights made it to the Stanley Cup Finals, a friend of mine, Rick, a photographer, he wanted to make a cheer video with Benny just running around on the ice on his feet, running around with a stick, because he'll pick anything up, a stick, the puck. We rolled the puck at him, and he looked like he was making a save at the goal and everything. And the video kind of went nuts. It was a cool little video, and it went nuts. Just on our own personal Facebook pages and stuff. We had all kinds of people contact us about it and stuff. So after that happened, I was like, I think I can actually teach him to ice skate. Everybody thought I was nuts, okay? I'm sure my husband was like completely like my wife lost her mind. So it took over 2 months to figure out a pair of skates that would work. I had to come up with something that, that he could balance on, and like regular skate, of course, is shaped like your foot, even a child skate. So I kept looking around and I came up with this design. You ready? Okay. He could skate the first day we put him on and brought him here. He could get up and skate. Actually, he could skate pretty good the first day even. And since then, the skates, the bottoms I had manufactured now. The bottoms are specially made just for him. And the tops are, and then I put them together and he skates. Easy. I was looking to get another dog. I had a black lab at home at the time, and he was a cool dog too. I was monitoring the local rescues and looking for labs in particular, and he came up on one of the rescues, and he was in Salt Lake City. I read the little story about him. He had been there for 6 months. He got adopted for one day and returned during the middle of that 6 months, and he got put on the euthanasia list because he was there for 6 months. The local rescue wanted to pull him, bring him down, and I was interested, so he got pulled and they brought him down, and he went to a foster home first because I had to get approved by the rescue. So he went to the foster home, and he did really good there, and when he came over the house, it was like love at first sight, and I've had him ever since. And the reason it's his eyes, it's that intensity and those big black pools of eyes that he has is what I saw online that really attracted me to him.
And so who's his favorite Golden Knights player?
Nate Schmidt. Yeah, he likes, I think because he's maybe blonde too. So yeah, he likes all of them. He's met most of them now, but he really took a liking to Nate, so it was like a weird kind of, he was all over him, climbing up on him and everything, so it was really cool. Okay, Ben, come on. So Las Vegas Ice Center, they have been the best ever. When we first contacted them about making the first video without skates on, they gave us the ice time to do, and for free. We came here, they donated 10 minutes. We were out there real quick and did it and stuff. And it kind of went nuts, like I said. And after that, when we contacted them about Benny skating with real skates, I know that Bob, the manager, probably thought we were nuts too. But they agreed to let us do it, and then when they saw him doing it, they were like ecstatic. We were ecstatic, and since then they've been our biggest backers.
Talk a little bit about the rescue dogs. Gosh, I mean, hey, not every rescue dog can skate like Benny, but every dog deserves another chance, just
yes,
like Benny.
Well, I always say he's the perfect example of the possibilities of a rescue dog. A lot of them are even smarter than most dogs. That's why they're in the shelters, because a lot of them outsmart their people, and they end up not being stimulated enough and doing bad things at home, and they people can't deal with them. So you can the rescue dogs, even the quiet ones that just are couch potatoes, there's somebody for every rescue dog. And all my dogs are rescue. I have 3 dogs, 2 other dogs from him, and they're both rescues, and I have a rescue bird even. And I'm really into the rescue, and I'm so glad that he can represent rescues all over the world, because If you can see what he can do, imagine what other rescue dogs can do. He's a perfect example.
And why do you think he took to the ice so easily, or seemed to?
He's up to trying anything you want him to try. He's really an incredible dog. I mean, he can swim, climb trees, skateboard, push a wheelchair. I think to him it was just another normal activity. Mom wants me to try, you know. We had a hockey stick out there balancing on 2 cones, and the exercise was to skate up and grab the hockey stick and skate away with it. Well, when he skated up, he jumped the hockey stick, and we were jumping and screaming, and we're like, oh my God. So of course we had to incorporate that into his little routine now. So then we had the jump made, but yeah, the original was just to grab the hockey stick and skate away, but he offered the jump, and so once a dog offers a trick, it's usually easy for them to keep doing it. So he likes to do the jump. He's excited about doing the jump, and he can do it with the hockey stick, but sometimes the hockey stick bumps the jump, so now we basically do it without the hockey stick. But and then he gets that hockey stick as his reward. He loves his hockey stick. He carries it around. He loves it. This is like his 3rd one. This one has done really good. A couple other ones he chewed up pretty good.
That's a good boy. Yes, you are. And how about in the downtime? Yeah, like you say, he has 2 other brothers and sisters, and he's just a regular.
He has 2 sisters, and he likes to play with them. He really loves to swim, so when it's warm enough out, he swims probably an hour every day in our pool. And that's his biggest, I think, love is swimming. So he'll swim, but he likes to do all kinds of interactions with me, because I train him. So, with the bond we have is incredible.
What's the difference between teaching a dog how to skate as opposed to teaching humans to skate?
You know what? It wasn't really that much different. That's what I say. He skated the whole length of the rink the first time we had him. It was out there. It was incredible. He's just a special dog. Somebody said to me, the once-in-a-lifetime dog, and that's what he is a once-in-a-lifetime dog. Yeah, definitely.
Of course, Benny has his own social media accounts, is very active with a variety of local organizations, and much more. Go to BennyTheIceSkatingDog.com to learn more about Cheryl and her incredible pooch. And finally, we leave you with a very special critter of the month as we say bonjour to this bon chien, Jacques, a French bulldog that provides love, compassion, and general goofiness to Lauren C. of Las Vegas. Jacques' life has greatly improved after he spent a few weeks at the Lead Animal Shelter. Jacques and 42 other dogs were rescued from a house fire last September. This stocky, curious guy loves to get his nose into everything, enjoys car rides, and long walks with Lauren. The newly adopted Frenchie is adapting to his new big brother, Hugo, who is definitely the alpha dog. The pair have a strong bond, and Jacques is becoming more proficient in leash training, will play fetch all day long, and is loving living in his new home. Jacques is just one of hundreds of amazing critters available at Lead, just waiting for you to rescue and become part of your permanent family. That's our show. For more information on anything you've seen today or anything relating to Clark County government, visit our website at ClarkCountyNV.gov. On behalf of all of us here at Clark County Television, I'm Randy Swallow. We'll see you again next time on County Critters.
How many more of these are we gonna have to see?
Do you like it?
There's no time for downtime.
She doesn't.
Better get better, quick. UMC Quick Care has locations all across the valley, and you never need an appointment. So get in and get better. UMC Quick Care.
Let's see a couple more.
Mont Charleston becomes a winter wonderland anytime it snows. Parking spots fill up fast. Snow play areas get crowded. Too much traffic makes it hard for responders and emergency crews to get through.
Before you go, visit GoMountCharleston.com to plan your visit and call 511 or see nvroads.com to check on driving conditions. Lee Canyon is best known for skiing and snow play.
And remember these tips. Dress warmly, obey traffic signs, don't sled near roads, stay off private property, and take your litter home. Help us keep Mount Charleston safe and clean for everyone to enjoy.
The Census Bureau employs field reps in all 50 states and Puerto Rico who work locally and are members of your community. They are knowledgeable and respectful of your time and provide a customer service-oriented approach to make your interaction as pleasant as possible. With over 7,000 field reps nationwide, they are the true backbone of the Census Bureau. The answers you provide help decision makers determine the best use of funding in communities like yours for things like schools, emergency services, housing, and infrastructure. Your answers help shape the future of the nation. To confirm the validity of a Census Bureau field representative, the staff search feature on the Census Bureau website is a quick and easy way to do so. All field representatives are required to carry Bureau-issued photo identification and are required to show it before any interview begins. All information collected by our field representatives is strictly confidential and protected from disclosure under penalty of federal law. If you are visited by one of our field representatives, please take the time to complete the survey. Your community is counting on it.
As the days grow shorter and we spend more time outside in the dark, make sure you are always using designated crosswalks and do everything you can to make sure drivers can see you when you're crossing the street. Your life counts. Learn more at zerofataliesnv.com.
Our community, our home, Clark County, Nevada. Thanks for watching Clark County Television, the best access to your local government.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Planning Commission meeting for Tuesday, March 3rd. Would you please rise and join us in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Roll call.
Chairman Frazier.
Here.
Vice Chairman Stone.
Here.
Commissioner Kolarski.
Here.
Commissioner Kirk.
Here.
Commissioner Morley.
Present.
Commissioner Wen.
Here.
Commissioner Taliaferri. Mr. Chairman, we have a quorum.
Thank you. Go ahead, staff.
Good evening, Commissioners. The first item on the agenda is the first public comment.
So our first item is public comments. Anyone in the audience is welcome to come down and make a public comment. The commission cannot act or vote on any comments, but you're more than welcome to put anything on record. Okay, seeing no one coming down for public comment, I'll close that section.
The next item on the agenda is the approval of the agenda. After any additions, amendments, or deletions, we have the following requests for amendments and deletions. Item number 6, TM-20-500006, request to hold per the applicant to the April 7th, 2020 Planning Commission meeting. Item number 11, UC-20-0041, hold per the applicant to the March 17th, 2020 Planning Commission meeting. Item number 22, UC 20-0022, we have a request to hold per the applicant to the April 7th, 2020 Planning Commission meeting. Item number 23, VS-20-0023, a request per the applicant to hold to the April 7th, 2020 Planning Commission meeting. Item number 25, UC-20-0045, hold per the Clark County Department of Aviation to the March 17th, 2020 Planning Commission meeting for the FAA 7460-1 height determination. And item number 32, NZC-20-0030, hold per the applicant to the March 17th, 2020 Planning Commission meeting, and from the April 8th, 2020 Board of County Commissioners meeting to the April 22nd, 2020 Board of County Commissioners meeting. The above public hearing items are going to be opened as a public hearing and immediately recessed until the dates as previously stated. If there is no objection from the audience, the agenda stands ready for your approval.
Thank you. Entertain a motion for approval of the agenda.
Mr. Chairman, I move we approve the agenda as read by staff with the holds on items 6, 11, 22, 23, 25, and 32 to the dates specified in the justification given. That's my motion.
All right, motion on the floor. That motion carries.
The next item on the agenda is the approval of the minutes of the February 4th, 2020 Planning Commission meeting and the February 18th, 2020 Planning Commission briefing.
Entertain a motion.
I move to approve the minutes as indicated by staff.
Motion on the floor. Motion carries.
For the audience's information, items on tonight's agenda are final action unless appealed to the Board of County Commissioners or otherwise denounced. All appeals must be filed in writing to the Comprehensive Planning Department by 5 p.m. Tuesday, March 10th, 2020. Those items appealed will be heard by the Board of County Commissioners on Wednesday, April 8th, 2020 at 9 a.m. in these chambers. This will be the only notice of appeals. To determine if an item has been appealed, please call the Comprehensive Planning Department at 702-455-4314 or check online at www.ClarkCountyNV.gov. Also, for the audience's information, most items on tonight's agenda are approved with time limits to complete, commence, and/or review. It is the applicant's responsibility to keep each application current. There will be no notification from the Comprehensive Planning Department for expiration or review dates for applications. The next item on the agenda are the routine action items consisting of items 4 through 19, with the exception of items that have already been held or deleted. These items may be taken together in one motion and with one vote. For the audience's information, items that have been recommended for denial or with different conditions of approval by the respective town boards are not automatically removed from the routine action agenda. If you are in the audience and opposed to any item on the routine action agenda, you must now come forward and request that the Planning Commission remove that item from the routine action agenda and hear that item in the order that it appears on tonight's agenda. In addition, we have the following amendments and comments. Item number 4, AR-20-400-002, UC 1674-06. The Lone Mountain Town Board recommends approval per staff's recommendation, and staff has received 2 cards in approval and 5 cards in protest. Item number 5, AR-20-400-008, WS 1156-08. The Lone Mountain Town Board recommends approval per staff's recommendation, and staff has received 1 card in approval and 4 cards in protest. Item number 8, UC-20-0027. The Enterprise Town Board recommends approval per staff's recommendations, and staff has received 2 cards in approval and 2 cards in protest. Item number 10, UC-20-0032. The Enterprise Town Board recommends approval per staff's recommendations, and staff has received 2 cards in approval and 2 cards in protest. Item number 12, VS 20-0013. The Paradise Town Board recommends approval per staff's recommendation, and staff has received 0 cards in approval and 1 card in protest. Item number 13, VS-20-0014. The Enterprise Town Board recommends approval per staff's recommendations, and staff has received 1 card in approval and 1 card in protest. Item number 15, WS-20-0020. The Paradise Town Board recommends approval per staff's recommendations, and staff has received 0 cards in approval and 3 cards in protest. Item number 16, WS-20-0021. The Enterprise Town Board recommends denial, and staff has received 0 cards in approval and 19 cards and 1 letter in protest. Item number 19, WS-20-0046. The Paradise Town Board recommends approval per staff's recommendations, and staff has received 1 card in approval and 1 card and 2 letters in protest. Any person who does not agree with the conditions recommended by staff or opposed to any item as listed in the agenda should request that the item be removed from this portion of the agenda and heard separately when the public hearing has been opened. With these amendments and with no objection from the audience, the public hearing is now opened, and the routine action portion of the agenda stands ready for approval with staff's conditions as listed in your agenda.
Thank you. So this section of our meeting is when we're going to have a vote to approve the routine action items. There will be all items on the routine 4 through 19, except for those being held as read in by staff. If you're opposed to or want to hear any of those items, now's the time to come to remove it off of routine. Yes, sir. Which item? I'm sorry, name and address for the record.
My name is Ronald Hoagland, and my address is 12836 New Providence Street. I am a resident and homeowner in the Cove, and I ask that item 16 be removed.
No problem.
That's WS200021-P8.
Got it. Thank you, sir. Any other items off of routine? Yes, ma'am.
Melissa Beaufort, 7147 La Puebla. Item 19.
19. No problem. We got it. Any other items? Okay. Seeing no other items, I'll entertain a motion.
Commissioners, staff would make the recommendation that if these items are taken off of routine, that they be held and heard after item number 20, the presentation by the RTC.
We can do that. We'll hear item 20 first.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, ma'am.
I'd like to, number 4 and number 5, I'd like to take the condition of the review off of those and leave the approval and leave them on consent, but just take the review period off. They met all of the qualifications that we need, and we don't need the review.
All right, so whoever the maker of the motion, that's a recommendation from Commissioner Tagliaferri to remove the condition of 1-year review on items 4 and 5.
Well, hold on. We're doing a specific motion on 4 and 5?
No. Just when you read your motion, and we're going to remove that.
All right. Mr. Chairman, I move we approve the routine action items 4 through 19, accepting the items that we previously held, incorporating the time limit to be removed as indicated on items 4 and 5, with a no time limit on items 4 and 5. That's my motion.
And we're going to hear 16 and 19 in after item number 20. So motion on the floor. That motion carries.
For clarification in the audience, I don't know if I did indicate, but my intent was to pull items 16 and 19, just so everyone realizes that I did incorporate that. Thanks.
And for all routine action items, this will be final action unless appealed or otherwise denounced. The next item on the agenda is item number 20. AG-20-900-091 is receive a presentation from the Regional Transportation Commission of Southern Nevada regarding the onboard mobility plan.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Chair, Commissioners, my name is Craig Rayborn. I'm the Director of the Metropolitan Planning Organization Department of the Regional Transportation Commission. So I'm going to give a quick update or a quick report on about our onboard mobility plan. This will be the first time I've given a presentation about this to the Planning Commission, obviously, and so there'll be some items that I kind of go through kind of quickly. This is a standard presentation we've been giving to all of the local governments. And so many of them have already seen a lot of the precursor material, so I'll kind of just touch on some of the important things. So one of the really important things is, why are we doing a 20-year mobility plan? As the MPO, we're required to do these forward-looking transportation plans. Onboard specifically looks at the broad set of mobility issues that will start to arise as the region continues to grow over the next 20 years or so. We're at 2.3 million people right now. Within 20 years or so, approximately 20 years, we'll be at 3 million people in Southern Nevada. And that growth will create all kinds of potential mobility challenges. And so this onboard plan is intended to produce or recommend solutions that can address those growth challenges as we get there. So onboard includes basically all of the mobility tools that are kind of outside of the traditional just transportation and roads. We addressed roads primarily through the fuel revenue indexing program that went out for a ballot question a few years ago. And so onboard sort of addresses everything that's left. So we're looking at traditional transit. We're looking at the potential for high-capacity transit. We're looking at bicycle and pedestrian type improvements. And then because this is a really transformative time in transportation right now, we're looking at how to ensure that we essentially, two things, that we're accommodating future growth or accommodating the emerging technologies, but also kind of future-proofing the plan as a whole. So we're aware of what developments are starting to emerge and trying to incorporate those into the plan. So onboard has 8 major strategies that we're recommending, and then each one of those strategies has a range of specific projects or programs that implement those strategies. The first one is to build a high-capacity transit system. When we say high-capacity transit system, what we're talking about, you can see on the image, is either bus rapid transit or light rail. Those are the technologies now. They're evolving. I mean, there are new forms of these technologies as well that are starting to emerge, and we want to make sure that basically what we're saying is we will work with the jurisdictions, with each of the local agencies, the transit element of the RTC, to put the highest, best mode on these routes when it comes time to start developing the routes. And so what we've developed working with the local public works and planning departments as well as stakeholders, significant public engagement. All told, we've had contact with about 90,000 people over the course of the 2.5 years we've been developing this plan. But what we've developed with all these stakeholders is a proposed high-capacity transit system. Consists of 19 lines total, 200 miles in all, over 2 major phases, 2 10-year phases. And then because the plan itself will be evolving, we will update on a regular basis on the recommendations. And so any of these corridors that show up on this map work for high-capacity transit. Like I said, we will work to implement the highest mode at the time that we actually start implementing, and is the time that we start actually developing any particular corridor. The second strategy is to expand transit service so that we maximize access to jobs and housing. The map here shows 3 different color tones. So the blue area is where the RTC currently operates what we call high-frequency service. So it's regular service, typically 20 minutes or less between buses. The goal in those areas will be to decrease those headways, that gap between service, so that we get to about 10 minutes or so. And ideally, what we're trying to do, and this also applies to the darker gray area on the map, is get people off of having to refer to a timetable to use the transit system. So you walk to the bus and you know that it will be there within 10 or 15 minutes. And that's ideally what we're going for. So that's what we're going for also in the dark gray area, which is where we currently operate transit service. But in some instances, the headways, when I say headway, that's the time between buses. The headways can be as much as 60 minutes. And so we want to get that down to make the system that much more reliable and have that much more utility for the public. The other thing that a lot of the improvements would call for is extending service hours. So we may go until midnight, but because of shift changes and so on, it would be better if we went later. And so we'll look at those kinds of things as well. And then in the light gray area, those are the areas where we don't currently have the resources to operate transit. But what we call for in this plan, and this is an aspirational plan, we're not proposing funding mechanisms with this plan. We're identifying what the needs are, what the wants are. But in that area, we want to start providing some form of public transit. And it might be traditional transit like buses. It might be some newer emerging thing like a microtransit system or partnerships with rideshare programs like Lyft and Uber. So it could be something that's innovative, like some of those options as well. So we'll continue to explore those as we move forward with implementing any of the recommendations in the plan. Third strategy is to make all travel options safer and more secure. Really trying to emphasize here that onboard is more than just a transit plan. It's a mobility plan. And so we're really trying to find ways to make it easier and for people to feel comfortable choosing any mode of travel for whatever their trip happens to be. And this one includes things like improvements around bus stops, better lighting around bus stops, but it also includes a crash safety analysis program that the RTC would work with all the local agencies to conduct on an annual basis and identify emerging hotspots and safety issues to really aggressively go after those with the transportation system as a whole. And that strategy is closely related to the next one of making short trips easier. So the goal here, obviously, is improving sidewalks, improving connectivity, to and from neighborhoods, so that it becomes a viable option for someone to choose to walk to the local store, the neighborhood grocery store, convenience store, instead of having to hop in the car and drive the long way. So it's basically just building the infrastructure to allow that to happen. And we would rely very closely and work very closely with all the local agencies in order to make these kinds of improvements happen. The fifth one targets specific populations of trying to expand our service for seniors, veterans, and persons with disabilities. So basically what this calls for is doubling some of the specialized services that we operate for seniors as well as veterans, and then attempting to, again, assuming funding is available, to expand paratransit service to cover the entire urbanized area of the valley. So basically the entire part of Las Vegas. Sixth strategy is improving connections to major destinations, like McCarran Airport, major job centers, and then special events and major events like that. And so this includes things like park and ride, expanding the park and ride system and the use of express buses, improving the special event like the game day shuttles that the RTC currently partners with, for example, the Golden Knights, and making sure that those are available, as well as just generally improving service to be able to get more express and faster routes for people to get to the major destinations in the resort corridor area. And those major destinations include jobs. So this next strategy is providing reliable transit for Strip and downtown Las Vegas employees. And so this builds on that last strategy. But this one specifically is intended to address the needs of people who work on the Strip as opposed to visitors who are going to the Strip as tourists or even as residents. But it's for those employment centers, many of whom are kind of encouraged, at least, to use back-of-house entries. The RTC currently doesn't operate transit that serves those, and so one of the specific recommendations out of here is setting up a system of shuttle buses that run from our transit hubs at the north end of the Strip and the south end of the Strip to the back-of-house entrances, so that can become a reliable option for resort corridor employees. And then the last strategy is to leverage technology to improve mobility and sustainability. And so this includes some things that are specifically related to trip planning, using transit like smoother, easier fare payment options, allowing people to see the bus schedule in the Uber app, for example, is a partnership that we started working on. So some improvements like that, but it also includes things relating to sustainability, like converting the RTC's fleet over time. There's still battery technology issues, but over time we want to convert the RTC's fleet to an electric fleet, a cleaner fleet. But it also includes solar electric vehicle charging systems across the valley. There's a lot of evidence that indicates just the presence of public infrastructure for electric vehicles